Chapter 951. Even after bidding farewell to Elvi and walking far away, Chu Nan still felt that it was extremely ridiculous. However, when he stepped into the door of the martial arts branch, he quickly threw away the absurdity brought about by Elvi. After he finally returned from the Perseus Arm this time, the reason why he only stayed at home for 2 days and chose to return to Star Cloud Academy was not only to see Elvi, but also to obtain an accurate answer from the martial arts branch. As soon as he entered the martial arts branch, Chu Nan went straight to the office of the director of the branch's teaching office. Without needing to inform him in advance, Chu Nan pushed open the office door and discovered that Director Wang Sichen was writing something on the table. Hearing the door open, Director Wang Sichen raised his head and was first stunned when he saw Chu Nan before standing up to welcome him. Haha, Chu Nan, I heard that you've already returned a few days ago. I thought that you had finally returned to the Federation and would definitely stay at home for a period of time before returning to the academy. I didn't expect you to be back so quickly. Come, sit quickly. Chu Nan's enthusiasm for Director Wang Sichen was a little strange. Before returning to the academy, he had already contacted the martial arts branch in advance and explained his goal. He originally thought that he would be treated coldly or even bluntly, but he did not expect Director Wang Sichen's attitude to be so warm and friendly. Could it be that there was a chance? Chu Nan sat down under the guidance of Director Wang Sichen in confusion. He casually chatted with him for a while and after answering a few questions, he finally could not help but interrupt Wang Sichen's small talk and ask, about that. Director Wang, I came back this time mainly to ask a question regarding the agreement I signed with the martial arts branch. Wang Sichen immediately laughed. I know. Chu Nan, you must want to talk about the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, right? Chu Nan was even more puzzled. He was indeed here for the S-rank cultivation method, the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. He originally thought that Director Wang Sichen would deliberately avoid this problem, but he did not expect him to directly point it out. However, there was nothing to hide from Chu Nan. He nodded honestly and admitted, yes, I'm indeed here for this. Come, follow me. Wang Sichen stood up and waved at Chu Nan, gesturing for him to leave the office with him. As he walked with Chu Nan, Wang Sichen said, actually, the academy has long been prepared in this aspect. It's just that they haven't been able to obtain definite news of you and don't know when you'll return to the academy, so they haven't told you. Now that you're back, it's simple. Chu Nan followed beside Wang Sichen in confusion. After walking in the branch for a while, he finally arrived at the martial arts database of the martial arts branch. Come, Chu Nan, you've exchanged for so many martial techniques in the database. I don't have to tell you next. You should know what to do, right? Wang Sichen still looked at Chu Nan enthusiastically. This time, Chu Nan was not only puzzled but also in disbelief. He looked at Wang Sichen and then at the 2 academy employees in charge of the office in the martial arts database. He discovered that they did not have any surprised expressions. Clearly, they had long been instructed. This, Director Wang, could it be that you mean I can exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method from the database now? Chu Nan thought for a moment and still could not believe it and could not help but ask. You'll know when you try. Wang Sichen smiled and did not explain. Instead, he pointed at the inside of the martial arts database and gestured for Chu Nan to operate it himself. Chu Nan arrived at the familiar front stage of the martial arts database in doubt and handed over the personal terminal he had repaired after returning to the Earth Federation. Soon, he obtained the identity of a student of Star Cloud Academy in the martial arts database. Then, the familiar martial arts exchange process appeared on the virtual screen of his personal terminal. Chu Nan glanced at it and immediately discovered that his current student level had already become S rank. However, when he focused his gaze, he could see that there was a bracket behind this S rank. There were 2 words in the bracket. Temporary. What the heck? Chu Nan was puzzled as he opened the martial technique list and discovered that he really had all the authority that only S-rank students had. Not only could he exchange for B-rank and below martial techniques that could be exchanged after being promoted to a B-rank student, but even the exchange list for A-rank martial techniques and S-rank martial techniques had also lit up, displaying the situation where they could be exchanged. Chu Nan was shocked. He naturally knew very well what it meant to become an S-rank student. However, why did the martial arts branch suddenly increase his student level to S-rank this time? Although there was a temporary symbol, the authority to exchange for these martial techniques was not fake. Chu Nan endured the doubt in his heart and opened the S-rank martial technique list. He discovered that the martial technique list displayed was pitifully few compared to the F-rank martial technique list he was most familiar with. There were only a mere 6 martial technique names. However, Chu Nan knew very well that even if he added up all the martial techniques on the F-rank martial technique list, their value would probably be far inferior to any martial technique on this list. This was an S-rank martial technique. Chu Nan's gaze swept past and he immediately saw that the name of one of the martial techniques was the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. After opening the name of the martial technique, the virtual screen immediately displayed some basic introductions of this martial technique. They mainly described the origin, history, important martial technique characteristics, the reason for being evaluated as an S-rank martial technique, and so on. Chu Nan did not seriously read these descriptions. Instead, his gaze went down and landed on the last option. However, when he saw this, Chu Nan was stunned. This option was the most important option for all the martial techniques in the martial arts database. If it lit up, it proved that it could be exchanged. Otherwise, it would completely darken. Now, this option was completely dim. Clearly, Chu Nan could not exchange for it. When he saw the status of the option, Chu Nan immediately felt that he had been tricked. He turned around and looked at Wang Sichen angrily. If Director Wang Sichen had told him from the beginning that he could not obtain the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, he might not have been angry. After all, no matter what the reason was, he had indeed failed to obtain the requirements of the agreement, obtain the victory of the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. Naturally, he could not use this to force the martial arts branch to give him the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. However, Wang Sichen had been so enthusiastic just now and had even specially brought him here. Moreover, his student level had unexpectedly become S rank, although it was only temporary. All these signs made him think that the scholar branch was actually unexpectedly generous this time. They were actually willing to give him an important S rank cultivation method like the Arhat Overlord Golden Body even though he could not complete the requirements of the agreement. Naturally, he was extremely happy. However, now that this heartless black option displayed that he was still unable to exchange for this martial technique, how could he not think that he had been tricked? Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Sichen before coldly saying, "Director Wang, I need an explanation." Chapter 952. Facing Chu Nan's anger, Wang Sichen was not surprised and did not have any nervous expression. Instead, he smiled and waved at him again. "Let's go back and talk in detail." Chu Nan sneered and followed Wang Sichen back to the office of the director. As soon as he walked into the office, Wang Sichen closed the door and gestured for Chu Nan to sit down. He poured a cup of tea for him and himself before sitting down in front of him. Seeing him put on such a long chat, Chu Nan knew that this matter was probably not that simple, so he suppressed the anger in his heart and waited for the other party to speak. Wang Sichen pondered for a moment and said, "Chu Nan, you should have seen it just now. You can't exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body now, right?" Chu Nan frowned, "So what's going on? If the Academy is really unwilling to give me the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, I have nothing to say. However, when I contacted you previously, you took the initiative to invite me back to the Academy to discuss in person. I originally thought that there was still hope in this matter, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Director Wang, can I ask what the Academy has considered?" Wang Sichen smiled, "It seems that you didn't see it clearly just now." "Oh." Chu Nan was a little strange, "I didn't see anything clearly." Wang Sichen pointed at the personal terminal on Chu Nan's wrist. "Log into the Academy's martial arts database now and open the martial arts list to take a serious look. You'll understand." Chu Nan opened his personal terminal in confusion and logged into the martial arts database of the martial arts branch. He discovered that he was still a temporary S-rank student and had the authority to exchange for S-rank martial techniques. However, when he opened the S-rank martial technique list and chose behind the Arhat Overlord Golden, the martial technique exchange option below was still dim. Clearly, it could not be exchanged. He raised his head to look at Wang Sichen and turned the virtual screen of his personal terminal over. "Director Wang, isn't this non-exchangeable?" "Yes, that's right. This is indeed not redeemable." Wang Sichen smiled and nodded. Seeing that Chu Nan was about to flare up again, Wang Sichen stretched out his hand and pointed at the dim exchange option before continuing, "However, you clearly didn't look carefully at the reason why you can't exchange it. Why don't you try choosing it?" "Reason?" Chu Nan frowned and seriously looked at the dim exchange option before clicking on it. Then, a row of words immediately appeared on the virtual screen. "Insufficient points, unable to exchange." Looking at this row of words, Chu Nan was immediately stunned. "Insufficient points? What do you mean?" "It means exactly what it means. Your current points are not enough to exchange for this cultivation method." Wang Sichen smiled and explained, "I believe you should know the points system after our martial arts branch is modified. As long as you have enough level authority, every cultivation method can be exchanged. However, if you want to exchange for a cultivation method, you have to have enough points. Therefore, you mean that my points are not enough to exchange for this cultivation method?" After being stunned for a moment, Chu Nan instantly understood. It turned out that Director Wang Sichen wanted him to do things according to the rules. Looking down at the introduction of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body on the virtual screen, Chu Nan's gaze landed on the last exchange option. Only then did he notice the points needed to exchange for this cultivation method. 100,000. At this moment, the upper right corner displayed that his student points were only 7,917. Of course, he could not exchange them. Chu Nan glanced at the huge difference in points and raised his head to look at Wang Sichen, but he was even more puzzled. "Director Wang, what does the Academy mean? If they're willing to give me the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, just give it to me. Why do they have to give me temporary authority like this but not give me enough points? Could it be that they deliberately made me envious of this cultivation method but unable to exchange for it?" "Haha, of course not." Wang Sichen laughed and shook his head. "Be it the Academy or the branch, they won't be so bored. The reason why they did this is because of the rules." "Rules?" "Yes, it's the rules." Wang Sichen's expression became serious. "If you previously won the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition, according to our previous agreement, it's naturally not a problem for the Academy to directly reward you with the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method. However, although we all know that you were eliminated because of an accident, in fact, you didn't win." Chu Nan helplessly rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to argue because this was indeed the truth. "Since you can't complete the goal in the agreement, we can't directly hand this extremely precious S-rank cultivation method to you. However, no matter what, you obtained very outstanding results in the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. Not only did you obtain an extremely great honor for our Star Cloud Academy, but you also obtained honor for the entire Earth Federation. Therefore, after the Academy's research, they decided to give you a special reward. It's this temporary S-rank student." Chu Nan pointed at the virtual screen. "But what's the use of just giving me some authority? Of course it's useful. Wang Sichen revealed a mysterious smile. Do you know? Although this is only a temporary authority, as long as you use enough points in the time limit of the temporary authority, you can exchange for any cultivation method. Hearing the meaning of Wang Sichen's words, Chu Nan's eyes immediately lit up. In other words, if I have endless points, can't I exchange for all 6 S-rank cultivation methods here? The smile on Wang Sichen's face immediately froze. After a while, he laughed dryly and said, "This. In theory, it's indeed possible. However, I think I have to remind you that just this Arhat Overlord Golden Body costs 100,000 points. Under normal circumstances, it's already not bad that you can accumulate points for such an S-rank cultivation method before you graduate, let alone exchange for all 6 S-rank cultivation methods." Chu Nan nodded and had to agree with Wang Sichen. The points of the students of the martial arts branch were not that easy to obtain. He had already earned them quickly. Up until now, he had only obtained so many points. He was still far from exchanging for an S-rank cultivation method. As for exchanging for all 6, that was indeed a little crazy. However, Chu Nan did not give up and asked, "What if I have the ability to earn enough points in this temporary authority?" Wang Sichen frowned and looked at Chu Nan, not understanding why he insisted on this. In his opinion, this was already the best way to resolve this problem that the academy had thought of. Although it was slightly troublesome to do this, it could give Chu Nan a chance to obtain the Arhat Overlord Golden Body on the foundation that it did not affect the points system of the martial arts branch. As for this temporary authority, it was much easier to explain than directly giving this precious S-rank cultivation method to Chu Nan. Therefore, he finally obtained the approval of the higher-ups of the academy. If Chu Nan was smart, he should easily understand the intention of the martial arts branch. Why did they have to ask? However, when he saw Chu Nan's serious expression, Wang Sichen thought for a moment and nodded. If you have this ability, according to the rules of the points system, you can naturally exchange for any martial technique at will. Then, when is this temporary time limit? Chu Nan asked again. Until the Academy's hunting assembly is held by the Declan Empire next year. Wang Sichen thought for a moment and continued, about 8 months on Earth. It'll end when you set off for the Declan Empire. Oh, 8 months? That's quite a long time. Chu Nan touched his chin and suddenly asked mischievously, "Then, if I don't participate in the garden hunting assembly, won't I be able to maintain this authority?" Wang Sichen rolled his eyes at Chu Nan. "If you're willing to give up this opportunity, I have no objections." Chu Nan laughed and glanced at the dim exchange option of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body on the virtual screen. A rare fighting spirit arose in his heart. Just watch. Before he participated in the garden hunting assembly next year, he had to earn enough points. Not only did he have to exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, but he also had to exchange for all the S-rank cultivation methods. Chapter 953. A red light suddenly lit up. Around the light, it could be clearly seen that the space seemed to have been affected by the light, and the calmness from before became slightly trembling. After this lasted for a while, the red light suddenly exploded like fireworks. In an instant, countless stars exploded, causing the entire room to suddenly light up. Then, these star lights that exploded at the same time as the previous red light, turning into more and smaller different colors. Under the influence of these lights, an even larger area of space began to tremble slightly. Ripples of spatial vibration continuously appeared, impacting each other, offsetting, or becoming even more intense. It was as if a pond had suddenly encountered rain. At first, it was only a raindrop that fell with a ripple, but the rain gradually became heavier. More raindrops fell, and the surface of the pond could no longer remain calm. After the light exploded a few times, the starlight had almost filled the entire room. The space in the room became extremely unstable, and the spatial energy inside became violent. Seeing that the furniture and other items in the room were about to be affected by the light of the explosion, Chu Nan had a thought and controlled the spatial energy that had entered a violent state to calm down. This process was much more difficult than triggering the spatial energy explosion to become violent. He spent 3 times the time to finally do this. However, the spatial energy in the room had finally stabilized, so it was impossible for the influence in the room to disappear. Seeing that the room that could barely be considered neat had already become a mess, Chu Nan could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that he had thought too simply previously. After all, an A-rank cultivation method was different from those low-level cultivation methods. Any one of them was not so easy to control. If he had known this would happen, he would not have stayed in the dormitory to do this. If Mondeo and the others returned and saw the mess Chu Nan had made in the dormitory, even the calmest Tanaka Iyoko would fly into a rage. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan shrugged. In any case, since it was already like this, he could do whatever he wanted. He recalled the A-rank cultivation method he had just exchanged from the martial arts database and could not help but smile. No wonder this cultivation method is called the star cloud chain explosion. As long as the cultivation method is used, it will drive the spatial energy in the entire space to erupt as if it has ignited an explosive. The power can't be underestimated. Chu Nan lowered his head and opened the personal terminal on his wrist. He pulled out the relevant information about the star cloud chain explosion cultivation method and began to read it seriously again. This A-rank cultivation method called the star cloud chain explosion was naturally exchanged from the martial arts database of the martial arts branch. As for why he exchanged for this cultivation method, the goal was to earn points. Before this, the reason why Chu Nan's student points in the martial arts branch increased very quickly was because he had relied on exchanging for cultivation methods from the martial arts database and modifying them. Then, he included the modified cultivation methods in the database and rewarded points with this special area. However, Chu Nan had previously targeted low-level cultivation methods like F rank, E rank, or D rank. he could only earn more than 10 or dozens of points at a time. Now, in order to increase his points faster in exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body and the other 5S rank cultivation methods as soon as possible, it was naturally impossible to rely on studying these low-level cultivation methods to increase his points because this speed was too slow. Coincidentally, the academy had temporarily increased his student level to S rank, allowing him to have the qualifications to exchange for higher-level cultivation methods. Therefore, Chu Nan naturally targeted these higher-level cultivation methods. Ever since Director Wang Sichen told Chu Nan that he had 8 months of temporary authority, he did not waste a day. Every day, he seized the time to exchange for martial arts research from the martial arts database. At first, he was still relatively conservative. He first exchanged for a few D-rank cultivation methods to practice. After finding the feeling, he gradually improved. Improving AC rank cultivation method was not difficult for him. He could even improve more than 10 C rank cultivation methods in a day, and if AC rank cultivation method was successfully modified, he could earn at least 100 points and more than 1,000 points in a day. However, Chu Nan calculated that even if he could successfully modify every cultivation method, he would need at least 3 months to earn 100,000 points, and it was enough to exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. This also required him to maintain such a high-intensity cultivation method research every day for the next 3 months. Clearly, it was unrealistic. Therefore, after Chu Nan did this for a week and increased his points from 7,917 to 16,398, he cast his gaze on AB rank cultivation method. Compared to AC rank cultivation method, AB rank cultivation method was a level higher and its power had greatly increased. The difficulty of learning and mastering it naturally increased greatly. If he wanted to modify AB rank cultivation method and successfully obtain the reward, it would be much more difficult. After Chu Nan changed his goal to AB rank cultivation method, his points did not increase in the first few days but decreased instead. The reason was that although he had successfully modified a few B rank cultivation methods, 2 of them were completely unsuccessful. Not only were B rank cultivation methods that did not succeed unable to obtain points as a reward, it was also impossible for Chu Nan to recover the points he had spent to exchange for them. It was equivalent to a pure loss. Therefore, after calculating, his points became even lower. However, after becoming skilled, Chu Nan became more careful in choosing cultivation methods to study, and the problem in this aspect was much weaker. Although the difficulty of studying it was higher, once AB rank cultivation method was successfully modified and obtained the approval of the martial arts database, the points reward obtained would be extremely high. Any one of them would be at least 1,000 points. Even if the risk of failure still existed, on average, as long as Chu Nan settled AB rank cultivation method in a day, the points he earned could be compared to studying 10 C rank cultivation methods. If he could successfully study 2, the benefits would be far higher. Therefore, after that, Chu Nan studied AB rank cultivation method for half a month and successfully modified 27, increasing his points from 16,398 to 41,372 in a row. If this continued and the speed at which his points increased continued, Chu Nan only needed to persist for 2 more months to exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method. However, Chu Nan was not satisfied at this moment. He turned to look at the A-rank cultivation method. This star cloud chain explosion was the first A-rank cultivation method he had targeted. If Chu Nan was successful in his research and modified this A-rank cultivation method, according to the rules of the cultivation method exchange reward in the martial arts database, he even had the chance to obtain an extremely high reward of more than 10,000 points in a row. However, if he failed, exchanging for the star cloud chain explosion had cost Chu Nan a total of 35,000 points. If he failed, although he could not be considered to have lost everything. After all, this was also a powerful cultivation method in itself, he would still suffer heavy losses and his plan to exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body would be greatly delayed. Therefore, Chu Nan was very serious about this cultivation method now. He was even much more serious than when he learned and grasped any cultivation method in the past. Chapter 954. After carefully reading the information about this cultivation method in the database, Chu Nan compared it to the first time he tried to use this cultivation method, especially the spatial energy change when he used it, and discovered a problem. This star cloud chain explosion was indeed worthy of being an A-rank cultivation method. When used, it could use a martial artist's own slight mobilization of spatial energy to trigger a huge spatial energy chain explosion. Although the power was abnormally great, the pressure and burden it brought to a martial artist was not great. This was because what martial artists who used this cultivation method did was only like lighting a fuse. The rest could be completely handed to the self-reaction chain reaction of spatial energy to resolve. From this perspective, not only was this cultivation method powerful, the consumption was also small. Although it had a certain requirement for a martial artist's spatial energy control, it did not reach an especially strong level. Therefore, it could be said to be a powerful cultivation method that was very cost-effective. However, in Chu Nan's opinion, the idea of this cultivation method was good. In fact, the power was indeed extraordinary, but it had a very serious flaw, and that was that it was not done to the limit. This was because in terms of power alone, the spatial energy that this cultivation method could detonate was limited. No matter how much spatial energy was detonated, because the space of the positive spatial universe always stabilized, this detonated spatial energy would gradually be worn down by the entire space and calm down. This was the iron rule of the positive spatial universe. No cultivation method could break it, so Chu Nan naturally could not. However, Chu Nan could think of a way to increase the power of this cultivation method. This brought about a problem. Just now, he had only tried once, but it had already messed up the dormitory. If he experimented to increase the power, wouldn't he blow up the entire dormitory? Chu Nan looked around and thought for a moment before standing up and flying out of the dormitory window. Then, he increased his speed and a moment later, he flew out of the area of Star Cloud Academy and arrived further west. Before entering the interstellar era, this place was a huge desert. However, after entering the interstellar era, with the help of the efficient environmental improvement technology brought by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, this desert had already become a grassland. However, because of tradition, no one lived in this place. Chu Nan casually found an empty place and looked around to confirm that there was no one. Then, he stretched out a finger and the aura in his dantian circulated. The star cloud in his body circulated and the spatial energy surged wildly. A moment later, the star cloud erupted continuously and another red light lit up. Boom, 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 boom. This time, because he was not in the dormitory, Chu Nan did not need to deliberately suppress the power of the star cloud chain explosion. At the same time, he urged spatial energy to surge in with all his might, causing the power of the star cloud chain explosion to become extremely exaggerated. In the beginning, only a red light exploded. In a breath, countless huge balls of light could be seen exploding in all directions. The intense explosions that shook the entire space sounded incessantly. Not only did they make Chu Nan's ears buzz, but even the entire space seemed to have exploded. Originally, when using the star cloud chain explosion, martial artists who used this cultivation method only needed to detonate it to retreat. However, in order to test the extreme power of this cultivation method, Chu Nan had always been unwilling to retreat. Instead, he continuously guided and mobilized spatial energy. He followed the instructions of the star cloud chain explosion cultivation method and continuously detonated the spatial energy around him. Bang, 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 bang. In the beginning, Chu Nan was flying in midair and the explosion only spread around his body. Later on, it continuously spread and finally spread to the ground 300 meters below. It was as if countless bombs had suddenly been dropped on a large area of the grassland. Countless explosions sounded, and roots and soil flew. The scene looked extremely exciting. Chu Nan did not mind the situation in the grassland below. At this moment, only a small portion of his mind was focused on detecting the surrounding situation to avoid accidentally injuring others. The other half was focused on the change in spatial energy in the star cloud chain explosion. In fact, Chu Nan was already completely different from other martial artists in terms of learning and mastering cultivation methods. Chu Nan originally had a powerful data ability, so when he learned and grasped cultivation methods, he paid more attention to the effect of adjusting his internal breath and controlling spatial energy on the effect of the cultivation method. This way, he could learn faster and deeper. Later on, in the process of condensing the star cloud, Chu Nan's understanding of spatial energy deepened to the extent of paying attention to the spatial energy structure. Therefore, when he learned and grasped a new cultivation method now, he would pay attention to the change in spatial energy structure caused by this new cultivation method in actual combat. Compared to other martial artists, Chu Nan's learning could be said to have reached the deepest level. Naturally, it was easier to discover any problems with the cultivation method, so it was naturally easier to improve. However, Chu Nan had not tried to modify an A-rank cultivation method previously. Now that he was observing the star cloud chain explosion, he quickly discovered more problems. Firstly, the star cloud chain explosion was indeed worthy of being an A-rank cultivation method. Although it only had the effect of detonating, when it was detonated, the mobilization and use of spatial energy by this cultivation method were extremely exquisite, allowing martial artists to directly affect the originally stable spatial energy structure in the surrounding space to the smallest extent. Then, they could turn invisible and completely destroy this structure, forming the so-called spatial energy explosion. Secondly, the collapse of the spatial energy structure triggered by this explosion was actually still contagious. It was unknown how the martial artist who created this cultivation method thought of it at that time. In short, after using the star cloud chain explosion, although it only detonated the spatial energy in a very small space in the beginning, this reaction could quickly extend, causing the spatial energy in the nearby space to quickly become unstable under the influence of the explosion, causing a series of explosions. In the end, it formed a large area of the star cloud chain explosion. Chu Nan studied it for a while and finally discovered that the reason for this phenomenon was that while the star cloud chain explosion was destroying the basic stable structure of spatial energy in the positive space universe, it had also made a small adjustment to the spatial energy structure. Coincidentally, the spatial energy structure in the nearby space was also affected by the spatial energy vibration fluctuation of the explosion and was stimulated to a special oscillation frequency. This was why it exploded like a domino. He did not know if the martial artist who created this cultivation method had unintentionally discovered this back then or deliberately adjusted it like this, but after discovering this, it allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the star cloud chain explosion. For the first time, he discovered something he could improve. The main reason why the power of this cultivation method was different after using it was because of the frequency. It was not difficult for Chu Nan to investigate which frequency was most suitable to increase the power of the cultivation method. The difficulty was only how to express this problem. After all, no one else could have a brain as powerful as his AI and be so sensitive to data. I didn't expect the greatest problem to be not figuring out the cultivation method, but writing an essay. Chu Nan scratched his head in frustration. If I had known earlier, I would have taken literature classes when I was young. Chapter 955. Zhou Tongjing stood behind Lin Mingdao's desk and rubbed his hands nervously. Dean, look. Lin Mingdao put down the paper report that Zhou Tongjing had just handed over and looked up at him with a slight frown. To be honest, I don't know what the problem is. No problem. Zhou Tongjing could not help but raise his voice before immediately reacting. He hurriedly lowered his voice again and smiled bitterly. Dean, is there no problem? Look, according to the speed at which Chu Nan obtains points, he might be able to break through 100,000 points in 2 days in exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Then, is there a problem? Lin Ningdao asked. He has enough authority and points. Of course, he can exchange for the martial techniques he's willing to exchange. This is the rule of the martial arts branch's martial arts database. What's the problem? The bitter smile on Zhou Tongjin's face deepened. Dean, you have to know that less than 2 months have passed since he returned to the academy, but his temporary S-rank student authority is still 6 months away. I suspect that, after 8 months, he might be able to exchange for all the S-rank martial techniques in the martial arts database. Oh, what's wrong with that? Lin Ningdao still did not understand and asked, if he really has the ability, let him exchange. How can that do? Zhou Tongjing immediately retorted loudly, there are only 6 S-rank martial techniques in the martial arts database of our martial arts branch. If he exchanges them all, what will the other students think? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. Lin Ningdao shook his head and frowned again. Could it be that the rules of the martial arts branch are that only one student can exchange for each martial technique? No, of course not. It's just. Zhou Tongjing could not help but scratch his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing him like this, Lin Ningdao's expression became serious. Dean Zhou, let me remind you that the rules of the martial arts branch were set by you yourself. Be it me or the academy, we have no reason to interfere. Now that you've decided to deal with Chu Nan according to the rules of the branch, could it be that you want to break this rule yourself? Hearing the trace of anger in Lin Ningdao's tone, Zhou Tongjin was immediately shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand in denial. No, Dean, the branch naturally doesn't mean that. This report is only my personal concern. Oh, what are you worried about? Lin Ningdao asked again. My concern is, look, Chu Nan's talent has already been fully confirmed and has even far exceeded our expectations. We originally thought that giving him 8 months was already very short and that he might not be able to accumulate enough points to exchange for an S-rank cultivation method like the Arhat Overlord Golden Body that he had always wanted. For this, we even specially prepared some student activities that could obtain additional points as a reward to help him obtain points faster when necessary. However, we didn't expect. You didn't expect this kid's ability to be much stronger than you imagine. He can even accumulate so many points in less than 2 months. Lin Ningdao asked in amusement. Yes. Zhou Tongjing nodded dejectedly and admitted, no one expected Chu Nan's research ability in martial techniques to be so strong. In less than 2 months, he has modified 17D rank martial techniques that have been recorded in the martial arts database, 98C rank martial techniques, 31B rank martial techniques, and even as many as 7A rank martial techniques. Just yesterday, he exchanged for another A rank martial technique. If he successfully modifies this A rank martial technique and obtains recognition of the martial arts database, he will obtain another 8,000 points as a reward. Coupled with his current 95,712 points, it's enough to exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. He can actually modify so many martial techniques in less than 2 months. This kid's talent is indeed a little too terrifying. Lin Ningdao could not help but nod lightly. Therefore, Dean, if this continues, he can exchange for the remaining S-rank cultivation methods in half a year. He might even be able to exchange for all the A-rank martial techniques. Then, Lin Ningdao looked at him. Therefore, after talking for a long time, I still don't understand what you're worried about. Even if he exchanges for all the martial techniques in the martial arts database, that's his ability and not a mistake. Moreover, compared to him exchanging for so many martial techniques, he can successfully modify so many martial techniques, causing them to be stronger than the previous ones. Isn't this a good thing for the martial arts database and the entire martial arts branch? No, Dean, I'm not worried about this. Zhou Tongjing shook his head with a bitter expression. I'm worried about Chu Nan. What are you worried about? Lin Ningdao was still puzzled. Could it be that you're worried that he has learned too many martial techniques and can't handle them? Or is he in danger of going berserk? No, I'm not worried about this. This kid's talent is terrifyingly strong. I can't see any problem with him in this aspect at all. What I'm worried about is, after he exchanges for all the S-rank martial techniques and even A-rank martial techniques in the martial arts database, the martial arts database will no longer be attractive to him. The entire martial arts branch will also not be attractive to him. At this point, Zhou Tongjing paused for a moment before saying the rest with great difficulty. I'm worried that he might leave the school. Leave. Lin Ningdao was stunned and was very surprised that Zhou Tongjing said this. He frowned and thought seriously. He suddenly discovered that Zhou Tongjin's concern was really not unreasonable. That's right, to most of the young martial artists of the Earth Federation, the reason why the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch could attract people to register for studies was because they could learn stronger martial techniques here and increase their strength. This was very important to many young martial artists who were not from a martial arts family and did not have good teachers, because only here could they find sufficiently powerful martial arts teachers and abundant martial techniques. However, to super genius martial artists like Feng Mingzi and Anji Prairie who had powerful masters, the attraction of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch was not enough. To them, perhaps only the 6S rank martial techniques in the martial arts database of the martial arts branch were attractive. Chu Nan was originally a young martial artist of the previous category, so it was already a good opportunity for him to come to Star Cloud Academy to study. However, later on, Chu Nan's strength increased extremely quickly. According to the news sent back from the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition, he was even a heaven control expert who had successfully condensed a star cloud. Chapter 956. To a powerful martial artist like Chu Nan who had already condensed a star cloud, the attraction of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch was naturally insufficient. The reason why he still chose to return and continue his studies was only that he had taken a fancy to those S-rank martial techniques. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Tongjing and the other leaders of the martial arts branch had decided after some research that in order to attract Chu Nan to continue staying, they would give him the previous conditions. He originally thought that he could rely on the attraction and points limit of an S-rank martial technique to let Chu Nan stay in Star Cloud Academy for as long as possible, but he did not expect his ability to be so shocking. The speed at which his points increased far exceeded his expectations and he could achieve his goal in a short period of time. If he exchanged for 6 S-rank martial techniques in a row in these 8 months, or if he felt that he had achieved his goal after obtaining the Arhat Overlord Golden and was not interested in continuing to stay in Star Cloud Academy, he would directly choose to drop out. Then Star Cloud Academy would suffer a huge loss. Chu Nan was now a huge symbol of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch, not to mention that he had an extremely great reputation and appeal in the entire Earth Federation. After the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition, he also gained a considerable reputation in many countries in the entire Orion Arm, allowing countless people to know that there was such a Star Cloud Academy in the Earth Federation and that Chu Nan was a student of the Star Cloud Academy. Due to Chu Nan, the reputation of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch had greatly increased. There were even many young martial artists from other countries who came to register. Just this morning, Lin Mingdao also received an official letter from the Earth Federation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, indicating that the foreign ministries of 3 other countries had directly sent an application, hoping to establish long-term friendly cooperation with Star Cloud Academy. If the news that Chu Nan was going to withdraw from Star Cloud Academy spread at this moment, not to mention continuing the trend of its reputation rising, it might not even be able to maintain its previous reputation. After figuring out these problems, Lin Mingdao immediately discovered that Zhou Tongjian's concerns were not groundless, but true problems. This was because the benefits of Chu Nan's reputation were not limited to the martial arts branch. The entire Star Cloud Academy was benefiting from this. If he dropped out, the effect on Star Cloud Academy would be huge. Have you spoken to Chu Nan? Does he have the intention to drop out? Lin Mingdao thought for a moment and asked. Not yet. Zhou Tongjing shook his head. However, I feel that, to a martial artist, this is a very normal choice. Lin Mingdao nodded. Indeed, although Star Cloud Academy was very attractive to the young martial artists of the Earth Federation, Chu Nan had long surpassed this category. If he wanted to become stronger, he naturally would not waste time in Star Cloud Academy. If he drops out. Lin Mingdao thought for a moment and could not help but smile bitterly. This kid is really a headache. Ever since he entered the academy, he doesn't seem to have ever let people live in peace. That's right. Zhou Tongjing also smiled bitterly. However, his talent is high, and he's even the highest student in the history of our Star Cloud Academy. He's not inferior to those super geniuses in history, and he might even surpass them. If we can keep him in the academy for a period of time, it's clearly extremely beneficial to our academy's future development. Lin Mingdao pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Actually, we don't have to keep him in the academy. We just have to maintain his connection with the academy. As he spoke, Lin Mingdao opened the personal terminal on his wrist and used his authority as the dean to pull out Chu Nan's personal information. His gaze swept past this information one by one. Lin Mingdao suddenly landed on one of the names and his expression immediately changed. Perhaps we can start with her. Chu Nan let out a long breath and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. After a week of sleeplessness, he finally settled this rank cultivation method called the rain moon flowing snow movement technique and made a complete improvement plan. As long as this modified plan passed the review of the martial arts branch's martial arts database, according to the rules, he would obtain a points reward of 8,000 points and increase his points to 103,712 points. This also meant that he finally had enough points to exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. When he thought of this, Chu Nan could not help but feel extremely excited. In order to increase his points to 100,000 and successfully exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, in the past 2 months, other than eating and sleeping, he had spent almost all his time studying the martial techniques in the martial arts database. He did not have the time to do anything else. Even his meeting with Elvi had been compressed to only once a week, and each time, it would not exceed an hour. It could not be helped. He had to do it as soon as possible because he actually did not have much time. Firstly, his authority as an S-rank student would only last until the garden hunting assembly held by the royal family of the Declan Empire next year. There were less than 8 months in total. Secondly, he still had to fulfill the contract he had signed with the Nottem Chamber of Commerce during this period of time and assist them in their research and experiments. There was not much time left for him to stay in Star Cloud Academy to earn points. 3 days ago, the Nottem Chamber of Commerce had actually sent Chu Nan a notice through Tom Kench to prepare for the cooperation related to the contract. However, Chu Nan temporarily rejected it and said that he still needed a few days to prepare. Clearly, he could not reject this time and time again. Therefore, Chu Nan had to settle the points problem as soon as possible and exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. As for whether he could have time to exchange for the remaining 5 S-rank martial techniques, it would depend on how long the cooperation with the Nottem Chamber of Commerce would take. After carefully checking the cultivation method improvement plan arranged on the virtual screen of his personal terminal from beginning to end and confirming that there were no mistakes, Chu Nan stood up and left the dormitory. According to the rules, although martial techniques of B rank and below could be directly exchanged from the martial arts database through the personal terminals of the students of the martial arts branch, A rank and S rank cultivation methods had to be directly exchanged at the real office of the martial arts database. They also needed the students to personally sign paper documents to ensure that this cultivation method was not casually spread. Including the rain moon flowing snow movement technique, Chu Nan had already exchanged for 7A rank cultivation methods and was already very familiar with this program. Therefore, he went straight to the martial arts database. As soon as he walked into the martial arts database, he saw an unexpected person. Chapter 957, Zioxy. Chu Nan looked at the familiar figure beside Wang Sichin in surprise. Why are you here? Hearing the voice, the girl beside Wang Sichin quickly turned around. When she saw Chu Nan, she cheered and pounced over. Ha, brother, you didn't expect me to come, right? Chu Zioxy picked up Chu Nan's arm and said proudly. Nonsense. Chu Nan glared at her. Aren't you at home preparing for the test? Why did you suddenly come here? Why didn't you tell me before coming? Moreover, Chu Nan's gaze turned to director Wang Sichin, who was looking over with a smile and was puzzled. Even if Chu Zioxy wanted to give him a surprise and ran to Star Cloud Academy alone without informing him, how could she sneak in so easily and even run straight to the most important martial arts database of the martial arts branch? In fact, it seemed that director Wang Sichin was still specially accompanying her. I did it on purpose. Chu Zioxy chuckled. I deliberately did not inform you because I wanted to give you a surprise. How is it? Are you happy to see me suddenly appear? I'm happy, of course I'm happy. Chu Nan shook his head helplessly. However, do mom and dad know that you suddenly came over this time? What did they say? Of course they know. Otherwise, how do you think I got out? Then mom and dad didn't object and let you come alone. Why should they object? Chu Zioxy looked at Chu Nan in confusion. I originally planned to register for Star Cloud Academy. Now that Star Cloud Academy has taken the initiative to invite me to visit, how can they object to such a good thing? Invited you to visit. Chu Nan looked at Wang Sichin in surprise. Director Wang, what's going on? Only then did Wang Sichin walk over with a smile. He glanced at Chu Zioxy and replied, this is a recent event held by the Academy. It invites some students who are willing to register for the Academy to take a look. Every branch has 5 spots, so it can be considered a promotion for me by the Academy. I remember you once mentioned that your sister also planned to register for our Star Cloud Academy, so we contacted your family and student Chu Zioxy to see if they were willing to visit the Academy in advance. Then, your parents and student Chu Zioxy agreed. After saying that, he pointed around. Look, I'm bringing student Chu Zioxy to tour the most important martial arts database of our martial arts branch. She's very interested in so many different martial techniques stored in the database. Yes, brother, do you still remember? When you were in that West Cloud Academy in the past, it was always very difficult to obtain a martial technique. You cultivated for so many years but could not obtain a good martial technique. However, look, there are more than 30,000 different martial techniques in total. Moreover, they're all open to the students of the martial arts branch, and there are even S-rank martial techniques. This is simply great. Chu Zioxy also had an excited expression. It seemed that Wang Sichin should have properly introduced the situation here to her just now and aroused her strong interest. Chu Nan shrugged and did not comment. If it was said that his understanding of the martial arts database was countless times stronger than Chu Zioxy's, he naturally would not be excited. He was only very strange now. Even if the Academy organized this event, why did the martial arts branch specially invite Chu Zioxy to visit? Even if he had invited Chu Zioxy to visit, why was director Wang Sichin personally accompanying her? He was the director of the teaching office of the martial arts branch. In the martial arts branch, he could almost be considered a powerful figure below Dean Zhou Tongjing. Where did he get so much free time to specially accompany Chu Zioxy, a girl who was not an official student at all? The only reason why he did this was because of Chu Nan. Could it be that he knows that my points are about to be able to exchange for an S-rank martial technique, so he wants to do something? After thinking about it, Chu Nan could only think of this reason and could not help but narrow his eyes to look at Wang Sichin. He had spent more than 2 months and finally had the chance to accumulate enough points to exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. If the martial arts branch still dared to cause trouble now, he would definitely not be satisfied. Director Wang Sichin was extremely experienced and immediately sensed the change in Chu Nan's thoughts from the subtle change in his expression. He knew that he had definitely misunderstood something and hurriedly smiled. Student Chu Nan, I heard from student Chu Zioxy that she has started cultivating martial techniques since she was young. She only started cultivating martial techniques under your guidance in the past 2 years. Yes, to be precise, I only started guiding her cultivation last year. Chu Nan nodded. It only started last year. Director Wang Sichin revealed a surprised expression and looked at Chu Zioxy. If I'm not wrong, she has clearly reached the extent of revealing her internal breath. She should be considered a true internal breath martial artist. She can grow from having no foundation to an internal breath martial artist in a year? This talent is really too shocking. Chu Zioxy chuckled with a proud expression. Of course, my brother is so powerful. I can't be much inferior to him, right? Of course, this is also because my brother taught me well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have improved so quickly. Yes, student Chu Nan's understanding of martial techniques is extremely thorough and far exceeds ordinary martial artists. It can be seen from the fact that he can target all kinds of martial techniques in the martial arts database. With his careful guidance, it's understandable that your strength increased quickly. At this point, Wang Sichin turned to look at Chu Nan and pondered for a moment before gesturing at him. Student Chu Nan, let's go over there and sit down to talk. There's indeed something wrong. Chu Nan's heart stirred. He narrowed his eyes and nodded, all right. He knew very well that if the martial arts branch insisted on causing trouble, it would definitely be very troublesome for him to successfully exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. However, the other party's attitude was not clear now, so there was no need to be so anxious to determine. Wan Sichin waved his hand again and called for a staff member of the martial arts branch who was following behind. Then, he said to Chu Zioxi, Student Chu Zioxi, I have something to discuss with Student Chu Nan. I'm afraid I can't continue to accompany you to tour. If you still want to look around, you can let him bring you around. Chu Zioxi rolled her eyes and knew that Wan Sichin definitely wanted to talk to Chu Nan in private, so she nodded. Alright, I'll go visit other places. After saying that, she turned to Chu Nan and said, Brother, I contacted Elvie before I came and asked her to eat lunch. Let's go find her together later. Okay. Then I'll continue to tour. Seeing Chu Zioxi wave her hand happily and leave, Chu Nan put away the smile on his face and looked at Wan Sichin. Director Wang, tell me, why did you deliberately find my sister? What's the matter? Wan Sichin smiled and did not answer. Instead, he pointed at a small room in the distant martial arts database. Let's chat there. Chu Nan shook his head and could only helplessly follow Wan Sichin. Chapter 958. Student Chu Nan, if I'm not wrong, you came to the martial arts database this time because you plan to submit a modified plan for the rain moon flowing snow movement technique, right? As soon as the two of them entered the room and sat down, Wan Sichin asked directly. Chu Nan glanced at him and nodded. Yes, I'm already done. Now, I only need to obtain the certification of the database. Wan Sichin smiled, very good. With student Chu Nan's talent and deep understanding of martial techniques, I believe this modified plan will definitely pass the certification of the database and obtain a points reward. Then, after obtaining this points reward, your points will exceed 100,000. I believe you'll exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body from the database immediately, right? Chu Nan frowned and looked at him, not understanding why Wan Sichin deliberately mentioned it. That's not necessarily true. My initial goal is the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, but if I have enough points, I'll take a good look at the other 5 S-rank cultivation methods. If the other cultivation methods are more suitable for me, I might change my mind. After all, this is an S-rank cultivation method. I can't be careless. Yes, I understand. Wan Sichin smiled and nodded, but I want to ask a question. What problem? I want to ask, what's your next plan? Plan. Chu Nan was stunned and could not understand why Wan Sichin suddenly asked such a question. The so-called next plan could be big or small. How could he answer? What I mean is that with the ability you've displayed in the past 2 months, it's very likely that you can obtain enough points before you participate in the garden hunting assembly held by the royal family of the Declan Empire next year and successfully exchange for all the S-rank martial techniques from the martial arts database. At that time, the martial arts database will be meaningless to you, and the entire martial arts branch will probably be meaningless to you. Do you still plan to continue studying in the academy? Chu Nan was even more stunned. Looking at the relaxed expression and the small director Wan Sichin on his face, Chu Nan was puzzled. As the academic director of the martial arts branch, why would he ask such a question to a student like him? Director Wang, what does this mean? Don't misunderstand. I don't have any special meaning. I just want to ask your thoughts. Wan Sichin shook his head lightly and still maintained his smile. With your talent and current strength, our Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch can't provide you much. After you master all the S-rank martial techniques in the martial arts database, I believe the martial arts branch won't be attractive to you. Therefore, I'm very worried that you'll choose to drop out after participating in the garden hunting assembly next year, or directly drop out before that. Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wan Sichin for a while before asking, Director Wang, is this your personal thought? No, this is not only my thoughts but also the thoughts of the martial arts branch and the entire Star Cloud Academy. Hearing Wan Sichin's straightforwardness, Chu Nan could not help but fall silent. That's right, his current strength had already been fully displayed, and his talent was known by everyone. Therefore, anyone should be able to tell that it was impossible for him to continue staying at Star Cloud Academy to complete his studies because this place could no longer accommodate him. From this point, Wan Sichin, or rather, the Academy's concerns were right. Director Wang, even if I choose to drop out, it doesn't matter, right? There are so many students in the Academy. How can it affect you if I drop out? No, it's a huge influence. Wan Sichin put away his smile and said seriously, do you know? The reason why the Academy directly gave you the temporary S-rank student authority this time is not only your reward, but it also contains a deeper meaning. Then, we hope you can become the celebrity idol of the Academy and rely on you to attract more people to cultivate martial techniques and choose to join Star Cloud Academy. However, if you choose to drop out, it will cause a huge loss to the entire Star Cloud Academy. The Academy is definitely unwilling to see this. Celebrity idol. Chu Nan immediately laughed. Director Wang, aren't you exaggerating? What kind of celebrity idol am I? Feng Ming. Chu Nan suddenly shut up. This was because he suddenly recalled that Feng Mingzi had actually long dropped out of school. As for Angie Prairie, who had entered Star Cloud Academy with him at the same time and was as famous as Feng Mingzi, there had been no news from her for a long time. Even he could not contact her, so it was no different from dropping out. Compared to the two of them, although Rudy Karl had obtained first place in the entrance examination, he had always been unable to suppress the two of them in terms of reputation. As for his results and performance after entering the academy, they were not especially eye-catching. Even if he successfully broke through to the void break martial artist, his light was still completely suppressed by Chu Nan and could not attract more attention. In that case, in terms of the current celebrity idol students of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch, only Chu Nan could be considered. Seeing the change in Chu Nan's expression, Wang Sichen knew that he must have understood and smiled. How is it? Do you know the academy's concerns now? Chu Nan frowned and pulled back his thoughts that had flown out because he thought of Angie Prairie. He thought for a moment and lay back on the chair with a lazy posture. But what does this have to do with me? How to maintain the attractiveness of Star Cloud Academy is something you academy leaders should consider. I'm only an ordinary student. You won't say things like everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the academy, right? Wang Sichen laughed. I didn't expect student Chu Nan to be so humorous. It's naturally impossible for the academy to ask a student like you to do anything for free, but since we've already made a deal before, I don't think you'll mind if we make another deal, right? Oh, make another deal. Chu Nan looked at Wang Sichen in surprise. The last deal was that Star Cloud Academy wanted to seal his mouth and not let him completely expose what had happened in the Lepler star system to help Star Cloud Academy maintain its honor. It seemed that Star Cloud Academy planned to use his current reputation to continue increasing its reputation. In the previous transaction, the benefit given by Star Cloud Academy was to increase Chu Nan's student level from below D rank to B rank. At the same time, he had the chance to directly obtain the S rank cultivation method, the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. However, now that Chu Nan already had a temporary S rank authority and usually had enough points to exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, he might even exchange for other S rank martial techniques. The attraction of the martial arts database to him had also decreased greatly. What benefits could the martial arts branch or the entire Star Cloud Academy offer to attract him? Just Chu Zioxi was not enough. Wang Sichen opened his personal terminal with a smile and pulled out the virtual screen before turning to face Chu Nan. Student Chu Nan, this is a private agreement that the academy plans to sign with you after some research. What do you think? Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze. At first, his expression was still calm, but the more he read, the more surprised he became. His eyes widened. After reading it, Chu Nan could not help but look at Wang Sichen in shock. About that, Director Wang, are you? Oh, no, should I say the academy? Are you crazy? Chapter 959. In one of the private rooms of a high-end restaurant in Star Cloud Academy, the chatter of the two girls, Elvie and Chu Zioxi, filled the entire room, filling it with a youthful and lively aura. Unlike the two happy girls, Chu Nan had always been very silent. In fact, he did not pay attention to the food in front of him at all. Instead, he turned around and looked out the window. The experiment in his eyes was unfocused and he looked like he was in a daze. He was still thinking about the private agreement that Wang Sichen had shown him. The reason why he almost lost his composure and directly said that the academy was crazy after reading that agreement was completely that the content of this agreement was simply unbelievable in his opinion. It was not that the conditions proposed by Star Cloud Academy were too harsh and made Chu Nan feel that it was unbelievable. In fact, it was the complete opposite. In this agreement, the conditions given by Star Cloud Academy, or to be precise, the martial arts branch, were simply shockingly good, causing Chu Nan to even suspect that what he saw was true. According to the terms of the agreement, Star Cloud Academy would provide Chu Nan's sister, Chu Zioxi, with a certain amount of convenience in entering Star Cloud Academy. In fact, if Chu Zioxi also chose to register for the martial arts branch, they could directly give her a special recruitment spot so that she could directly enter the branch to study without passing the academy test. Just this point could already save Chu Zioxi a lot of trouble. Moreover, not only that, after she entered the martial arts branch, they would list her as a special cultivator from the beginning and give her special treatment, allowing her to not be limited by the student points level system and allow her to come into contact with the strongest martial technique as soon as possible. She would receive the best teacher's guidance and increase her strength as soon as possible. These conditions were only targeted at Chu Zioxi, and the conditions for Chu Nan were even more generous. Chu Nan did not remember anything else and did not mind. What really made him remember it very clearly was that the martial arts branch had actually expressed that they would extend Chu Nan's temporary S-rank student authority indefinitely. This meant that as long as Chu Nan was still a student of Star Cloud Academy, he could always enjoy this authority. Moreover, what was even more exaggerated was that the martial arts branch expressed that Chu Nan was actually not restricted from spreading martial techniques. However, compared to the benefits that the martial arts branch had given him unilaterally, this was also a requirement for Chu Nan. Although Chu Nan could impart the martial techniques he had exchanged from the martial arts database, every time he imparted a martial technique, he had to record a martial technique of the same level that was originally not in the database in advance. In other words, if Chu Nan wanted to impart an A-rank martial technique, he had to record an A-rank martial technique that did not exist before in the martial arts database. If he wanted to impart an S-rank martial technique, he had to record an S-rank martial technique that did not exist before. In fact, this condition was equivalent to an extension of the agreement Chu Nan had signed with the martial arts branch. In the previous agreement, Chu Nan had agreed with the martial arts branch that if he obtained the S-rank martial technique reward given by the royal family of the Declan Empire at the Garden Hunting Assembly next year, he could use this S-rank martial technique to exchange for an S-rank martial technique from the martial arts database. Now, the martial arts branch had expanded this agreement, including the S-rank martial technique that Chu Nan might have the chance to obtain in the future. To him, it was freer and he would obtain more benefits because he could impart the martial technique he had obtained from the material database to others. This condition looked very fair, but in fact, it was an extremely shocking change to the martial arts branch. Before this, even if the students of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch were lucky to have learned various martial techniques in Star Cloud Academy, they could not spread them because of the strict rules of the academy. Even their classmates who were also students of the academy could not casually learn them. Otherwise, they would leak the academy's secrets and suffer serious punishment. However, now that the martial arts branch had proposed such an agreement to allow Chu Nan to impart the martial technique he had obtained from the martial arts branch to the outside world, it was simply overturning this tradition. Although this condition had a corresponding requirement for Chu Nan, the initiative was in his hands. If he was willing to record a suitable martial technique into the martial arts database, it was equivalent to him choosing a martial technique from the martial arts database to impart to outsiders at any time. This might not be helpful in increasing Chu Nan's strength, but it was too helpful in increasing the strength of the others he wanted to increase. Not to mention anything else, just take Chu Zioxi, who was sitting opposite Chu Nan and happily chatting with Elvi, as an example. Although Chu Nan had previously helped Chu Zioxi build a good foundation and allowed her to have a powerful meridian system, allowing her physical strength to far surpass martial artists of the same level from the beginning, and her future improvement would definitely be extremely fast. In terms of martial techniques, Chu Nan could at most let her cultivate the 9 revolutions technique. Other martial techniques were either completely unsuitable for Chu Zioxi to cultivate. For example, the Flame of Life, the Goddess Song cultivation method, or he could not easily impart it to others. For example, the Wind God's Forest crossing leg technique that Mu Yutong had given him. Of course, the second category had the most martial techniques learned from the martial arts database of the martial arts branch. Therefore, in fact, the martial techniques Chu Zioxi could learn were not very rich. It was not easy for her to have a complete martial technique system. Now that the martial arts branch had proposed this agreement, Chu Nan could choose the most suitable martial technique from the martial arts database and customize a martial arts system for Chu Zioxi, allowing her to unleash stronger strength in actual combat and improve faster in cultivation. As for martial techniques of the same level, although Chu Nan had not grasped any top-notch S-rank martial techniques, he had still grasped some A-rank and B-rank martial techniques. Thinking of this agreement was really beneficial to Chu Nan. Compared to the benefits, the conditions for Chu Nan to complete 4 years of studies in Star Cloud Academy could be ignored. Of course, although this agreement was very beneficial to Chu Nan no matter how he looked at it, he did not agree so easily. He needed to think carefully about why Star Cloud Academy suddenly treated him so well. Could it be just because Wang Sichen said that he was worried that he would drop out early? After being in a daze for a while, a hand suddenly reached out to Chu Nan and waved in front of him. Chu Nan recovered from his daze and saw that it was Chu Zioxi waving her arm in front of him. He frowned and asked, "What? Brother, why are you in a daze?" Chu Zioxi asked curiously, "The food is already cold." Chu Nan glanced at her and recalled the conditions of the agreement. He asked, "Zioxi, you've been visiting for the entire morning. Have you decided to come to Star Cloud Academy? Isn't this something that has been decided long ago? Moreover, I'll definitely choose the martial arts branch." Chu Zioxi waved her fists and looked confident. "I must become a martial artist stronger than you, brother. This way, if anyone dares to find trouble with me and Mom in the future, I'll be able to beat them back myself." Chu Nan laughed and shook his head. Just as he was about to ask again, the personal terminal on his wrist suddenly sounded with a communication request. He lowered his head and immediately revealed a happy expression. He raised his head and said to Elvi, "It's Supremacy Ovally." Elvi's expression immediately changed and she could not help but lean over. Before Chu Nan returned, Supremacy Ovally contacted her almost every day to discuss how to study him after returning. However, after Chu Nan returned, Supremacy Ovally seemed to have suddenly disappeared without any news. She had asked Chu Nan about Supremacy Ovally's situation and he only knew that she had gone to do her own thing. He could not even contact her. Now that Supremacy Ovally suddenly sent a message, could it be that she was finally prepared to start studying Chu Nan? Under Elvi's focused gaze, Chu Nan chose to answer the call. Supremacy Ovally's face quickly appeared on the virtual screen. Before Chu Nan could greet her, Supremacy Ovally had already spoken with a serious expression. "Angie Prairie is missing." Chapter 960. It took Chu Nan a long time to react. "Angie Prairie is missing? What do you mean by missing? Supremacy Ovally, didn't you go find her yourself?" After returning from the Perseus Arm, Supremacy Ovally and Chu Nan had already separated. When Chu Nan returned home, Supremacy Ovally expressed that she had other things to do and had to find Angie Prairie. Chu Nan originally thought that since Supremacy Ovally was Angie Prairie's master and had raised her since she was young, even if others could not contact her, she would definitely be able to find her. However, he did not expect that after more than 2 months, Supremacy Ovally would actually say, "Angie Prairie is missing." Supremacy Ovally did not look too good. It seemed that not being able to find Angie Prairie made her a little anxious. "I've searched a few places where she might be hiding and cultivating, but I can't find her." Chu Nan could not help but frown. "Even you can't find her? Could it be that she has actually finished cultivating and left those places?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Nan shook his head and rejected this guess. Supremacy Overly also shook her head and rejected it. If she left herself, she would definitely contact me as soon as she came out. Even if you and I could not receive her contact previously, she should have heard that you're actually not dead. No matter what, you should be in contact with the outside world. However, I can't contact her now. This is strange. Chu Nan frowned and pondered. Supremacy Overly was right. According to Dongfang, Angie Prairie had decided to cultivate in seclusion because she had seen herself fall into the Stargate and come out to take revenge for him. If she had already cultivated to a sufficiently powerful level and felt that she had the ability to avenge Chu Nan, then even if she wanted to avenge him as soon as she came out, she would definitely be related to the outside world. At the very least, she should contact Dongfang and understand the situation on the Lepler star system before deciding how to avenge Chu Nan. However, as long as she was in contact with the outside world, she would easily know that Chu Nan was actually not dead and was still alive. It was not strange that she could not contact Supremacy Overly and Chu Nan. From the moment Chu Nan fell into the Stargate until now, he had only participated in the month before the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition and the past 2 months. He was considered normal and could contact them. At the other time, he had been wandering in the alternate space in the Stargate for half a year. There were also nearly 3 months when he was trapped in the Merlin star system in the Perseus Arm. He was in an uncontactable state. As for Supremacy Overly, she had only resurrected after Chu Nan accidentally discovered her, let alone contact her. Therefore, even if Angie Prairie completed her closed-door cultivation, she might really not be able to contact the two of them after coming out. However, this was not surprising that she could not contact the outside world at all unless there was an accident. When he thought of an accident, Chu Nan's heart suddenly stirred. He asked Supremacy Overly, "Supremacy, have you contacted Supremacy Melanie of the United States of Meleta after you returned?" Melanie. Supremacy Overly was stunned. "How do you know her? Do you still remember how I told you how I ran to the Perseus Arm?" Actually, Chu Nan simply told her the process of how he and Supremacy Melanie met. In the end, he said, "I guess. Perhaps after Angie Prairie ended her closed-door cultivation and came out, she happened to be unable to contact me after I had an accident in the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. However, at that time, the United States of Meleta reported this news all over the place. She would definitely know very easily. With her personality, if she knows this news and you lost contact after the battle with the star-grade martial artist from the Perseus Arm, I think." "You think she ran to the Perseus Arm alone?" Supremacy Overly asked in surprise. "Yes, that's very likely." Supremacy Overly lowered her head and thought for a moment. With her understanding of Angie Prairie, she immediately felt that Chu Nan's guess was very likely and waved her hand. "Alright, I'll ask Melanie." "Supremacy, wait." As soon as Chu Nan spoke, he saw that the virtual screen had already dimmed. It was Supremacy Overly who had hung up. This Supremacy Overly, does she have to be so quick? Chu Nan muttered in thought for a moment before opening the contact list of his personal terminal. At this moment, when Elvie saw that Chu Nan had ended his conversation with Supremacy Overly, she immediately asked in concern, "Did something happen to Sister Angie Prairie?" Due to Chu Nan, Elvie and Angie Prairie were already extremely familiar with each other and had a good relationship. Naturally, they were very concerned about Angie Prairie's situation. In comparison, although Chu Zioxi knew of Angie Prairie's existence and knew that her relationship with Chu Nan was not bad, because they were not familiar with each other, she only revealed a concerned gaze and did not ask further. "I don't know yet." Chu Nan shook his head and forced a smile. "However, I think with Angie Prairie's strength, nothing will happen." After answering, Chu Nan had already found the target from his contact list and chose to send a communication request. The call was quickly picked up, and Dongfang's familiar face appeared on the virtual screen. When he saw Chu Nan, he immediately smiled and greeted him. "Hey, Chu Nan, why did you suddenly think of sending me a message? Didn't you say that you wanted to focus on obtaining points? What? From the looks of it, you should have obtained enough points? Or have you already exchanged for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body? Don't worry about the points for now. Let me ask you a question. Did Angie Prairie contact you?" Chu Nan asked. "Angie Prairie? Why are you suddenly asking about her?" Dongfang was stunned for a moment before his expression became serious. What happened?" Chu Nan roughly explained the content of the communication between Supremacy Overly and him. "Therefore, I want to ask if Angie Prairie has contacted you, because regardless of whether she wants to go to the Lepler star system or the Perseus Arm, it should be the most convenient to ask you for help." Dongfang frowned and shook his head. "No, she hasn't contacted me. I thought she had been in seclusion to cultivate. After all, it's not that easy to break through to the heaven control realm. She's not a monster like you. She didn't contact you?" Chu Nan's heart sank. If that was the case, where had Angie Prairie gone? She could not run to the Perseus Arm alone, right? "Right, Dongfang, are you still in the Lepler star system?" Chu Nan asked again. "I'm still here." "Why?" "If she wants to head to the Perseus Arm from here, she'll definitely use the cross-spiral stargate in the Sapphire star field, so she'll definitely transfer to planet Lepler. Since you've been in the Lepler star system for so long, is there any way to investigate the passenger information of the recent transfer to the Lepler star system space station? You want to check if there's any information on Angie Prairie's transit." Dongfang thought for a moment and nodded. "Alright, although it's a little troublesome, it shouldn't be a problem." "Alright, sorry to trouble you." "Trouble." The corners of Dongfang's mouth curled up slightly. "Heh, Chu Nan, when did you say such polite words to me? Now, for Angie Prairie, you actually said that you'll trouble me. Is this considered begging me?" Chu Nan could not help but roll his eyes at him and shout, "Cut the crap and get lost." Dongfang laughed and gestured at Chu Nan to reassure him before hanging up. Seeing that the virtual screen had returned to darkness, Chu Nan took a deep breath and ignored the probing LV in Chu's ioxy. He turned to look out the window and Angie Prairie's usually beautiful face flashed past. The worry in his heart increased for no reason. This fellow should be fine. Chapter 961. It was already late at night. The commotion in the academy had already completely faded because of the late night. Outside, only the rustling of leaves brought about by the wind and the occasional chirp of insects could be heard. It was especially quiet at night, but it also made Mondeo's snores sound like thunder. Chu Nan sat up from the bed and glanced at Mondeo, who was snoring on the right. He had the urge to rush over and cover this guy's nose and mouth, preventing him from snoring anymore. In fact, it was not the first day or two that he was in the same dormitory as Mondeo. He had long known that although this guy's strength had already reached the 5th stage internal breath realm and his body had long been basically tempered to perfection, he would still snore when he slept and was already used to this. However, before this, he could completely sleep soundly in Mondeo's thunderous snoring because he had adapted. Tonight, he could not sleep no matter what. To be more precise, he had not been sleeping well these few days. The more he tossed and turned, the more Chu Nan felt that Mondeo's snoring made him abnormally vexed. After staring at Mondeo for a while, Chu Nan simply straightened his body and jumped out of the bed. Then, he could not be bothered to change his clothes and only wore a pair of underwear before opening the dormitory window and flying out. It was already close to late winter in the northern hemisphere of Earth. It was late at night, so the temperature outside was naturally extremely low and cold. Although with the strength of Chu Nan's current body, he was not afraid of any weather, the intense cold night wind made him shiver as if he was in danger. However, he was also shocked by the cold wind and the frustration in his heart was suppressed greatly. However, this still could not completely calm him down. Chu Nan looked around and suddenly rose. He instantly flew into the sky and turned northwest. Soon, he flew out of the area of Star Cloud Academy and flew for more than 100 kilometers to the grassland where he had experimented with the star cloud chain explosion. The countless pits left behind by his previous experiment with the continuous explosion of the star cloud were still alive. Looking down from the sky under the starlight, the pits seemed to have been suddenly dug out of the ground. They looked extremely deep and terrifying as if they could swallow everything. Chu Nan lowered his head and suddenly raised his right hand. He did not use his internal breath or mobilize any spatial energy and quickly dived to the ground from the sky. Boom! A moment later, Chu Nan's body smashed into the grassland with an extremely powerful impact. Although it was only a human body, with the strength of Chu Nan's current body and the impact of power rushing down from the sky, he still smashed a terrifying pit in the ground. At the same time, a muffled bang spread throughout the grassland. In the huge pit, Chu Nan suddenly raised his head and roared wildly into the night sky. The sound wave shook the air and even the grass on the surrounding grassland shook. After a long time, Chu Nan stopped roaring. At this moment, the grassland around him had already become a mess and looked like it had been ruthlessly plowed. Chu Nan took a long breath and slowly exhaled. Only then did he feel that the frustration in his heart seemed to have been spat out with his previous roar and current exhalation. His mood finally calmed down. Turning around and seeing the situation on the surrounding grassland, Chu Nan shook his head in self-mockery and smiled before flying up again. Soon, he had already flown out of the atmosphere and a bright moon jumped out in the distance. Due to the dark clouds tonight, the sun could not be seen on the surface, but this did not affect the moonlight in the atmosphere. Chu Nan held the bright moon in the distant cosmic sky and suddenly touched his chin. He frowned and muttered to himself. Could it be because of Angie Prairie? It had been 2 months since he learned from Supremacy Ovally that Angie Prairie was missing. After calling Supremacy Ovally and Dongfang that day, the two of them sent back news one after another. First, Supremacy Ovally told Chu Nan that after contacting Supremacy Melanie, she indeed knew a little information related to Angie Prairie. A month before Supremacy Ovally and Chu Nan returned to the Earth Federation, Supremacy Melanie indeed received a message from Angie Prairie. In the communication with Supremacy Melanie that time, Angie Prairie had only asked her about the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. Then, she asked if Supremacy Melanie knew Chu Nan's whereabouts after that. After receiving her answer that she suspected that he might have been captured by the Perseus Arm, she hung up and never contacted him again. Then, the news Dongfang told Chu Nan was clear about Angie Prairie. Through the records of the Lepler Star System space station in the past half a year, Dongfang had actually found the video records of Angie Prairie appearing on the Lepler Star System space station 103 Earth days before he spoke to Chu Nan. Moreover, he could clearly see that she had boarded the spaceship heading to the Spiral Arm Stargate. If one compared the time, they would discover that this was half a month after Angie Prairie called Supremacy Melanie. From this, it could be seen that Angie Prairie was really heading to the Perseus Arm alone as Chu Nan had guessed. As for the goal, it went without saying that it was to find Chu Nan or Supremacy Ovally. After confirming this news, Supremacy Ovally did not hesitate to say that she would immediately head to the Perseus Arm to bring Angie Prairie back. Chu Nan originally expressed that he wanted to go too, but he was rejected by Supremacy Ovally. According to Supremacy Ovally, "Kid, you're only a burden to me. Don't go." Therefore, Chu Nan could only obediently stay and patiently wait for Supremacy Ovally's news. However, it had been a month and a half since Supremacy Ovally set off. At first, Chu Nan could still contact her, but after she entered the Perseus Arm, there was no news back in the past month. As he waited day by day, Chu Nan felt increasingly vexed. He was not very worried about Supremacy Ovally. After all, she was a powerful star-grade martial artist and had the bug-like ability of body reincarnation. It was almost impossible to really kill her. However, Chu Nan could not help but worry about Angie Prairie. In the beginning, Chu Nan could still barely suppress the worry in his heart and still continue his studies at Star Cloud Academy normally. He worked hard to increase his points and try to exchange for more S-rank martial techniques. However, as time passed, Chu Nan discovered that he was more and more worried about Angie Prairie and the frustration in his heart became stronger. Today, he could only rely on this to temporarily resolve it. So I became like this because I was worried about Angie Prairie. Chu Nan raised his head to look at the especially bright moon in the distance and quickly confirmed his thoughts. That's right, it was because of Angie Prairie. When he thought of this, Chu Nan took a deep breath and turned around to dive down the atmosphere. Since he understood the problem, he had to think of a way to resolve it. Instead of worrying here, it was better to see it with his own eyes. He was certain that if he could not see Angie Prairie jumping around in front of him with his own eyes, he would definitely not be at ease. However, before that, he had to do something. Chapter 962. Wang Sichen rubbed his eyes, which were still extremely sleepy because he had woken up in the middle of the night. He looked at Chu Nan, who was floating outside the window, and his gaze swept past his only underwear. He did not know what expression he should show now. After a long time, he spoke hesitantly. About that. Chu Nan, you came over in the middle of the night to tell me that you finally agreed to sign the agreement. I thought you should be very happy to hear me make this decision, Director Wang. The current Chu Nan no longer had the gloomy expression on his face. Instead, he had a relaxed smile and his entire body instantly became much brighter. Of course, this required him to ignore the fact that he was only wearing a pair of underwear. I am indeed very happy. Wang Sichen nodded with difficulty. But, can't you come to find me at dawn? No, I can't wait. I've already made my decision and have to leave now. Chu Nan shook his head. Leave. Wang Sichen was stunned again. Where to? To find someone, Chu Nan replied simply. Seeing that Chu Nan clearly did not want to elaborate, Wang Sichen could only shut up and not ask. He seriously sized up Chu Nan again, especially when he saw the calm expression on his face. He was certain that Chu Nan did not have the slightest intention of joking, so he thought for a moment and waved at him. Let's talk inside. After Chu Nan entered the room and sat down, Wang Sichen took out his sleeping robe and threw it to him. He also washed his face with cold water to recover his mind before sitting opposite him and opening his personal terminal. You should have read this agreement very carefully previously, right? Yes, I've seriously read it. I have no objections to the terms. Chu Nan nodded. Alright, since you're willing to agree now, pass your authorization on this electronic agreement. When you return later, we'll add a paper agreement. As Wang Sichen spoke, he pulled out the agreement he had shown Chu Nan from his personal terminal and gestured for him to open it and send it to him. A moment later, the entire agreement appeared on the virtual screen of Chu Nan's personal terminal. After Chu Nan carefully read it, he pressed his palm on the agreement and obtained personal certification through the scan of his personal terminal before projecting it to the electronic agreement. Seeing Chu Nan's action, Wang Sichen could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He had already proposed this agreement to Chu Nan 2 months ago, but he had never rejected it with the excuse that he needed time to consider. The longer it took, the more worried the Academy was that Chu Nan did not plan to sign this agreement. They were even more worried that he would choose to drop out after obtaining the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Fortunately, although Chu Nan had successfully exchanged for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body from the martial arts database 2 months ago, he did not drop out of school like Wang Sichen was most worried about. Instead, he was still working hard to increase his student points. It seemed that just the Arhat Overlord Golden Body could not satisfy him. However, this would still make Wang Sichen and the Academy worried because after he really obtained all the S-rank martial techniques in the martial arts database, Star Cloud Academy was really not attractive to him. Now, Chu Nan had actually taken the initiative to agree to sign this agreement. Wang Sichen looked at the agreement that Chu Nan had certified and agreed to on his personal terminal. It was as if a huge rock had fallen from his heart and he felt relieved. Chu Nan, can you tell me why you suddenly changed your mind? Wang Sichen could not help but ask. I originally thought that you were stalling and did not want to sign at all. I originally thought so too. Chu Nan shrugged. I originally felt that with 8 months, I could definitely obtain enough points and learn all the S-rank martial techniques. What if you learn it? Wang Sichen asked again, will you still study in the academy? What do you think? Chu Nan smiled and asked. All right. Without needing Chu Nan to answer clearly, Wang Sichen understood that it seemed that Chu Nan had indeed planned to drop out after learning all the S-rank martial techniques. However, he still did not say why he suddenly changed his mind. Just as he was about to ask, Chu Nan stood up and took off his sleeping robe before throwing it back to Wang Sichen. Director Wang, since you signed this agreement, it means that I'll be a student of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch for the next 2 years. Therefore, according to the rules of the branch, I have to take leave from you in advance. Because you have to find someone? Yes. No problem. How long will it take? Wang Sichen thought for a moment and replied generously. In any case, what the Academy needed now was for Chu Nan to always admit that he was a student of Star Cloud Academy. It did not matter if he was in class or not. On the contrary, if Chu Nan often slipped out and could not desperately increase his points in the academy, the time he exchanged for all the S-rank martial techniques would have to be greatly delayed. The martial arts branch would still be attractive to him. This was still a good thing for the academy. I don't know yet, because I don't have any specific news now. When he recalled that Angie Prairie's whereabouts were unknown, Chu Nan could not help but sigh. In fact, not only were Angie Prairie's whereabouts unknown, even Supremacy Ovaly's whereabouts were unknown after entering the Perseus Arm. However, compared to Angie Prairie, Supremacy Ovaly did not need anyone to worry about her. Is that so? Then I'll give you an indefinite leave first. You can sell it when you return. It won't affect your academic evaluation, Wang Sichin said. Oh, that good. Chu Nan was a little surprised before he smiled. Thank you, Director Wang. After saying that, Chu Nan planned to bid farewell and leave. As soon as he opened the window, Wang Sichin suddenly spoke again. Chu Nan, no matter what, remember to protect yourself well. If you need help, you can ask the academy for help at any time. Yes, thank you. Chu Nan nodded solemnly and tapped his feet before flying out the window. A moment later, he had already returned to the dormitory. Mondeo was still snoring in the dormitory. Sar and Tanaka Iyoko were still sleeping soundly. Chu Nan did not alarm them. He simply tidied up his clothes and left a note before flying out. He did not leave the academy directly. Instead, he took a small detour and arrived at the Life Science Academy. Elvie's laboratory was also dark and quiet now, proving that she should be sleeping soundly. Chu Nan thought for a moment and did not disturb Elvie's sleep. Instead, he posted a note he had written in advance at the door of the laboratory before turning around and flying into the sky. As he flew, Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and chose to send a communication request to Dongfang. Hey, Dongfang, arrange a flight that can reach the Perseus Arm as soon as possible. Chapter 963, 23 Earth days later. A standard stellar civilian spaceship that was 4,397 meters long, 891 meters wide, and 203 meters tall jumped out of the Stargate 3.1 light minutes and 28 light seconds away from planet Eton. It began to quickly advance towards the Eton space station at 1/20th the speed of light. According to the scheduled schedule, this spaceship that flew over from the Orion Arm Sapphire star field 26,000 light-years away would complete this journey after arriving on planet Eton. Next, after staying on planet Eton for 4 Earth days, it would embark on the return journey again. Then, it would take 15 Earth days to return to the Sapphire star field. When the notification that they were about to arrive at the terminal, the originally quiet and even a little dead atmosphere in the spaceship instantly became lively. This spaceship did not stop at all midway. The journey of 15 Earth days had long made everyone lose their initial novelty and their minds were filled with exhaustion. In particular, it had taken 11 Earth days to cross the 2 spiral arms. During these 11 Earth days, the spaceship had always been in an alternate space. Not to mention finding a place to stop and let the tourists go out to rest, even outside the spaceship was always an alternate space that did not change. It was extremely boring. Now that this journey was finally about to end, even if they really arrived at planet Eton in an hour, the tourists still became excited again. Many people had already begun to happily discuss the arrangements after arriving at planet Eton. Clearly, they planned to relax after leaving the spaceship. Chu Nan raised the blindfold that had been covering his eyes and opened them. He looked at the starry sky outside the window of the spaceship and felt a little strange. Alright, I'm back. Just nearly half a year ago, when he left planet Eton with Supremacy Ovally, he thought that he would probably never have the chance to come to this place in his life. He did not expect that he would return in less than half a year. I wonder where Supremacy Ovally is now. I hope she and Angie Prairie didn't miss me. Chu Nan prayed in his mind and lowered his head to open the personal terminal on his wrist. He discovered that he could no longer connect to the Milky Way network. However, this time, he was not surprised or panicked. Instead, he looked around, stood up, and walked into the toilet not far away. Then, he pulled out a simple program from his personal terminal and opened it. A moment later, a dense data flow that made Chu Nan feel a little dizzy and did not understand what it meant quickly flashed across his personal terminal, causing it to continuously flicker with weak blue light. Chu Nan carefully pulled his clothes over and enveloped his personal terminal to prevent this strange blue light from leaking. After waiting patiently for a while, a weak notification sounded from his personal terminal. Chu Nan stuck his head into his clothes and discovered that his personal terminal was indeed no longer emitting blue light. On the surface, there was no change in his personal terminal compared to before, but Chu Nan knew very well that under the effect of the program just now, it had already changed greatly. Chu Nan restarted his personal terminal and discovered that it was already like a brand new personal terminal that needed him to complete various certification procedures. After he completed these steps step by step, he discovered that his personal terminal had already been connected to the Milky Way network. Not only that, but this personal terminal could not only connect to the local area network of the Perseus Arm, but it could also clearly connect to the network of the other 2 spiral arms. Chu Nan immediately opened his contact list and sent a message to Dongfang. I'm here. Dongfang quickly replied. Alright, be careful. Contact me immediately if there are any problems. Roger. After ending his short communication with Dongfang, Chu Nan sent a message to his parents, Chu Zioxi and Elvie respectively. After informing them that he was safe, he could already confirm that this personal terminal could connect to the Milky Way network normally and completely. It could also allow him to communicate with the outside world without obstruction in the future and not be as blind as the last time he was captured. However, after sending a communication request to Ovally and Angie Prairie, Chu Nan was still unable to contact them. This did not mean that something must have happened to them. It was also possible that they were not as prepared as Chu Nan. After coming to the Perseus Arm, his personal terminal could not connect to the Milky Way network of the Perseus Arm, so he naturally could not contact them. It was also possible that they had already changed to a personal terminal that could log into the Perseus Milky Way network, but they could not contact the outside world for various reasons. This was normal. After all, the Milky Way network of the Perseus Arm was incomplete. If they were in a relatively remote place now, it was normal that they could not be contacted. Chu Nan was already mentally prepared to face difficulties, so he was not too surprised now, let alone panic. He adjusted his personal terminal and set it up to ensure that no one could see any problems. Then, he slowly walked out of the toilet and sat back in his seat. There was still nearly an hour until he arrived at the Eaton space station. Chu Nan did not plan to cause a commotion like the other tourists. Instead, he sat in his seat and focused on the circulation of his internal breath again. The reason why he circulated his internal breath and not controlled spatial energy was because Chu Nan was currently seizing the time to cultivate the Arhat Overlord Golden Body that he had painstakingly obtained. Although he had already obtained this cultivation method for 3 months, the Arhat Overlord Golden Body was indeed the top S-rank cultivation method. It was indeed vast and profound, and it was far from what he had imagined could be easily grasped, let alone cultivate to the highest realm in a short period of time. Of course, if it was any other S-rank cultivation method, Chu Nan did not think he would need to spend so much time. After all, he had easily learned powerful cultivation methods like the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song. Although they were not evaluated as S-rank, they were definitely not inferior to any S-rank martial technique. He had even partially comprehended the essence of the S-rank martial technique he used, the Great Light True Body, through his battle with Ahmad. Coupled with his powerful AI-like data ability, Chu Nan did not think any cultivation method could be difficult for him. However, the Arhat Overlord Golden Body was indeed very special, and it was impossible to cultivate it quickly. This was because this cultivation method was actually a cultivation method specially targeted at the body, specially used to refine the body, and specially increased the strength of the body in normal and combat situations. Chapter 964. There were no shortcuts to tempering the body, and it was also impossible to use an extremely special S-rank cultivation method like the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. This was a fact that Chu Nan immediately understood after exchanging for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body from the martial arts database. The Arhat Overlord Golden Body was divided into 4 levels. The first level was the most basic tempering of the body. Just like those martial artists who had just entered the novice realm and were at the novice realm and the overlord body realm, they slowly increased the strength of their muscles and tempered their bodies through a cultivation method. However, what was different from ordinary novice and overlord body martial artists was that the Arhat Overlord Golden Body was an S-rank cultivation method. Just the effect of this first level had already suppressed at least 99% of cultivation methods. Compared to when Chu Nan first cultivated it, he could only rely on the most popular F-rank cultivation method, the basic martial technique combined with the 9 revolutions technique to refine his body. The first level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body was undoubtedly much stronger. This cultivation method not only allowed a martial artist to simply increase the strength of their body through muscle training, but in the process of cultivating the first level, it would put an extremely strict requirement on every inch of muscles in their body and give very detailed guidance. Chu Nan originally thought that the strength of his body was already extremely shocking and the control of his body was also extremely powerful. However, after cultivating the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, he understood that an S-rank cultivation method was an S-rank cultivation method after all. Cultivating this cultivation method actually allowed the control of his body to clearly increase. Take the simplest example of using the Hong Clan's long fist. Previously, when Chu Nan used the Hong Clan's long fist, although he could calculate the best punching posture through his powerful data ability, he could even naturally mobilize his internal breath and increase the power of the fist technique. This made Chu Nan feel that his understanding of the Hong Clan's long fist had already reached the limit. The ultimate power of this fist technique was limited by the essence of its D-rank martial technique. However, after cultivating the first level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, it was as if Chu Nan had opened up a new world. He discovered that he could even mobilize every inch of his muscles alone and be more precise. This way, coupled with his powerful data ability, he discovered that if he used the Hong Clan's long fist, not to mention internal breath and spatial energy, just using his body could increase the strength displayed on his fist by 13–18%. For example, the first move of the first stance of the Hong Clan's long fist, sitting horse rush fist. Before he cultivated the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, the highest strength he could unleash with a punch was only 1.872776 tons. After cultivating the first level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, the strength of his fist clearly continuously increased. His last attempt had even reached an astonishing 2.087611 tons. He had broken through 2 tons in one go. Apart from that, Chu Nan could clearly sense that in the past 3 months, he had been persistent in cultivating the Arhat Overlord Golden Body and the strength of his body had gradually increased. Although this was naturally impossible to compare to the shocking increase in strength when he used his high-frequency vibration internal breath, Flame of Life, and countless times to reconstruct his body in the alternate space, there was still room for improvement when his body had already reached his current strength. Just this point was enough to surprise him. He deeply felt that exchanging for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method was a wise choice. No wonder Mu Yatong had told him that this cultivation method was the most suitable for him. If Chu Nan had really been as Mu Yatong had said and it was almost impossible for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate because of his foundation, then cultivating the Arhat Overlord Golden Body had hope of improving the refinement of his body. Perhaps he could finally reach the physical strength needed to break through the cosmic heaven's gate and successfully break through. From this point, although Mu Yatong had publicly announced Chu Nan's bleak future and brought him a huge blow and a lot of trouble, he still had some kindness towards him after telling him about the existence of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Of course, the current Chu Nan definitely did not need to pay special attention to the effect of the first level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Compared to the simplest increase in muscle strength, Chu Nan was more concerned about the increase brought about by the second to fourth levels of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. The second and third levels of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body were actually also tempering the body, but the difference from the first level was that from the second level, martial artists were required to add control of their internal breath. Coupled with the previous training of the muscles, they were to temper the deeper parts of the body, such as the meridians, bones, internal organs, and so on. The requirements of the third level went further and added the control requirement of spatial energy. Chu Nan had yet to cultivate to the third level, but from the introduction of the cultivation method, the third level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body was actually already targeted at martial artists above the Void Break realm. It required martial artists to strengthen the spatial energy contained in their bodies when cultivating and complement their internal breath to refine their bodies. In fact, Chu Nan was not unfamiliar with this. After being slapped into the Stargate by Grek, in order to survive in the alternate space, Chu Nan was forced to reconstruct his body. In fact, he had already used the goddess song cultivation method to use spatial energy to refine his body. However, under that dangerous situation, Chu Nan naturally did not have the energy to pay attention to those details. Now that the Arhat Overlord Golden Body had appeared, it could allow him to adjust it again and further increase the strength of his body. However, if it was only to temper the body, it was definitely impossible for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method to be evaluated as the highest S-rank cultivation method. The essence of this cultivation method was the fourth level. The first three levels were actually only to lay the foundation for the fourth level. According to the introduction of the cultivation method, after cultivating the fourth level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method, martial artists who cultivated this cultivation method could freely control the spatial energy hidden in their bodies and cooperate with the spatial energy of the outside world to set up a powerful energy shield inside and outside their bodies. Not only did it increase the strength of their bodies by several times or even dozens of times compared to their normal state, but they could also rely on the energy shield to easily block any attacks from the outside world and ensure that their bodies were as tough as a fortress. After Chu Nan read the introduction of every level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method, he immediately summarized that in fact, the Arhat Overlord Golden Body could be completely divided into two parts. The first three levels were equivalent to internal breath cultivation methods like the 9 revolutions technique, and the fourth level was equivalent to internal breath usage cultivation methods like the flame of life. These two parts were closely related but could be completely separated. If he could cultivate the first three levels of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body to a sufficiently profound level, the power and effect would naturally be stronger when using the fourth level cultivation method. However, if his grasp of spatial energy was good enough and his physical body was strong enough, it was not impossible to directly learn to master the fourth level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Chu Nan happened to be a martial artist with these conditions. It could even be said that Chu Nan was definitely the martial artist with the greatest qualifications to directly learn the fourth level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method. The first three cultivation methods could not be completed quickly, but the fourth level was not necessarily the case for Chu Nan. Therefore, after exchanging for the Arhat Overlord Golden from the martial arts database, not only did Chu Nan persist in cultivating the first three levels of the Arhat Overlord Golden every day, he could barely begin to cultivate the second level. At the same time, he continuously cultivated and grasped the fourth level. Although the lack of the foundation of the first three levels of the cultivation method indeed made Chu Nan feel a little troublesome, with his already powerful body, powerful internal breath, and powerful control of spatial energy, most importantly, with his extremely exquisite data ability, he had even basically grasped the fourth level of the cultivation method. After closing his eyes, Chu Nan controlled his internal breath to circulate in the meridians in his body according to the second level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method as he divided a portion of his mind to interact with the spatial energy in his dantian. While sensing that his internal breath was gradually strengthening his meridians according to the special guidance of this cultivation method, the internal breath in the small universe in Chu Nan's dantian transformed into strands of spatial energy through the star cloud and gradually condensed into a faint figure. This figure assumed a cross-legged meditative posture in the void of the small universe in his dantian. The top of his head was as smooth as a mirror, and his entire body emitted a faint light condensed from spatial energy. It was actually the image of a golden Arhat. Chapter 965. Time always passed quickly when cultivating cultivation methods. It seemed that only a short while had passed in Chu Nan's consciousness before he felt his body tremble slightly. Then, the notification sound inside the spaceship sounded. Dear passengers, the spaceship has already arrived at the end of this journey. Eaton Star Space Station. Please pack your luggage and prepare to disembark. Please pay attention when you disembark. Chu Nan opened his eyes and saw that the tourists on his left and right had already stood up. He took his luggage and squeezed towards the exit of the spaceship with an excited expression. He simply continued to sit down steadily and began to think about the arrangements after getting out of the spaceship. In fact, if not for the fact that he might need to stay on planet Eaton for a period of time, he would not have needed to stay on the spaceship at all and would have long flown over. He would probably have landed on it. However, because he had to do something on planet Eaton this time, if he did not enter through the normal process of the space station, many places would definitely be inconvenient. Therefore, he could only stay obediently. A moment later, the doors of the spaceship that connected to the space station opened and tourists swarmed out. Chu Nan patiently waited for a while. When most of the people had left, he picked up his simple luggage and walked out. The entry procedures were very smooth. Although Chu Nan's personal terminal had been tampered with, the special program implanted was specially done by Dongfang and was not recognized by the Entry Management Department of the Kasha Kingdom. Therefore, Chu Nan obtained the entry review without any accidents. The current him had already become the business representative of an unknown chamber of commerce in the Orion Arm Sapphire Star field in name. He had come to Planet Eden this time because the chamber of commerce he was in had business dealings with a local chamber of commerce. He was here for official business. Of course, regardless of whether it was an unknown chamber of commerce that Chu Nan was in or the so-called local chamber of commerce on Planet Eden, they actually did not exist. Mr. Chu Nan, I hope you have a good time on Planet Eden. Thank you. Chu Nan smiled and nodded at the girl in charge of receiving the space station. Just as he walked out of the passenger exit with his luggage, he saw a person laughing as he welcomed him. "Ha, Chu, my old friend. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. It's really too happy." Chu Nan looked at the person in surprise. "Captain Norman, why is it you?" This bearded middle-aged man with a rough smile was the captain of the Ita Chamber of Commerce's merchant ship that Chu Nan had saved from the cosmic pirates, Norman Hainas. Captain Norman laughed and hugged Chu Nan before letting go. He smiled and said, "What, are you very disappointed to see that an old man like me and not a young and beautiful girl came to welcome you?" "No, of course not." Chu Nan waved his hand. "But Captain Norman, shouldn't you be running a long distance with the fleet? Why do you have the time to pick me up? Moreover..." Chu Nan looked around and lowered his voice. "What I came over to do this time might be a little troublesome. I deliberately hid my whereabouts because I didn't want to implicate your Chamber of Commerce. Aren't you worried that you'll cause trouble for your Chamber of Commerce by coming over openly?" Hearing Chu Nan's question, the smile on Captain Norman's face suddenly froze and his expression became a little ugly. Then, he sneered, "I'm no longer a captain or a subordinate of the Ita Chamber of Commerce. Why should I care about causing them trouble?" Chu Nan was immediately shocked. "What's going on? Have you retired?" Then, he felt that something was wrong. Although Captain Norman was already quite old, he could not be considered old. How could he retire? Moreover, with his many years of prestige as a captain, even if he retired, the Ita Chamber of Commerce would not cut ties with him like this. From Captain Norman's tone, he was clearly very dissatisfied with the Ita Chamber of Commerce. Sigh. Captain Norman sighed and shook his head before grabbing Chu Nan's shoulder. "Let's go drink first." Chu Nan was helpless and could only follow Captain Norman out of the space station. An hour later, the two of them had already sat down in a very quiet tavern in the capital city of Planet Eden, Lamarad City. The two of them drank and chatted. Chu Nan slowly knew the entire story from Captain Norman's answer. However, after knowing the reason, it only surprised him even more. It turned out that Captain Norman was not retired or on leave. He had actually been fired by the Ita Chamber of Commerce. This answer surprised Chu Nan even more. The captain of the Ita Chamber of Commerce's caravan was not someone anyone could be. Captain Norman had been the captain for so many years and had led the caravan to almost the entire Kasha Kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms. It could be said that he was an extremely rare and experienced captain. However, such a captain was inexplicably fired by the Ita Chamber of Commerce. The Ita Chamber of Commerce compensated me with a large sum of money according to the contract, but I've lived on the ship for most of my life. I'm really not used to suddenly not working. Look, I was bored and happened to know from my old friend in the Chamber of Commerce that you were coming, so I simply came to drink with you. Come, let's drink." Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he clinked the bottle with Captain Norman and drank it in one go. The burning wine poured down his throat, causing Chu Nan's body to instantly heat up. However, the strength of his body far exceeded ordinary people now. A little alcohol could not affect him. It was also because of this that he had an alcohol tolerance that was impossible to get drunk that he could drink with Captain Norman. After the two of them chatted for a while, Chu Nan suddenly thought of a problem. "But since you're not from the Ita Chamber of Commerce now, why did you come to pick me up? Won't that be a problem?" In fact, although the non-existent Chamber of Commerce Chu Nan had found on Planet Eden did not exist, on the surface, this Chamber of Commerce had all the necessary procedures. No one could find any problems. The reason why he could find such a Chamber of Commerce to let Chu Nan enter the Kasha Kingdom in a proper name was that he had obtained a good relationship with the Ita Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, it was naturally impossible for him, a member of the Orion Arm Earth Federation tens of thousands of light years away, to find such a suitable relationship. "What's the problem?" Captain Norman glared and picked up 2 more bottles of wine. He pried open one and handed it to Chu Nan. "Drink." Chu Nan helplessly shook his head. Although Captain Norman often looked for Chu Nan to drink because he had saved their fleet on Planet Eden and had a good relationship with him, he had never drunk like this. It could be seen that Captain Norman should be depressed about being fired by the Ita Chamber of Commerce for no reason. Now, he was simply looking for someone to vent. Chu Nan did not ask further and drank bottle after bottle with Captain Norman. Before long, Captain Norman began to feel a little dizzy. He suddenly put down the wine bottle in his hand and barely stood up. He burped and said to Chu Nan, all right, today. Burp. We'll stop here today. You still have something on. I'll leave first." Chu Nan hurriedly stood up to support him and carefully sent him out of the bar before calling a floating shuttle for him. He originally wanted to send Captain Norman home, but he was rejected. Before getting into the car, Captain Norman patted Chu Nan's shoulder and suddenly whispered into his ear, Be careful. The Ita Chamber of Commerce is no longer the previous Ita Chamber of Commerce." Chu Nan was stunned and was about to ask when Captain Norman laughed and got into the shuttle. Looking at the shuttle carrying Captain Norman into the distance, Chu Nan frowned. Could there be something strange about this? At this moment, an intense communication request notification suddenly sounded from Chu Nan's personal terminal. Chapter 966. Mr. Chu Nan, are you satisfied with this place? Chu Nan looked around and nodded at the young girl who was always trembling and careful. Yes, very good. Help me tell President Montana to thank him and the Ramanda Chamber of Commerce for their help to me this time. No, you're welcome. The president said that you're an esteemed guest of our Chamber of Commerce. I hope you can live happily on planet Eden these few days. At this point, the girl seemed to have suddenly recalled something and pointed at the personal terminal on Chu Nan's left wrist. You should already know my contact number. If there's anything, you can contact me at any time. Chu Nan smiled at the girl and recalled how she was about to cry after finally contacting him. He felt a little amused. This girl called Deetis was clearly a girl casually invited by the Ita Chamber of Commerce after creating this Ramanda Chamber of Commerce. It was obvious that she was not a professional receptionist and was probably ignorant of the entire matter. In that case, Chu Nan did not plan to let her participate more and made up his mind not to contact her in the future. Of course, there was no need to say this plan. After simply dealing with Deetis, Chu Nan sent her out and turned around to return to the room. He immediately opened his personal terminal and connected to the Milky Way network. Before he came, he had originally asked the Ita Chamber of Commerce to help him leave behind information for the past few months to see if there were any traces left behind by Supremacy Ovally. However, neither Captain Norman nor Deetis expressed this. It could be seen that the Ita Chamber of Commerce either did not find out or did not investigate at all. No matter what, it meant that Chu Nan could only think of a way himself. After using the Milky Way network on his personal terminal, Chu Nan first set the search area to the Kasha Kingdom. Then, he located the search time to 3 Earth months before starting. His personal terminal quickly displayed a total of 18,638 search results. At a glance, there was no information related to Supremacy Ovally. Chu Nan was not surprised. He adjusted the settings of his personal terminal and the search results on the virtual screen immediately flowed up at high speed. Although this method was very stupid, with Chu Nan's powerful vision and reaction ability, as well as the super data processing ability of his AI-like brain, he could see the content of every message at high speed. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Chu Nan's eyes suddenly focused and the virtual screen in front of him suddenly froze on an image. The information displayed on the virtual screen was very ordinary commercial news. The content was that another country neighboring the Kasha Kingdom, a chamber of commerce in the Sparian Federation and a local government in the Kasha Kingdom had reached a commercial cooperation development agreement. Just this news naturally would not attract Chu Nan's attention. What condensed in his vision was a photo accompanying this news. This photo displayed a ceremonial scene of the Chamber of Commerce signing an agreement with the local government of the Kasha Kingdom. In short, everything looked normal, but Chu Nan found a familiar figure in the group of people in the photo. Ro. Behind the Chamber of Commerce representative, Ro stood there with a smile on his face. He looked like an ordinary follower of the Chamber of Commerce and was not special at all. However, Chu Nan had fought him more than 100 times and could be said to be extremely familiar with every part of his body, so how could he be wrong? Isn't this guy locked up by the Kasha Kingdom? Chu Nan frowned slightly. Could it be that he has a twin brother? Chu Nan thought for a moment and searched with Ro as the keyword. Although he found much relevant information, none of them was related to the Ro he knew. Then, he searched this Chamber of Commerce called the Dag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. From the information he found, this Chamber of Commerce was indeed a very famous Chamber of Commerce in the Sparian Federation. Its main business was related to life science research. As for more detailed information, he could not find it, so he naturally could not find any information about Ro. However, to Chu Nan, it was already a pleasant surprise to be able to find this information. Ro is related to this Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Then, are the people who captured me and Tiago also related to this Chamber of Commerce? Supremacy Ovally has seen Ro. Will she also investigate this information? Most importantly, what will Angie Prairie do if she comes? Chu Nan carefully thought for a moment but still could not figure it out. There's no choice. Let's find someone to help first. Chu Nan sighed and put away his personal terminal before standing up to leave. However, as soon as he stood up, he felt that the spatial energy in the surrounding space seemed to have been specially affected, producing an extremely weak but subtle change. Just as Chu Nan was feeling puzzled, he suddenly heard a series of cracking sounds. His vision suddenly darkened and several metal plates suddenly fell from the four walls of the room. They instantly combined and sealed the entire room in the blink of an eye, turning into a metal cage. In the next moment, Chu Nan felt an intense change in the spatial energy in the surrounding space. All the spatial energy seemed to have been instantly sucked dry, causing him to almost not sense any spatial energy fluctuations. This feeling immediately reminded Chu Nan of the situation when he was captured after seeing Jigs on planet Tomrel. The special change in spatial energy in the space around him was exactly the same as that time. After suddenly suffering such a shocking change and sensing that even the spatial energy contained in his body seemed to be sucked away by something, Chu Nan did not panic at all. Instead, he sneered. Heh, you want to succeed in the same move on me again? Dream on. With a thought, the star cloud in his body circulated and changed the spatial energy contained in his body to an extremely special structure pattern. It immediately became extremely stable and was no longer affected by the outside world. Then, Chu Nan walked to a wall and threw a punch. Buzz. This punch fused with a powerful internal breath and powerful spatial energy. The force was more than 100 tons, but it only made the wall emit a weak buzzing sound and did not affect it at all. Heh, I even modified it. Chu Nan shook his head and smiled before punching out again. The internal breath contained in his fist had already been adjusted to an extremely high vibration frequency. At the same time, the spatial energy structure that was wrapped around it had a subtle change. Buzz. This time, the metal layer on the wall emitted a buzzing sound again, but it did not gradually decrease like before. Instead, the sound became louder and louder. In a breath, it had already turned into a huge sound like rolling thunder, and the entire wall began to tremble violently and at high speed. However, after a few breaths, the entire wall seemed to be unable to endure such an intense vibration. Suddenly, it completely shattered with a bang and fell. Light returned to Chu Nan's eyes and he slowly walked out. He looked around and his gaze swept past the stunned people outside before landing on a familiar person in front of him. Dear Director Jiggs, you've indeed never seen the Saint Seiya. Chapter 967. This person was actually Director Jiggs, who should have belonged to the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce but defected later. Seeing Chu Nan walk out of the broken cave wall as if nothing had happened, Director Jiggs was first stunned. Then, the expression on his face suddenly became extremely excited and fanatical as he laughed loudly. Haha, I was indeed not wrong. You're a monster. A guy with research value like you is simply too great. This time, I must capture you and study you thoroughly from the beginning to the end. I believe that you're the best key for us humans to break through our current predicament. Chu Nan looked at him in confusion. What was this guy saying? It was one thing to say that he had research value, but to say that he wanted to break through the current dilemma of humanity. This guy must be crazy. Seeing Jiggs' crazy appearance, Chu Nan shook his head and could not be bothered to answer him. He asked, Hey, Jiggs, when did the Ita Chamber of Commerce collude with you? The expression on Jiggs' face returned to normal slightly, but the fanaticism in his eyes did not fade at all. He chuckled and replied, Kid, I originally thought that you had grasped the opportunity to escape back to the Orion Arm. It would be very difficult for us to capture you in the future, but I didn't expect you to actually come knocking on my door now. I definitely won't let you have any chance to escape this time. Seeing that Jiggs did not answer, Chu Nan knew that it was impossible to get anything out of him, so he did not waste any time. He tapped his feet and his body quickly rushed towards Jiggs. He believed that as long as he captured this guy, he would definitely be able to get something out of him. However, as soon as he moved, he immediately discovered that the spatial energy in the space around him seemed to have frozen, causing it to be extremely difficult for him to mobilize. Even if the spatial energy contained in his body was not affected, his movements were still inevitably slower. Although he quickly reacted, when he rushed over, he discovered that he seemed to have collided with a transparent wall. There was also an extremely terrifying recoil coming from this transparent wall. Not only did it cause him to suffer a powerful impact, it also caused his internal breath and the spatial energy in his body to tremble unstable. Chu Nan, we might not be able to do anything to you in space, but on the surface, it's impossible for you to have a vast space like space. Moreover, we came prepared this time. You can't escape. Jiggs laughed wildly again. Is that so? Chu Nan sneered in his mind and mobilized his internal breath with all his might to circulate the star cloud again. He discovered that he was still unable to mobilize the spatial energy in the surrounding space as if it was really locked. Chu Nan thought for a moment and tapped his feet. He relied on the control of the spatial energy in his body to soar into the air. However, he had only flown less than 10 meters when his head ruthlessly collided with another transparent wall, causing him to fall from the sky. Chu Nan did not give up and flew in other directions a few more times. He immediately discovered that the situation was as he had expected. With him as the center, there was a transparent energy shield that completely enveloped him and sealed his path. From this point, what Jiggs said about being prepared was not false. Chu Nan, give up resisting and surrender obediently. Don't worry, we can't bear to kill you. You only need to cooperate with us to do some research. I guarantee that you can always live well and even become stronger than before. Seeing that Chu Nan had given up on trying to break through, Jiggs immediately persuaded with a smile. Chu Nan glanced at him and his heart stirred. He asked, Hey, according to you, you captured me and Tiago to do some research. That's right, that's it. Jiggs nodded very bluntly. Actually, as long as you cooperate a little, there won't be any danger. However, who asked you to be too unexpected and cause us to suffer a considerable loss? Fortunately, you're back now. As long as we obtain you, other losses are not important at all. Chu Nan felt a chill in his heart. Jiggs's tone and expression when he said this were simply like a pervert who had spent a lot of effort to woo the goddess he liked. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to ask a few more questions, Jiggs suddenly seemed to have recalled something. He patted his head and opened the personal terminal on his wrist. He enlarged the virtual screen and turned it to face Chu Nan. Chu Nan, this cute girl is currently cooperating with us the most intimately. She's looking forward to when you can participate in the research with her. Chu Nan was stunned for a moment before he glanced over. When he saw the familiar face on the virtual screen, his eyes immediately widened and an irrepressible anger erupted in his heart. The person displayed on the virtual screen was actually Angie Prairie. Damn, Jiggs, where is she now? What have you done to her? Let me tell you, if you dare to attack her, I'll definitely think of all ways to tear you and the guys behind you into pieces. Jiggs smiled and ignored Chu Nan's roar in anger. He waved his hand and said, Don't worry, how can we bear to harm such a cute and extremely valuable girl? I've already said it just now. She's currently cooperating with us the most intimately. Not only is she alive and well, she's also very happy. She looks forward to you cooperating with us every day. Chu Nan, come, I can guarantee you that if you're willing to cooperate, you'll definitely be very happy. Happy my ass. Chu Nan cursed angrily before suddenly taking a deep breath. In the blink of an eye, he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and calmed down. Ever since he obtained a powerful data ability, he could always recover such a calm and even cold rational thinking pattern at the most critical moment. Clearly, Angie Prairie's existence had already been known by Jiggs and the faction behind him. Moreover, it was very likely that the other party had already found out that she had come to the Perseus Arm. As for what Jiggs said about Angie Prairie cooperating with them the most intimately, Chu Nan did not believe it. If they wanted to rely on Angie Prairie to threaten him, the best way was to directly pull her to him, not just take out a piece of image information like now. This was not convincing at all. Most importantly, Chu Nan had always believed that negotiating with the enemy under such circumstances was the stupidest thing. Compared to negotiations, he would always believe in fists. Chapter 968. Seeing that Chu Nan had fallen silent, Jiggs thought that he had convinced him or that he had suddenly threatened him with Angie Prairie. He was immediately excited. He knew very well how difficult Chu Nan was to deal with. Even in such a dangerous environment last time, this kid could forcefully recover. Not only did he escape, he even saved the others in such a difficult situation. If not for the fact that this kid was not from the Perseus Arm in the end and did not know anything about this place, the entire plan would probably have been greatly affected by him. Now that this kid had unexpectedly run back, if he did not hurry up and capture him, if he missed this opportunity, it would probably be impossible to capture him alive in the future. Therefore, after receiving the notification from the Ita Chamber of Commerce, Jiggs had already made extremely perfect preparations and overestimated Chu Nan's strength as much as possible. The methods used to deal with him far exceeded the standard that an initial stage heaven control martial artist could enjoy and were comparable to super experts used to deal with 5th stage heaven control realm experts. Reality proved that Chu Nan's performance was indeed worthy of his overestimation. The 4 metal walls around the room just now used the highest intensity new biological metal alloy and even set up a further improved absolute space. Logically speaking, it was impossible for ordinary low-level heaven control martial artists to escape. However, this kid easily broke through the wall and rushed out. It could be seen that his strength was probably much stronger than the first time he was captured half a year ago. However, now, this kid could not escape in the end. Jiggs gestured to his subordinates beside him to increase their vigilance. With his understanding of Chu Nan, this kid had never been an honest guy who was willing to wait for death. If he could not defeat him in his upcoming resistance, it would be impossible to truly capture him. Strengthen the spatial energy extraction. I definitely can't let this kid. Jiggs was seriously exhorting his subordinates when he suddenly felt the ground under his feet tremble slightly. He was immediately shocked. What's going on? Jiggs shouted softly and saw that his subordinate was no longer listening to him. Instead, he looked up at the center of the energy shield with a frightened expression. Jiggs hurriedly turned around and his expression immediately changed. In the middle of the energy shield, a few large cracks had already appeared on the ground under Chu Nan's feet. Countless fragments of the hard ground mixed with soil, grass roots, and rocks rose from the cracks and slowly circled around his body. At a glance, Chu Nan seemed to have turned into the eye of the storm and enveloped the entire space around him. Even the light in this space dimmed in for a moment. It gave people the intense pressure of the world cracking and the end of the world coming. Didn't you completely suppress the spatial energy in the energy shield? Why can he still do this? Jiggs roared at his subordinate beside him in surprise. I don't know. The subordinate shook his head in confusion. We have indeed increased the absolute space device to the maximum power. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to still. Oh my god. The frequency of spatial energy oscillation is rising continuously. No, this is impossible. Oh my god. This is simply unbelievable. Lord Jiggs, we better retreat quickly. If this continues, I'm afraid it will trigger a high-frequency resonance of spatial energy. It's possible. What's the possibility? Jiggs grabbed his collar and cursed fiercely. I don't care about high-frequency resonance. In any case, I'll let you think of a way to continue suppressing him. At the very least, you can't let him escape. Otherwise, we'll all be dead. Do you understand? That subordinate had never seen the expression on Jiggs's face become so ferocious. He could not help but tremble in fear. However, after looking at the data displayed on his personal terminal, he could only cry, Lord, I'm afraid it's too late. Before he could finish speaking, Jiggs and his surrounding subordinates suddenly felt the ground under their feet shake violently, as if an extremely high-energy earthquake had suddenly erupted. Then, with a bang, a terrifying impact suddenly surged out from the ground. Jiggs instantly felt as if he had been suddenly thrown out and his entire body involuntarily flew up. The subtle but extremely high-frequency shockwave coming from the ground directly penetrated his body, causing him to instantly feel the blood in his body surge violently. His chest was in intense pain and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. While his body was still in the air, the personal terminal on his wrist had already sounded a clear and miserable alarm, clearly showing him that a high-frequency spatial energy vibration reaction was approaching. Clearly, a powerful martial artist was quickly approaching him. Needless to say, this was definitely Chu Nan. Jiggs had naturally carefully prepared to capture Chu Nan this time. Although it happened suddenly, he did not completely panic and immediately ordered through his personal terminal. In the next moment, a special energy shield instantly enveloped his entire body. Then, he felt an irresistible huge impact. Although more than half of this huge impact was offset by the energy shield, the impact that only passed through a very small portion still ruthlessly sent Jiggs flying from the sky. The moment he was struck, Jiggs felt as if every bone and every inch of his muscles had been crushed countless times by a several-ton truck, causing him to involuntarily spit out another mouthful of blood mixed with many internal fragments. The terrifying pain almost made Jiggs faint. However, he relied on the foundation left behind by practicing martial techniques for a period of time to forcefully endure it. Then, he twisted his body and resolved Chu Nan's strike. Although this had heavily injured him, it had successfully prevented him from being killed by Chu Nan immediately and preserved his chance to survive. The moment the energy shield on his body was produced, a low and mocking voice suddenly sounded in the field. "Humph, Jiggs, I long said that it's impossible for you to deal with this cunning kid alone. Do you believe me now?" Ankla's figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and happened to block Jiggs, blocking Chu Nan's path to continue rushing towards him. "Heh, Chu Nan, it's really happy to see you again." Ankla waved at Chu Nan with a brilliant smile, but his eyes revealed an undisguised strong killing intent. "If you hadn't taken the initiative to come over, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy for me to go to the Orion Arm to kill you." "Is that so?" Chu Nan sneered but ignored Ankla. Instead, he looked deeply at Jiggs, who was still vomiting blood in the distance, and shook his head. Then, he clenched his fists and black spatial cracks suddenly appeared in the space that had almost frozen because of the full suppression of spatial energy, as if a dense spiderweb had suddenly appeared. Ankla's expression immediately changed. After not seeing him for half a year, this kid's strength had actually increased so shockingly. Just as he planned to call his subordinates to activate the absolute space device to suppress Chu Nan again and attack with his companions, Chu Nan waved his hand. In the next moment, Chu Nan disappeared from everyone's sight. Ankla's expression became extremely gloomy. He had prepared for so long and originally thought that nothing would go wrong, but he did not expect that he could only watch helplessly as Chu Nan ran away. What this kid would do next was really unpredictable. Clearly, they had provoked this huge problem called Chu Nan again. Chapter 969. Bang! The door behind Lazakto closed. The perfect smile on his face immediately collapsed and became filled with exhaustion, boredom, and slight frustration. As the important branch director of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce's External Relations Department, which was mainly responsible for the Perseus Arm signal, he was actually forced to stay in this small Kasha kingdom for a third of the time. He was really a little impatient to talk to those lowly, visionless, and despicable officials in this small kingdom about some trivial matters. However, the destruction of the Stargate could be ranked as the highest priority of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce attached great importance to this. One of the highest-ranking people in charge of the entire Perseus Arm had also suffered serious criticism from the Chamber of Commerce's board of directors and asked him to deal with this matter perfectly without any mistakes. Therefore, he could only stay here obediently. Even if the Stargate had been built long before 29:17 p.m. in the Milky Way Standard Time, he could only continue to stay here and argue with the Kasha Kingdom about the sovereignty and management of the Stargate. If it was in the Orion Arm or the Sagittarius Arm, why would it be so troublesome? Every time he thought of these problems, Lazakto could not help but sigh in his mind. Indeed, on the Sagittarius Arm that was almost completely controlled by the Nottem Chamber of Commerce, there was no sovereignty and management of the Stargate, so there was naturally no wrangling. On the Orion Arm, other than the Declan Empire's accident, the Nottem Chamber of Commerce also had a powerful influence in other countries. It was basically impossible for other countries to fight with the Nottem Chamber of Commerce over the Stargate, so it was naturally very difficult for anything to happen. Only on the Perseus Arm was this damned spiral arm controlled by the same damned Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance. This damned Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance was extremely xenophobic. Although they had asked the Nottem Chamber of Commerce to help them build a complete interstellar network of Stargates, they had never let go of the sovereignty of the Stargate and were unwilling to give in to management. Almost every time the previous round of the contract expired, there would be an intense argument or even a conflict before the new content could be settled. When he thought of this, Chu Nan's appearance suddenly appeared in his mind and a trace of hatred arose. If not for this damned kid's boldness in destroying the Stargate, how could there be so much trouble? Lazakto cursed in his mind, then shook his head and sighed. Previously, when he saw Chu Nan with Rubes, he was not lying. He actually had some understanding of him. Due to Elkhart, the Nottem Chamber of Commerce had long paid attention to Chu Nan's existence. Even he was very curious about this young martial artist because he had specially heard Elkhart mention him a few times. Moreover, he was also curious about the small country called the Earth Federation behind him. According to Elkhart's analysis, this small country called the Earth Federation even had the potential to surpass the Declan Empire in the future. Although no one believed this conclusion, since this Earth Federation could obtain Elkhart's special attention, it should be a little special. Look, Chu Nan, this special kid, had not long come from this country. Speaking of which, this kid has actually become a heaven control martial artist at such a young age. His talent is indeed terrifying. At this speed, he should definitely become a star-grade martial artist in the future, or even stronger. As he thought about the various problems caused by Chu Nan, Lazakto took off his coat and shoes. He directly changed into a set of light and comfortable home clothes in the entrance closet in the hall and walked into the house. As soon as he turned around the corridor and entered the living room, Lazakto suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes widened and he looked ahead warily. On the sofa in the living room, a figure was sitting quietly. "Heh, Mr. Lazakto, you don't have to be so afraid to see me, right?" The figure took the initiative to raise his hand and greet him. Lazakto immediately put away the shock in his heart. After a moment of silence, he clapped his hands and turned on the light in the living room, allowing the figure in the darkness to completely appear. Chu Nan, why are you here? Lei Zhakdu asked in a low voice. The figure who suddenly barged in was actually Chu Nan, who he had just thought of. Chu Nan smiled and sized up Lei Zhakdu before asking, you don't seem to be especially surprised. It seems that you knew that I had already come to planet Eden. Lei Zhakdu was silent and did not answer. Instead, he turned around and poured a glass of water for Chu Nan. He placed it in front of him and assumed the normal posture of receiving guests. He did not ask how Chu Nan broke through the heavy seal outside because this was not a problem for a heaven control expert. He only wanted to know why Chu Nan suddenly came here. Seeing Lei Zhakdu's reaction, Chu Nan praised him in his mind. He thought to himself that this guy was indeed not an ordinary person to be able to hold such an important position in the Perseus Arm. Alright, I don't have that much time, so let's not beat around the bush. Seeing that Lei Zhakdu had sat down opposite him, Chu Nan directly asked, Mr. Lei Zhakdu, before you left last time, you promised me that you would inform me at any time of the changes related to me on planet Eden. However, I didn't receive any news about such an important matter like Ro and Anklo being released by the Kasha Kingdom. Why? Lei Zhakdu was silent for a moment before answering in a low voice, this is something that the Kasha Kingdom dealt with itself. It has nothing to do with our Not Tem Chamber of Commerce. I don't think it has anything to do with you. Are you sure? Chu Nan raised his voice, you should know very well the relationship between me and these two fellows, Ro and Anklo. Now that the two of them have been released safely, are you sure it has nothing to do with me? Lei Zhakdu frowned. That's my judgment. I don't think there's any problem with that. Chu Nan shook his head, alright, it's meaningless to continue dwelling on these problems with you. I only came this time to ask you to provide me with some small help. What help? Asked Lei Zhakdu. Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Chu Nan said a term that immediately made Lei Zhakdu's expression change, I need you to provide some information about this Chamber of Commerce. He looked at Chu Nan in surprise and did not understand why this kid, who had just arrived today, already knew of the existence of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that this kid had other spies here? Seeing the change in expression on his face, Chu Nan immediately understood that he indeed knew the entire matter. It was even possible that he was on the other party's side. Chapter 970. Boom. A ball of flames soared into the sky with an intense explosion, completely enveloping the mansion. Chu Nan flew into the air and lowered his head to look at the luxurious manor that was completely covered by the fire. He could not help but shake his head. Heh, this Lei Zhakdu is really ruthless. He did not set this fire. In fact, after Chu Nan made his request, his reaction was completely beyond his expectations. Not only did he not reject Chu Nan's request, he even agreed and actively provided him with all the information he had. Moreover, after this, he even set fire to the entire manor. Now that the fire below was so intense, Lei Zhakdu still stayed in the manor and did not escape at all. It looked like he was about to die in the sea of flames. Of course, Chu Nan did not believe that Lei Zhakdu would suddenly go crazy and want to commit suicide. He definitely had other intentions, but he could not understand why he did this. However, there was no need for Chu Nan to understand. He only needed to know that he had obtained the information he wanted. From afar, he saw several lights quickly approaching in the night sky. It seemed that the rescue low-altitude shuttle was rushing over. Chu Nan's body shook and he continued to rise. At the same time, he opened his personal terminal and pulled out a document. This information was part of the information he had just obtained from Lei Zhakdu regarding the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. It showed that there was also a base on planet Eden. According to the map and the information, that base was about 1,300 kilometers away. This distance was naturally not a problem for Chu Nan. After confirming his location, his body immediately turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the sky. However, 5 minutes later, Chu Nan had already crossed a distance of 1,300 kilometers and stopped in the air above a huge grassland. Looking down, he could see that on the grassland that was already enveloped by the light of the morning sun, there was an extremely wide building community. According to the map and the information, this should be the base of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce on Eden. Chu Nan glanced around and his figure flashed. He had already landed on the ground and happened to land in the shadow of a building outside the base. This base looked to be extremely heavily guarded. From time to time, a group of fully armed guards could be seen shuttling through. The staff members inside all had serious expressions and were in a hurry. The atmosphere was tense everywhere. Humph, there must be something wrong with such tight security. Chu Nan sneered and narrowed his eyes to take in all the surrounding situation. At the same time, he divided a portion of his attention to his ears and heard all the surrounding movements. He instantly relied on his supervision and hearing to understand the surrounding situation. Then, he used his AI-like brain to combine this information in his mind and quickly formed a complete three-dimensional perspective map. He was extremely clear about the surrounding environment. After calmly waiting for a while, Chu Nan suddenly darted out of his hiding place and arrived behind a staff member who was hurriedly walking past. He raised his hand and knocked the staff member out before carrying him back to the shadows. All these actions happened to avoid the gazes of everyone else in his perfect calculations and did not cause any accidental alarm. Chu Nan pulled open the staff member's sleeve and as expected, he saw that he had a personal terminal on his left wrist. Then, he opened his personal terminal and stuck it on before activating the extremely special program in it. A moment later, the personal terminal on Chu Nan's wrist lit up with weak purple light and connected to the staff member's personal terminal. This sign meant that the program on Chu Nan's personal terminal was cracking the other party's personal terminal. Perhaps it was because this staff member's personal terminal defense was not tight, or perhaps the program Dongfang had implanted for Chu Nan was too powerful. but it did not take long for him to show that he had successfully cracked it. Chu Nan hurriedly hacked into the other party's personal terminal and started to read. Soon, he found the target he needed from the vast information in the staff's personal terminal: the location of the base's data center. After observing the map displayed in the information, Chu Nan simply flew up again and took in the entire base from the sky. Then, he compared it to the map and quickly confirmed the location of the data center before jumping down. However, just as he flew close to the base, he suddenly felt that he had collided with a transparent wall and bounced back. The recoil was extremely great, causing Chu Nan's body to involuntarily bounce a few meters away. Chu Nan was not shocked but happy. From the strength of the recoil on this transparent energy shield and the frequency of the energy fluctuations, it was clearly identical to the energy shield data used by Jigs to capture him previously. From this, it could be seen that Lazakta did not provide him with false information. He had clearly found the right place. The relevant data of the energy shield when he broke through Jig's seal flashed through Chu Nan's mind. The star cloud circulated and he slapped out, causing the surrounding spatial energy to vibrate at a high frequency. Then, although his palm seemed to have struck the air, it actually slapped the energy shield. The originally transparent energy shield immediately flickered with colorful lights before turning invisible like a broken bubble. Chu Nan immediately passed through and dived toward the base's data center. Two figures suddenly soared into the sky and flew over in response to Chu Nan. Before he could fly close, Chu Nan felt the abnormal spatial energy surging in front of him. The two figures flickered with red and blue light, indicating that their strength was extraordinary. At the very least, they were void break martial artists with extraordinary cultivation methods. However, with Chu Nan's current strength, how could mere two void break martial artists stop him? The aura in Chu Nan's dantian flowed out and quickly entered the third revolution internal breath enhancement state. He urged the star cloud to enter a high circulation and slapped out, turning into thousands of palm shadows. At the same time, it caused the spatial energy around him to fuse with it with all his might and change thousands of times. It was the flowing cloud indefinite palm that Chu Nan had combined with spatial energy. Be it the strength of their internal breath, the level of spatial energy they controlled, or their exquisite control of spatial energy, they were far inferior to Chu Nan, let alone understand the exquisiteness of the A-rank cultivation method, the flowing cloud indefinite palm, in a short period of time. They were directly slapped by Chu Nan's palms and their bodies fell without any combat ability. After dealing with these two small problems, Chu Nan completely ignored the laser beam attacks of the other guards in the base and unstoppably invaded the data center. As soon as he rushed through the door, a figure with his back facing Chu Nan slowly turned around and smiled. "You're indeed here." Chapter 971. Chu Nan's body immediately froze on the spot like an arrow that had been shot into the ground. Turning from extreme speed to stillness did not make his powerful body feel any discomfort. However, looking at the ordinary-looking man in front of him, a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. This man only stood there and did not seem to move, but one could clearly sense an extremely terrifying aura from him. Even the surrounding space seemed to have completely become centered around him. All the spatial energy in the space naturally circulated around him. Even the spatial energy contained in Chu Nan's body seemed to want to involuntarily leave his body and surge towards the other party. Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and stared at this man. Star-grade martial artist? No. Chu Nan shook his head. No, this man should not be a star-grade martial artist. Ordinary people or ordinary martial artists might not be able to see a star-grade martial artist in their entire lives, but in the recent 2.5 years, Chu Nan had already seen more than 10 star-grade martial artists and had considerable contact with every one of them. Although the characteristics of every star-grade martial artist were different and the cultivation method they were skilled in was also different, other than Supremacy Lahir who had died with Supremacy Ovali, all the other star-grade martial artists had one thing in common. When Chu Nan first saw him, he did not feel such a shocking sense of danger. This did not mean that the man in front of him was more dangerous than those star-grade martial artists. On the contrary, in Chu Nan's opinion, this was where this man was inferior to those star-grade martial artists. Clearly, he was deliberately revealing his powerful aura and was probably trying to intimidate Chu Nan. However, in Chu Nan's eyes, the other party's actions were undoubtedly inferior. Unless they encountered a powerful star-grade martial artist of the same level as Supremacy Ovali, no star-grade martial artist would go all out when facing an opponent inferior to them and try to directly suppress the other party with their aura. However, this also did not mean that the man opposite him was weak. Just from the aura he revealed, his control and level of spatial energy clearly far exceeded Chu Nan. Even if he did not reach the terrifying level of a star-grade martial artist, he was definitely not someone Chu Nan could compare to. Escape. This thought flashed through Chu Nan's mind, but when he saw the virtual screen of the AI that displayed complicated information behind this man, he gave up on this thought and assumed a posture with a powerful battle intent in his eyes. As long as the other party was not a star-grade martial artist, even if Chu Nan might not be able to defeat him, he would not be afraid. Even if he could not defeat him, at the very least, he could escape. Seeing Chu Nan's battle posture, the man opposite him seemed to be a little surprised before he smiled. "Ha, you're indeed the bravest young martial artist I've ever seen. It's already quite good that your legs don't go soft in front of me, but you actually dare to fight me head-on. Not bad, not bad. If all the young martial artists on the Orion Arm are as brave and talented as you, I really have to worry about the future of our Perseus Arm." Chu Nan frowned and could not help but shake his head. This guy spoke as if he was high and mighty and old. It was really annoying. He was at most a 5th stage heaven control martial artist and was not even a star-grade martial artist. How could he be worried about the future of the Perseus Arm? He was simply boasting shamelessly. Chu Nan sneered in his mind and felt disdain for the other party. he immediately felt the pressure the other party gave him decrease greatly. He snorted and took a step forward before throwing a punch without holding back. The man exclaimed as if he did not expect Chu Nan to dare to attack him first. However, he did not show any panic in the face of Chu Nan's punch. He only smiled lightly and lightly slapped out. Chu Nan immediately felt the spatial energy in the surrounding space suddenly collapse towards the other party. The huge spatial energy that was originally controlled by him in his palm and blasted out with his fist was immediately pulled by it. His body involuntarily fell to the other party, so this punch naturally did not have any power. As the other party slapped out, the huge spatial energy that was originally collapsing towards him was instantly pulled by it again and accumulated into one. It gave people the feeling that it was gentle, but it was actually like an angry wave surging and flowing wildly like a flood. Boom! Chu Nan felt his entire body being struck by an unparalleled huge force. His entire body involuntarily flew out like a rock and collided with a transparent energy shield behind him. After triggering the shield to flash with 7-colored light, he fell. However, Chu Nan did not fall freely. Instead, he had just collided with the energy shield and had already finished adjusting his breathing. The moment his body fell, he had completely recovered. He twisted his waist and turned around. He looked at the entrance of the base's data center and was fully vigilant. The expected attack did not arrive. The man floated out from the entrance of the data center and was even more surprised when he saw Chu Nan standing on the ground. "You're actually not heavily injured after receiving my strike head-on. You're really impressive. Young man, I admire you very much and don't want a genius with talent like you to die midway. As long as you're willing to kneel and beg for mercy now, I can spare your life." "Spare your sister." Chu Nan could not help but curse. It was one thing for this guy to be strong, but what Chu Nan really could not stand was why he always acted so high and mighty as if he was the strongest in this world. Chu Nan had seen so many extremely powerful star-grade martial artists, but none were like him. Hearing Chu Nan's curse, the man's expression changed slightly. "Young man, I'm showing you kindness on account of your outstanding talent. If you still don't cherish this opportunity, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chu Nan curled his lips and could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. The star cloud in his body circulated and he threw another punch. The man shook his head with a regretful expression. "Sigh, I was originally unwilling to see you become a walking corpse like those guys. I originally wanted to give you a chance, but I didn't expect." As he spoke, the man waved his palm again. Feeling the surrounding spatial energy surge towards the man as if it was attracted by a powerful force, Chu Nan sneered. The 8 breaths in his dantian quickly circulated in his body. After completing the 4th revolution internal breath, he urged the star cloud to a high circulation state in a millionth of a second and immediately discovered that his control of the spatial energy in the space around him had greatly increased. Half a year ago, when he urged the star cloud to enter the 7th revolution state, it was already enough to face the 2/3 stage heaven control martial artists, Ro and Enklo. After half a year of cultivation had passed, Chu Nan's strength had greatly increased. Not only had his internal breath improved, but his control of spatial energy had also greatly increased. He had also become more skilled in maintaining the high circulation state of the star cloud. The strength he could unleash while maintaining the 4th revolution star cloud was already comparable to a 3rd stage heaven control martial artist. Most importantly, he could still maintain his extremely exquisite and precise control of spatial energy in this state. Therefore, after urging the star cloud to enter the 4th revolution state, Chu Nan felt the change in the spatial energy around him. He felt that he had the ability to control the spatial energies around him again and immediately mobilized them to condense into the center of his fist before punching the center of the surrounding spatial energy vortex. While attacking, Chu Nan had already adjusted his internal breath to a special high-frequency vibration state. At the same time, he urged the star cloud to enter an extremely special high-level vibration state that could still maintain a complete circulation. This way, his control of the spatial energy around him became even more shocking. With a punch, black spatial cracks that seemed to have swallowed all light appeared in front of his fist. The vortex produced by the man's control of spatial energy immediately became unsustainable. Boom! With a muffled explosion, the man took 2 steps back. A blush flashed across his face, and his Adam's apple moved. A trace of blood involuntarily seeped out of the corner of his mouth. That man reached out to wipe the corner of his mouth in surprise. When he saw the trace of red on his finger, he suddenly screamed, "Oh my god! It's blood! You damned guy! You actually just made me bleed. I must kill you." Chapter 972. Ha! Chu Nan looked at the fellow who was screaming like a girl who had seen blood for the first time in surprise and could not believe his eyes. This guy was actually a super expert whose strength might even reach the 5th stage heaven control realm? Perhaps he was really extremely angry because he had been accidentally injured by Chu Nan, but the man's eyes focused. Chu Nan immediately felt an even stronger attraction to the spatial energy in the space around him and the circulation became even more obscure. It was as if endless sand had suddenly mixed into the originally clear and flowing information, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Not only that, the surrounding spatial energy quickly accumulated. For example, the pressure Chu Nan slowly invaded quickly increased. "Kid, I originally felt that it was a pity to kill you, but now that you actually dare to injure me, don't even think about surviving." The man stared at Chu Nan and did not hide his dense killing intent. Looking at him, Chu Nan was a little amused. "Hey, I don't believe the enemy has never injured you in the process of cultivating martial techniques. Is there a need to be so weak as a woman? What do you plan to do if a star-grade martial artist injures you? Could it be that you can still kill a star-grade martial artist?" The man's expression became even gloomier. Clearly, Chu Nan's teasing made the anger in his heart even stronger. He did not waste any time with Chu Nan. He seemed to be slow, but he actually quickly raised his palm and slapped him from afar. Chu Nan immediately felt all the spatial energy in the large space around him surging toward him. The spatial energy from all directions seemed to have materialized and instantly pressed down on him until he could not breathe. While this spatial energy brought about a powerful pressure, it also contained various different vibration waves. Every vibration wave revealed an extremely dangerous aura, causing people to have nowhere to dodge and be almost irresistible. In such a dangerous environment, Chu Nan did not move as if he was frightened and allowed the terrifying spatial energy around him to wreak havoc. At first, the man still had a sneer on his face as he waited to see Chu Nan crushed to pieces by his Sky Dome sandstorm. However, after a while, he saw that Chu Nan was still standing on the spot. Although his clothes had already been crushed into powder by the crazy spatial energy, his entire body was still intact and did not look injured at all. This scene surprised him and he could not help but strengthen his control of spatial energy, causing the pressure on Chu Nan to become even more terrifying. However, Chu Nan only frowned and ignored his opponent. Instead, he lowered his head to look at the personal terminal on his left wrist and revealed a worried expression. From the situation of the battle, this guy's strength was indeed clearly superior to the 2/3 stage heaven control martial artists, Ro and Enkla. It was even possible that he had already reached the level of a 5th stage. However, he was not a heaven control expert, and his control of spatial energy could not surpass what Chu Nan had experienced in the alternate space. Chu Nan's current body had been reforged hundreds of times in the alternate space. Now, even if he directly entered the alternate space, he was not injured at all, so how could he be injured by such an attack? However, Chu Nan was not worried that his body would be damaged, but he had to worry about the personal terminal on his wrist. The last time he was captured by Jigs and the others because he did not have a personal terminal, Chu Nan had spent a lot of effort. This personal terminal had been specially customized by Dong Feng for his operation this time. It was also loaded with an extremely special program that could help him do many things. If it was destroyed, Chu Nan's next operation in the Perseus Arm would be much more troublesome. When he thought of this, Chu Nan raised his head to look at the man opposite him and hesitated for a moment. Clearly, although the guy opposite him was a little laughable, his strength was not fake. If he faced him head-on, Chu Nan was clearly not his match. However, Chu Nan could completely take the time to leave and use his special ability to enter the alternate space and completely leave the battlefield. Therefore, he did not need to continue fighting the other party. It was not easy for him to encounter an opponent who was powerful enough and did not have to worry about being killed by the other party. If he ran away like this and did not fight the other party properly, it would be a pity. The hesitation only lasted for less than a tenth of a second in Chu Nan's mind before he quickly made a decision. The 8 breaths in his dantian circulated and still maintained the strength of the 4th revolution internal breath. He urged the star cloud with all his might and condensed the spatial energy he controlled on his left wrist, forming a thin spatial energy layer outside his personal terminal. Before this, Chu Nan had already come into contact with various different types of energy shields and had a deep understanding of their composition. What he did now was to simulate these energy shields and set up spatial energy tightly on his left wrist to form an energy shield to protect his personal terminal. In the beginning, the effect of this energy shield was not good. Soon, it was exhausted by the terrifying spatial energy that danced like quicksand around him. However, Chu Nan had changed it in advance and continuously made slight adjustments to the composition and structure of the spatial energy in the energy shield. Soon, he had adapted to the corrosion pattern of the terrifying spatial energy of the outside world. While he could easily block the attack, he would only consume an extremely small amount of spatial energy. This process sounded complicated, but Chu Nan could make more than 10 slight adjustments to the energy shield in a second. Therefore, in less than half a minute, he had already found the most suitable energy structure and completed the protection of his personal terminal. Then, he looked up again. "Hey, is this your only move?" Hearing Chu Nan's mocking question, the man's eyes focused and his expression became even gloomier. Not only was his gaze filled with killing intent, but it was also the first time he was angry. "Kid, I admit that you're more talented and stronger than I imagined, but do you really think you're qualified to have even a trace of arrogance in front of me? Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Chu Nan did not give him a chance to finish speaking. He shook his head and suddenly took a step forward before throwing a punch. This punch seemed to have struck the air meaninglessly, but after it was thrown, spatial energy vibration ripples that were visible to the naked eye appeared on Chu Nan's fist. Then, the spatial energy that was originally dancing wildly like quicksand around him seemed to have been affected and recovered from the obscure but crazy strange circulation state. In the blink of an eye, it completely returned to normal. When Chu Nan tried to set up an energy shield to protect his personal terminal earlier, he had long gathered enough data and had a deep understanding of the spatial energy circulation pattern that was clearly controlled by the enemy in the surrounding space. This punch looked casual, but it actually struck the most fragile parts of a few cores in the entire abnormal space. With a punch, coupled with the spatial energy with an extremely high oscillation frequency gathered on Chu Nan's fist, he easily cracked this special energy space. The man looked at Chu Nan in surprise and could not be bothered to fuss about his rude interruption. He could not help but ask, "Kid, could it be that you've learned the quicksand cultivation method from somewhere?" Chapter 973, Quicksand Cultivation Method. Chu Nan tilted his head and recalled the change in spatial energy in the space around him. He could not help but nod. Using quicksand to describe it is indeed very similar. "No, I've never learned it." "Why? You've never learned it?" The man screamed again. "How can you crack the Sky Dome sandstorm in one go if you haven't learned it? This is impossible." "Impossible my ass. I've clearly cracked it, but you don't believe me." Chu Nan no longer felt any reverence for this person's powerful strength. Instead, he was filled with disdain for this guy. Such a sissy who always had confidence could actually become an expert with such strength. It was really beyond Chu Nan's expectations. He originally thought that if any martial artist could increase their strength to a sufficiently powerful level, the first thing they needed was a sufficiently tough heart and powerful personality. However, this guy in front of him could not see this no matter what. Perhaps his master is especially powerful, so he can always grow to this extent smoothly? However, this is too ridiculous. Chu Nan thought for a moment and could only give this explanation. Kid, I don't care if you've learned it or not. Let me tell you now, you've finally completely angered me. That man stared at Chu Nan with an even stronger killing intent than before. No one has ever dared to be so disrespectful to me in front of me, so you're the first person to completely anger me like today. You are dead. Chu Nan rolled his eyes and shrugged. Why do you have so much nonsense? No one has ever dared to be disrespectful to you? I don't believe you dare to say this in front of a star-grade martial artist. The man sneered. I won't waste my breath anymore. You only need to remember my name. My name is Zealer. Remember the name of the man who killed you. After saying that, the man's aura suddenly soared, and the spatial energy around him suddenly underwent an extremely terrifying change. In the space that Chu Nan could sense, all the spatial energy suddenly condensed at an extremely strange height. Although Chu Nan had not directly come into contact with it, he could easily sense the shocking destructive power contained in the highly condensed spatial energy. Before this, he had seen the method of spatial energy condensation that was closest to this form. It should be the strange cultivation method that could use spatial energy to condense physical arrows. With the strength of Chu Nan's body, he was actually unable to directly block the direct attack of the cultivation method. It could be seen how powerful and terrifying it was. Now, according to Chu Nan's senses, the spatial energy that was highly condensed by this guy who called himself Zealer had a frequency that far exceeded the arrows he had sensed from Enkla. From this point, the lethality of the cultivation method Zealer used probably far exceeded the feather of light used by Enkla. After confirming this fact, Chu Nan was immediately shocked and quickly put away his contempt for this guy. No matter how narcissistic, sissy, or annoying this Zealer was, his strength was unquestionable. If he did not brace himself, Chu Nan might die here today. In fact, when he sensed the terrifying spatial energy condensed by the other party, Chu Nan's first thought was to quickly escape. However, he quickly suppressed this thought and looked at Zealer with anticipation. How could he let go of the chance to see a powerful cultivation method? As this thought flashed through his mind, Zealer moved. In fact, he did not move much. He only glanced at Chu Nan, and the spatial energy that condensed around him like sand instantly swept through the entire space. It was not like, but a true sandstorm that filled the sky. In the extremely huge space around the two of them, the spatial energy that had been highly condensed and condensed into the size of sand by Zealer's quicksand cultivation method was dense and completely filled. It danced wildly under his control. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it was as if a sandstorm had suddenly appeared and completely enveloped the two of us. However, the sandstorm was only what others looked like with the naked eye. In fact, Chu Nan, who was inside, had a completely different feeling. Just as he had sensed, these sand fragments that were highly condensed by spatial energy had an extremely terrifying lethality. Before this, his body could still be motionless and unharmed under Zealer's attack, but now that he encountered the sand, he was injured. In the blink of an eye, countless shocking blood bars had already appeared on his body. Of course, these could only be considered the simplest superficial injuries. What was truly terrifying was that after the sand struck Chu Nan's body, it could directly pass through. Before long, it left countless small penetrating wounds on his body. These wounds were too small to be seen with the naked eye, and only traces of blood could be seen flowing out. If not for the fact that it directly penetrated Chu Nan's internal organs, the small wound would not have caused any serious injuries. However, now that the sand controlled by Zealer was spread throughout the entire space, no matter how powerful Chu Nan's data ability and super perception of the spatial energy around him were, it was impossible for him to completely dodge. Soon, Chu Nan was already covered in injuries and had no choice but to use the flame of life to quickly repair his injuries. At the same time, he discovered another problem. Now, all the spatial energy in the space around him was under Zealer's tight control. Even if he urged the star cloud with all his might, he could not snatch control of this spatial energy from him. Therefore, he simply controlled the surrounding spatial energy to turn into life force. If he used the goddess song cultivation method under such circumstances, he could only use the spatial energy contained in his body. Clearly, this could not last long. Sensing this situation, Chu Nan could not help but frown. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even when he was fighting with Ro and Anklo, it was impossible for them to completely control all the spatial energy in the space they could touch and not leave anything for Chu Nan. Therefore, he could slowly deal with the two of them. In the current situation, if he still used the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method to deal with Zealer, it would probably not be long before the spatial energy contained in him was exhausted. At that time, it would be even more impossible for him to resist. Of course, Chu Nan could also take the opportunity to retreat while he still had the ability and retreat as far as possible. After all, Zealer's strength was not enough for Chu Nan to not even have the ability to escape, let alone take all the space into his control. He could still easily recover after escaping. However, Chu Nan did not plan to do this. Although he had indeed used this method to slowly exhaust the enemy in the past and seek a chance to win, he did not plan to do it this time. This was because he discovered that this very dangerous situation happened to be a great opportunity to temper the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Chapter 974. Unlike martial artists who cultivated internal breath cultivation methods to temper their bodies and gradually increase the strength of their bodies in the process of continuous cultivation, cultivation techniques like the Arhat Overlord Golden Body directly increased the strength of the body in a short period of time and were specially used in battle. Even if the cultivation method in the first 3 levels of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body was mainly used to cultivate and build the foundation, it did not mean that it could not be used in battle at all. After Chu Nan made his decision, the information about the first level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body flashed through his mind and every inch of his muscles immediately changed subtly. He could clearly sense that the muscles in his entire body had become tight. Even his pores had contracted correspondingly, causing him to feel an obvious increase in his strength. As long as the sand produced by the high condensation of spatial energy controlled by Zealer touched his body, it would at least draw a long and deep bloody wound on his skin. Now that Chu Nan had circulated the first level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method, the strength of his muscles immediately increased. After these sand collided again, although they were still not completely offset by his muscles, the damage was clearly much smaller. Chu Nan quickly circulated the second level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Internal breath flowed out of his dantian and quickly flowed into every meridian in his body according to the cultivation method. As his internal breath completed a complete cycle in his body according to the cultivation method, it immediately had an obvious strengthening effect on his entire body. Moreover, Chu Nan had already opened all the meridians in his body, including the fine meridians. Therefore, the effect was even more obvious when he used the second level of the cultivation method. Previously, any sand could have directly penetrated Chu Nan's body and caused serious damage to the inside of his body because of the powerful vibration of the spatial energy in the sand. However, now that he was using the second level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, although he could not completely block the invasion of the salt, just letting it invade could usually calm it down. The damage to his body was naturally much worse. Chu Nan only needed to use the flame of life to easily recover from such damage. Feeling that the damage caused by the sand had been suppressed to a completely acceptable extent, Chu Nan sighed in his mind. The Arhat Overlord Golden Body was indeed worthy of being the top S-rank cultivation method. His strength was clearly far inferior to this sealer, but with the help of this cultivation technique, he could already completely endure the other party's powerful attack. It was enough to show that this cultivation method was extraordinary. Of course, this was also very related to the powerful body he originally had. The strength of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body was also built on the strength of the martial artist's body and the use of spatial energy. The stronger his body was, the stronger the effect of using the first level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. The stronger the internal breath, the stronger the effect of using the second level. As for the third level, because Chu Nan could not cultivate to that extent for the time being, he could not sense it. However, it was obvious that the stronger his control of spatial energy, the stronger the effect of using the third level. Moreover, the reason why Chu Nan did not choose to escape and stayed behind to resist the attack of Zealer's special cultivation method was because he wanted to take the opportunity to cultivate the third level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. As Chu Nan tried his best to dodge and look miserable, he began to mobilize the spatial energy hidden in his body. The third level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body was aimed at the use of spatial energy in the body. Although Chu Nan had not cultivated the third level of the cultivation method previously, he had already simulated it countless times in his mind. Now that he encountered such a situation, he immediately followed the instructions of the cultivation method and began to mobilize the spatial energy hidden in his body with all his might. Before this, because Chu Nan did not have any chance to fight, he had never understood how to do this. However, now, Chu Nan had obtained inspiration from the energy shield he had set up to protect the personal terminal on his left wrist. In fact, wasn't the third level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method to allow martial artists to directly produce an energy shield in their bodies by mobilizing the spatial energy in their bodies to prevent their bodies from being directly damaged? After figuring this out, Chu Nan compared the various statistics when he adjusted the energy shield on his left wrist to the requirements of the third level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body and quickly had an inspiration. It's actually not difficult. He mobilized all the spatial energy contained in Chu Nan's body and urged it by the star cloud to fall into his control. Then, Chu Nan adjusted this spatial energy according to the third level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Soon, he experimented with an energy structure that completely matched the requirements of the cultivation method. When this complete energy structure was produced, Chu Nan immediately discovered that the muscles, bones, and even internal breath that was flowing in all the meridians in his body instantly resonated, causing him to feel that his entire body, internal spirit, and even the spatial energy contained in it had completely fused into one for the first time. Damn, this is probably the true realm required to reach the fourth level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, right? This was the first time Chu Nan had felt this situation in the past 3 months after cultivating the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. He was immediately overjoyed. At this moment, he discovered that although Zealer's sand could still break through his skin and invade his body, under the protective layer produced by the internal spatial energy, the damage it caused him could not go deep at all, so the threat to him was naturally greatly reduced. When he recalled the situation of the energy shield on his left wrist, Chu Nan's heart stirred. The energy structure of the spatial energy in his body did not change, but the frequency and strength of the vibration had a subtle change. It treated his body as a personal terminal that needed to be protected and happened to form a thin energy shield under his skin. As soon as this energy shield was produced, the sand that was wildly wreaking havoc in the surrounding space could only penetrate Chu Nan's skin, but it could not even enter his muscles and was completely blocked by the energy shield. Chu Nan lowered his head to look at the faint golden light emitting from his naked body and could not help but laugh. No wonder Supremacy Muyatong said that the Arhat Overlord Golden Body was the most suitable cultivation method for him. This cultivation technique. No, he was certain that even Supremacy Muyatong would not have expected Chu Nan to be so compatible with the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method. This cultivation method had an extremely high requirement for a martial artist's physical strength, internal breath, meridians, spatial energy, and exquisite control of spatial energy. Any one of them would affect the effect of this cultivation system. However, Chu Nan had an extremely powerful performance in these aspects. When stacked like this, it was far from as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, causing the effect of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body to be extremely obvious to him. It could even be said to be extremely shocking. Feeling that the surrounding sand hitting his body could only bring about a little pain because of his damaged skin, Chu Nan was relieved and looked at Zealer, who was still urging the sandstorm with all his might with a ferocious expression. Now, he finally had the ability to fight this guy head-on. Then, the battle would officially begin. Chapter 975. Compared to Chu Nan's fighting spirit and confidence, the surprise in his heart became heavier and heavier. At first, he thought that it was impossible for this kid in front of him, who was only at the initial stage Heaven Control Realm, to block after using all his cultivation methods. He would be directly killed in a few moves. However, although Chu Nan indeed looked to be struggling to deal with it at first, and in the blink of an eye, countless small wounds had already been pierced through by the star sand, looking extremely miserable as if he would die at any moment, when Chu Nan's body lit up with a milky white light, he did not collapse as Zealer had imagined. Instead, he had been tenaciously living under the attack of the star sand. Before fighting Chu Nan, Zealer had learned some information about him from Ro and Enklo. The two of them said that Chu Nan's talent was outstanding and his cultivation method was strange. He was definitely not easy to deal with, and Zealer did not take it to heart. In his opinion, this guy, Ro, was clearly not doing his job well. In the end, he was even tricked by this kid from the Orion Arm. In order to avoid being mocked and punished by everyone, he colluded with the two of them and deliberately exaggerated Chu Nan's strength. Moreover, in the entire incident, the role of this kid was actually not important at all. The most important reason why the Chamber of Commerce had no choice but to temporarily retreat was the pressure from the Orion Arm and the 2-star grade martial artists who had really appeared. Although the appearance of the 2-star grade martial artists was related to Chu Nan, this did not mean that this kid was very difficult to deal with. Therefore, even if he had personally seen Chu Nan easily break through the energy shield outside the base, he still did not take him seriously. However, now, not only did Chu Nan forcefully endure his powerful attack of the star sand, he even seemed to have adapted extremely quickly. Later on, it was as if the star sand could no longer injure him and he did not even dodge. Zealer narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Nan, who was standing in the spatial energy storm caused by the star sand. He sneered, "Kid, are you giving up resisting? If you want to die more comfortably, I can show extra mercy and give you." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly sensed an extremely strange but intense fluctuation in the spatial energy in the space where Chu Nan was. Then, his vision blurred and his figure suddenly disappeared. Zealer could not help but be shocked. He instantly recalled something that Ro and Anklo had deliberately emphasized twice when describing Chu Nan. This kid had an extremely special cultivation method that could avoid all perception and directly disappear. As soon as the serious expressions of Ro and Anklo flashed through his mind, Zealer immediately felt an intense and strange fluctuation in the spatial energy behind him. He knew that the situation was bad, but at this moment, he was not given any room or time to dodge. He also felt that there was no need to dodge and snorted heavily. The star cloud in his dantian circulated, and the spatial energy around him changed rapidly under the control of the star cloud. The star sand that had originally swept through a large area of space was instantly retracted and focused around his body. Most of it wreaked havoc at a high frequency in the space behind him. However, in his perception, after the star sand that had condensed spatial energy highly through the quicksand cultivation method touched the special space behind him, they were instantly assimilated by the space like sand entering the sea. All the star sand instantly returned to their origin and transformed into the most basic spatial energy, actually causing him to lose control. Zealer was shocked. The quicksand cultivation method was one of the proudest cultivation methods among his masters. Once the star sand was used, no enemy could resist it at the moment. He was even confident that unless he faced a star-grade martial artist, it was impossible for him to fail. However, now, the star sand had actually been so easily resolved by this space. It was really beyond his expectations. This was not the only unexpected thing. While the star sand was resolved by the special space behind him, an abnormal spatial energy fluctuation also appeared in the space on the right of his body. A figure suddenly appeared and threw a punch at him. It was Chu Nan. Seeing Chu Nan suddenly jump out, Zealer did not panic. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. If this kid really disappeared like this, he would have a headache because there were not many opportunities to capture him. If he escaped, who knew if he would still walk into a trap next time? Now that this kid was courting death and actually did not have the chance to escape, Zealer welcomed him extremely. Die! Zealer sneered in his mind and slapped Chu Nan first. The spatial energy in his palm condensed highly and the star sand spread out from his palm, instantly enveloping the space on the right of his body in the storm. "Heh, how unoriginal." Chu Nan's sneer filled with disdain sounded from the storm. Then, Zealer was surprised to see that Chu Nan had completely ignored the star sandstorm that was wreaking havoc around him and allowed it to sweep through his entire body, drawing extremely miserable bloody wounds on all his exposed skin. Then, he still threw a punch at him. Is this kid crazy? This was the first time Zealer had seen someone so suicidal. As he urged the star sand to sweep through Chu Nan with all his might, he retreated and wanted to distance himself. Ever since he started practicing martial arts at the age of 5, he had attained small success in the quicksand cultivation method at 10 years old. At the age of 16, he broke through the cosmic heaven's gate. After that, he had never fought anyone in close combat. In his opinion, close combat was only something low-end martial artists did. A powerful heaven control martial artist like him naturally had to maintain an elegant posture in battle. How could he fight like two street hooligans? Therefore, when he suddenly saw that Chu Nan was so fearless and insisted on rushing over to fight him in close combat, firstly, Zealer was unwilling. Secondly, he was indeed not good at close combat cultivation methods, so he naturally did not want to give Chu Nan this chance. However, Chu Nan's speed was far faster than he had imagined. Before he could take 2 steps back, he actually forcefully rushed over from the storm formed by the star sand. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Zealer and threw a punch. Chu Nan's skin had been drawn with countless bloody wounds by the star sand. He looked like his entire body was covered in blood and his entire body had turned into a bloody person. Coupled with his ferocious expression, he looked very terrifying at a glance. Coupled with the fact that his entire fist was red from the blood, this punch still appeared majestic and unstoppable, as if the world had collapsed. For a moment, Zealer's mind was shocked and his footsteps became chaotic, causing his speed of retreat to instantly slow down. As he advanced and retreated, Chu Nan's fist had already arrived in front of Zealer. He did not have the time to think and could only raise his right palm to block. Slap! Chu Nan's punch struck Zealer's palm, but it was as if he had struck a pile of sand. The highly condensed spatial energy on his fist collided with the star sand circling around his palm with a muffled sound. Zealer and Chu Nan seemed to have been struck by a huge rock and their bodies flew out at the same time. However, Chu Nan only flipped around and stabilized his body. Zealer smashed more than 10 walls before finally stopping. Zealer fell to the ground and felt a sweetness in his throat. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his palm, then opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He lowered his head to look at the bright red blood on his palm and was shocked. He looked up at Chu Nan, who had already rushed over and roared in shock and anger. "You damned guy. Even my father has never beaten me like this. You're dead." Chapter 976. Chu Nan almost fell. He could not help but stop his attack and look at the angry Zealer. What the heck? This guy should be older than 50 from the outside, but he actually said such a thing now? Even my father has never beaten me like this. He was not a child. In the beginning, Chu Nan thought that this guy was only an especially arrogant and narcissistic guy. He did not expect that now. It seemed that this guy's brain had not developed well. However, this guy with an abnormal brain could have such shocking strength. This was really incomprehensible. Zealer did not give Chu Nan any time to think about this problem. After roaring, the already shocking aura erupted from his body again. His body even emitted a faint silver and blood red light, and even his entire body seemed to have expanded. The star sandstorm circling around him spun even more wildly and intensely. Even the sand inside became larger and denser. Damn, this guy has gone crazy. Chu Nan cursed, but he was not frightened away. Instead, he tried to punch the storm in front of him. Slash! Slash! Countless sand instantly drew countless fine blood marks on Chu Nan's outstretched fist, turning his fist that had just recovered with the flame of life red again. Even the remaining flesh on the back of his hand was flipped out, looking extremely terrifying. However, Chu Nan was not shocked but happy. Although the power of the star sandstorm that Zealer was controlling was indeed much greater than before, causing the energy shield set up under his skin by using the 3rd level of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body cultivation method to completely block the invasion of the sand, it could not completely offset it now, causing the muscles under his skin to be difficult to escape. However, from the hundreds of sand fragments he had come into contact with during this period of time, the highly condensed spatial energy structure in these sand rocks was not as stable as before. Clearly, the star sandstorm that Zealer was controlling had already exceeded the limit of his original control. Even if the power had increased, it was clearly not as stable as before. Therefore, the threat to Chu Nan was actually not as great as before. After investigating this, Chu Nan was relieved and instantly gave up on the thought of continuing to close the distance between the two sides through short-distance spatial abnormalities like before and forced Zealer to fight him in close combat. Instead, he deliberately pulled away and pretended to be invincible. However, at the same time, he did not really leave and escape. Instead, he put on a posture that he wanted to escape but could not. He pretended to barely hold on at the edge of the star sandstorm. From time to time, it was as if he was forced to reveal a flaw and let the star sand directly attack his body, causing several deep wounds. Although he still used the flame of life to recover from his injuries as much as possible, the milky white light coming from his body was clearly weakening bit by bit. It clearly looked like his internal breath had been exhausted and he could not even support this cultivation method. Seeing Chu Nan like this, Zealer immediately laughed wildly. "Haha, kid, I was only careless previously. Kid, do you really think you can defeat me? Although you obtained the chance to injure me because of my carelessness, it's impossible for you to approach me and touch my noble body now. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly. Instead, I'll let your internal breath be exhausted bit by bit like this and use the star sand to tear all your skin, scrape off your flesh bit by bit, rub your bones, and finally slowly shatter your internal organs. I dare to guarantee that in the entire process, the only thing you can maintain is your head, because I'll make you watch your body slowly be worn down by the star sand bit by bit and let you experience the most complete pain. Ha ha ha." Chu Nan could not help but roll his eyes. Not only were this guy's lines unoriginal, but they did not look like something a 50-year-old middle-aged uncle like him should say. he was simply stupid. Moreover, he was a super expert who probably had the strength of a 5th stage heaven control realm expert. Now that he had spent so much effort to deal with an initial stage heaven control martial artist like him, even if he won, how could he have the face to be so arrogant? Moreover, he had not won yet. Chu Nan was suddenly very curious about how he obtained a master. From the strength he had displayed now and the powerful cultivation method he had displayed, his master was definitely extremely impressive and extraordinary. However, such a powerful master had nurtured such a fool. It really made people sigh. On the other hand, Zealer did not expect Chu Nan to still have the mood to consider these problems. He watched as Chu Nan fled left and right under the attack of the star sandstorm he controlled. Not only was he unable to counterattack, but the milky white light on his body also increased. The injuries to his body became more and more shocking. Before long, he turned into a bloody person again. The frustration he felt from being injured by Chu Nan had long disappeared and only his heart was filled with pride. However, he was a powerful martial artist after all. Although he was proud, he was still wary that Chu Nan would launch another sudden attack like before and did not relax. Chu Nan seemed to have really lost the ability to resist and did not do anything else. Ha, watch me deal with this kid and bring his head back. Do those two trash, Ro and Anklo, still dare to shirk responsibility? Humph, what do you mean by this kid's strength is unexpectedly strong? The complacency in Zealer's heart became stronger and stronger, and his vigilance decreased. Although he noticed that he had exhausted himself incredibly because he wanted to prevent Chu Nan from approaching him again, he did not mind. In his opinion, with Chu Nan's mere initial stage heaven control realm strength, it was impossible for him to last until his internal breath was exhausted. However, reality was walking towards an unexpected situation bit by bit. From the moment he circulated the star sandstorm with all his might, Chu Nan looked like he could not hold on and collapse at any time. However, 2 minutes later, Chu Nan was still like this. 5 minutes passed, but Chu Nan still looked like he was barely holding on. His entire body was mangled and he could die at any time. 10 minutes passed. Seeing Chu Nan's staggering footsteps and even his miserable appearance that could not be seen clearly, he did not fall. No matter how arrogant, narcissistic, or stupid Zealer was, he sensed that something was wrong. How could this kid endure so much? Just as this question appeared in his mind, Chu Nan's milky white light suddenly flourished and his entire body seemed to be bathed in a dazzling light. Almost in a breath, the mangled appearance on Chu Nan's body had already completed a transformation. It was as if he had instantly changed into a different person. The skin on his entire body had recovered and his body stood upright. He looked calm, proud, and energetic. How could he look like he was heavily injured and could not support himself at all? Heh, your round has ended. It's my turn now. Chu Nan's gaze landed on Zealer and he suddenly shouted. His figure flashed and he did not dodge anymore. He actually rushed towards him. Zealer was shocked, but then he sneered. Humph, kid, so what if you endured for a long time? Your true strength is far inferior to mine. In the next moment, Zealer's sneer froze on his face. Chapter 977. The storm of star sand still spread throughout a large area of space around Zealer and sealed off Chu Nan's route of attacking from any angle. However, Chu Nan did not dodge this time and completely headed straight for him. If it was according to the situation when the two of them fought earlier, if Chu Nan dared to charge into the center of the storm like this, what awaited him would definitely be his entire body being completely worn down by the star sand. There was no possibility of him surviving. However, now, Zealer widened his eyes and watched helplessly as Chu Nan rushed over. The star sand was still wreaking havoc and still ruthlessly struck Chu Nan's body. However, it was different from a casual star sand that could bring about deep wounds on his body. Now, this star sand was really only like ordinary sand. Not to mention causing any serious damage to him, it could not even scratch his skin. Moreover, if one looked carefully, one would discover that when this star sand condensed from spatial energy touched Chu Nan's body, the skin on the surface of his body produced a very small vibration in advance. Then, after the star sand was installed, it was immediately turned into nothingness and returned to the stable spatial energy that the positive space universe should have. There were less than 100 meters between the two of them, but in the process of Chu Nan rushing over, at least 10,000 grains of star sand ruthlessly collided with his body. However, every grain was perfectly resolved and could not cause any damage to him. To ordinary people, 100 meters might take more than 10 seconds to run, but to a heaven control expert like Chu Nan, it was only less than the blink of an eye. Just as the sneer on Zealer's face froze, Chu Nan had already broken through the dancing star sandstorm and threw a punch at his face. At this moment, Zealer did not have the time to think carefully about why Chu Nan could still maintain such a powerful combat strength and easily block the attack of the star sand. When he saw Chu Nan's suddenly enlarged fist and sensed the rapid vibration and change of spatial energy in the surrounding space and the cold killing intent, he could only reflexively raise his right palm to counterattack. Although Zealer's inheritance was indeed shocking and his strength was definitely not weak, he was indeed not good at close combat cultivation methods. On the contrary, Chu Nan's standard in this aspect could definitely be considered top-notch. Chu Nan's fist shadows were heavy. Before long, Zealer was forced into a sorry state and was in a dilemma. Soon, he revealed a flaw and was firmly punched in the ribs below his chest. Crack! Zealer only heard a crisp sound that frightened him out of his wits coming from his chest, and then a piercing pain woke him up, causing him to involuntarily scream. Oh my god! He actually fractured my bones. This guy actually broke my bones. I must kill him. I have to kill him. However, these thoughts only flashed through Zealer's mind before he felt as if his chest had been ferociously struck by countless sledgehammers. A series of ribs breaking sounded, and the inside of his chest seemed to have been stirred into a mess by a terrifying force, causing him to be completely drowned by endless terrifying pain. This guy actually dares to kill me. This thought flashed through Zealer's mind, and then his vision darkened and he fainted. Seeing that Zealer had fainted, Chu Nan could not help but be stunned. No way? No matter what, this guy is a heaven control expert. Why can't he be beaten? Chu Nan retracted his fist and carefully observed it. He discovered that Zealer had really fainted and did not deliberately set any traps. He could not help but not know whether to laugh or cry. He had really overestimated this guy. Logically speaking, which expert who could become a high-level heaven control martial artist had not experienced countless intense battles or even battles? At the very least, they should have experienced countless extremely painful torture in the process of cultivation. For example, Chu Nan used his high-frequency vibration internal breath to forcefully open his meridians and refine his body. How could he have fainted after breaking a few bones and injuring his internal organs? Was this guy really that useless? Chu Nan frowned and kicked Zealer, who had already fainted, on the ground. He discovered that he was still motionless. It seemed that he had really fainted. How did this guy become a heaven control martial artist? Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he squatted down to check. After confirming again that Zealer had indeed lost his mind, he thought for a moment and suddenly raised his hand to slap him without holding back. Bang! This palm strike did not seem to have exerted much strength. Then, after his palm slapped Zealer's chest, he spat out a huge and terrifying internal breath that vibrated at an extremely high frequency. It instantly invaded his body and instantly divided into more than 1,000 strands that entered every meridian in his body. The destructive power of this internal breath that maintained an extremely high frequency vibration was shocking. Coupled with Chu Nan's research when he forcefully tempered the strength of his meridians, he had an extremely deep understanding of how to use the high frequency vibration internal technique to destroy his meridian. Therefore, as soon as these 1,000 internal breaths entered his meridians, they completely destroyed them. Although he had encountered the natural counterattack of Zealer's body and the spatial energy contained in it, no matter how strong his internal breath was after losing his initiative to control it, it would not be very powerful. Moreover, most of it had long been exhausted by Chu Nan and he did not have the ability to resist at this moment. All his meridians had shattered under the impact of the high-frequency vibration internal technique and the internal control flowing inside dissipated. At the same time, the milky white light that represented the flame of life and the light green life aura that represented the goddess Song emitted from Chu Nan's palm. He did not have the intention to kill Zealer directly. Although this guy looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside, with his strength, he was definitely one of the higher-ups in the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. She should be able to obtain a lot of useful information from him. Of course, before that, he had to cripple his ability to resist. Although this guy had been defeated by Chu Nan this time, it was mainly because he had underestimated his opponent and was arrogant. At the same time, there was another very important reason. This guy did not seem to have the combat experience that a martial artist of his level should have, so he could not completely unleash his true strength. Otherwise, if it was another normal high-level heaven control martial artist of the same level as him, the possibility of Chu Nan winning was extremely small, let alone having the chance to capture him alive. Heh, it's really all thanks to a useless person like you. The internal breath in Chu Nan's palm erupted again. The internal breath that was originally wreaking havoc in the meridians in Zealer's body instantly returned and rushed into his dantian. Under the impact of such a powerful internal breath that was even vibrating at an extremely high frequency, Zealer's dantian was instantly shattered. Not only was the star cloud in his dantian in pieces, but even his dantian itself had also completely exploded like a broken balloon. If not for the fact that Chu Nan had used the flame of life and the goddess Song cultivation method to ensure his last breath, just this would have been enough to kill him. After dealing with Zealer, Chu Nan stood up and looked around. He discovered that the surroundings were already surrounded by fully armed base guards. However, these guards only surrounded him nervously and did not dare to do anything else. Chu Nan smiled at them and grabbed Zealer to rush into the sky. A moment later, he broke through the energy shield outside the base and disappeared into the vast sky. Chapter 978. Zealer had a nightmare. In his dream, he was originally majestic and was about to kill everyone when countless ferocious-looking super ferocious beasts suddenly surged out from all directions and surrounded him in the middle to launch an extremely terrifying attack. At first, he could still kill a lot, causing the surrounding ferocious beasts to scatter and escape, causing him to have the illusion that he was already invincible in the world. However, the ferocious beasts came in an endless stream. After killing one, another appeared, as if they were endless. In the end, he finally exhausted his strength and could no longer resist. Therefore, the ferocious beast swarmed forward and quickly broke through his defense. Countless extremely ferocious attacks directly struck his body, causing him to instantly feel as if his entire body had been violently struck by countless huge hammers. Every part of his body was in pain. Even the deepest part of his entire body emitted an extremely piercing pain, causing him not to be able to help but scream in pain. Then he woke up. Whoosh! When he opened his eyes and saw that there was no one around in the murderer, Zealer was stunned for a moment before he could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. The scene in the dream just now was too terrifying, causing his heart to be filled with fear. Now that he woke up and discovered that it was only a nightmare, he immediately felt relieved. However, in the next moment, an extremely terrifying pain came from every part of his body at the same time, causing him to involuntarily groan in pain. It also made him understand that the ferocious beasts in his dream were illusory, but this pain was real. Hey, you're awake. A voice with an obviously teasing tone suddenly sounded beside his ear, shocking him again. He barely suppressed the intense pain in his body and turned around. Chu Nan's face, which looked no different from an ordinary youth, entered his vision. However, when he saw the seemingly harmless face, Zealer could not help but tremble and move back forcefully. However, it brought about intense pain in his entire body, causing him to groan in pain again. Heh, if I were you, I wouldn't move. The meridians in your entire body are broken now, so it won't be good for you to move, Chu Nan said with a smile. All the meridians in his body are broken. Zealer was shocked again and hurriedly tried to mobilize his internal breath to check his situation. However, just as he thought about it, he felt an extremely deep and terrifying pain that seemed to want to completely tear his entire body apart coming from his dantian. It was instantly so painful that a large cold sweat appeared on his forehead and his entire face twisted extremely. This time, he was not only surprised but also terrified. He hurriedly suppressed the thought of using his internal breath and endured the pain to look at Chu Nan. What? What are you doing? What have you done? Chu Nan could not help but shake his head. This guy really deserved to be looked down on. He was only slightly injured. Although the pain was a little painful, as a heaven control expert, such a small pain made his face twist and shout. It was simply embarrassing for a header control martial artist. Nothing. Chu Nan shrugged and replied with a relaxed expression, I only destroyed all your meridians and dantian in case you're unwilling to answer my question honestly. How dare you? You! Zealer immediately cried out in surprise. However, this exclamation immediately triggered intense pain in his entire body, and immediately swallowed his next sentence. Chu Nan looked at him expressionlessly without any sympathy, but he was even more puzzled. How did such an embarrassing trash obtain his current strength? After a long time, Zealer slowly recovered. As he panted, he endured the pain and looked at Chu Nan. He wanted to grit his teeth, but because of the intense pain, he could not perfectly mobilize the muscles on his face. He could only pant and say with a strange expression, Kid, I'm warning you, my parents are both star-grade martial artists. If you dare to kill me, they definitely won't. They won't let you go. Oh. Chu Nan was really surprised. Although he had long guessed that this guy should have a star-grade martial artist as his backing and that they doted on him greatly, Chu Nan did not expect that this guy's parents were actually star-grade martial artists. There were only more than 10,000 star-grade martial artists in the entire Milky Way. Any star-grade martial artist was an important figure in any country. It was extremely rare to have a star-grade martial artist as his master's senior as his backing. As for this guy in front of him, whose parents were both star-grade martial artists, it was even rarer. The question in Chu Nan's mind because of Zealer was instantly answered. No wonder from the strength of this guy's internal breath and the degree of use of spatial energy, he should at least be a 4th stage heaven control martial artist and could even be compared to a 5th stage. However, his actual combat strength was far inferior. No wonder this guy was clearly so strong, but his combat experience seemed to be extremely lacking. No wonder this guy was so useless. He was only injured a little, but he was shouting in pain. He did not have the demeanor of a heaven control expert at all. It turned out that this guy was simply a spoiled child. My ass. Damn, people believe this guy when he says that he's 50 years old. He's still a bullshit child. Chu Nan cursed in his mind, however, it's true that he was spoiled. Seeing that Chu Nan had fallen silent after hearing his words and his expression had changed, Zealer thought that he had been frightened by him. Although his body was still in pain, he immediately felt much better and was even a little proud. Humph, kid, since you already know, why aren't you letting me go? Only then did Zealer have the mood to size up the surrounding environment and discover that there were rocks everywhere. Occasionally, some leads could be seen crawling out of the cracks and swaying with the breeze. No matter how one looked at it, they should be on an inhabited planet now, and they were even still uneaten. Seeing this situation, Zealer was immediately relieved. As long as Chu Nan did not bring him to a desolate planet, everything was fine. Moreover, after this kid knew that his parents were both star-grade martial artists, did he dare to do anything to him? Let you go. Chu Nan shook his head. Oh, that's right. I'll let you go, but that's after you answer my question. Come, answer my question first. Are you from the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce? Zealer glanced at Chu Nan with disdain. Kid, do you think I'll still answer your question? If you're smart, let me go as soon as possible. Otherwise, what are you doing? Zealer suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Chu Nan in shock. It turned out that Chu Nan had suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his right hand. He pinched his right index finger and gently bent it. Crack! A crisp sound sounded. Zealer watched as his right index finger tilted back at an extremely unnatural angle. A piercing pain came from his finger, causing him to involuntarily let out a miserable scream. Chu Nan still smiled at Zealer and held his right middle finger. Hey, are you willing to answer my question now? Looking at the seemingly harmless smile on Chu Nan's face, Zealer barely endured the pain. The large beads of cold sweat on his forehead gathered together and formed a small stream that flowed down his face and dripped down his chin. He suddenly discovered that his nightmare was far from over. Chapter 979. The Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce at the experiment base on planet Eden. The group of people stood in front of the base's data center, which was already beyond recognition with ugly expressions. Among them, the person with the ugliest expression was undoubtedly Jiggs. Beside him, Enkla's expression was slightly better. He even looked at Jiggs with a trace of schadenfreude. This plan to capture Chu Nan was made by Jiggs. Although Enkla also had to bear a certain amount of responsibility, in comparison, his responsibility was much smaller. After all, he had once expressed his objections to this and felt that it was impossible to successfully capture Chu Nan with the strength of the Chamber of Commerce uneaten. At that time, the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce ignored his opinion and agreed to Jig's plan. It had already made him very dissatisfied. Now that the plan had clearly failed and caused an extremely special high-level person like Zealer to be captured by Chu Nan and his whereabouts were unknown, the consequences could be said to be very serious. Of course, Jigs had to bear serious responsibility. Zealer's always arrogant face flashed past his eyes. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch as he revealed a smile. This guy who only knew how to rely on his parents to be arrogant and despotic had encountered Chu Nan this time. He deserved to be taught a lesson. It would be best if Chu Nan did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and directly killed Zealer. That would be too perfect. This was because this way, the Chamber of Commerce would definitely chase after Chu Nan with all their might because of the two supremacies. Even the two of them would personally attack. It was impossible for that kid to escape. With Chu Nan's death, the losses and mistakes he and Ro had caused would fade. Even if he was partly responsible for the medicine this time, it was not very important. When he thought of this, how could he not be happy? How's the contact with the Kasha Kingdom? A middle-aged man standing at the front of the crowd suddenly asked in a low voice. Anklo hurriedly stopped smiling and put on a serious expression as he looked at Jiggs. Jiggs looked down at his personal terminal and frowned slightly. The Kasha Kingdom promised to help investigate, but they haven't replied to the message until now. Then go rush them again. The middle-aged man who spoke was the branch president of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce on planet Eden, Morrowier. Although his martial artist strength was only at the third stage internal breath realm, because of his identity, he had more say in the chamber than Anklo and Jiggs. Hearing Morrowier's instructions, Jiggs replied and conveyed the order. Seeing his subordinate open his personal terminal and start to contact him, the expression on Morrowier's face did not relax at all. Although the Kasha Kingdom had always cooperated happily with the Chamber of Commerce and had even helped block the pressure from the Orion Arm, this did not mean that they were completely on the same side as them. If the matter with Chu Nan blew up this time, the Kasha Kingdom might use this opportunity to attack. Therefore, they limited the development of the Chamber of Commerce in the Kasha Kingdom or asked to split some benefits. If they knew the exact identity of Zealer they wanted to save now, Morrowier could completely imagine how the Kasha Kingdom would use this opportunity. However, Zealer had to be saved. If anything happened to him or he even died, Morrowier did not dare to imagine how serious the consequences would be. Just as he was thinking about this, a subordinate suddenly cried out in surprise. A high-energy spatial energy reaction has been detected outside the base. It's quickly approaching. The distance. Heavens, why is it so fast? Warning, warning, the high-efficiency energy reaction has already approached the base and is about to impact. Please note. Everyone looked at this subordinate who suddenly had a shocked expression in surprise. Just as they were about to ask what was going on, they suddenly heard a bang above their heads, as if a thunderclap had appeared above. Everyone looked up in surprise and saw a figure slowly floating down from the sky. On careful look, that figure seemed to be holding another person in his hand. Anklo was the strongest among these people and was the first to react. Long before the impact, he had already sensed it and looked up first. However, when he saw the figure who broke through the outer energy shield of the base, his expression involuntarily changed. It's Chu Nan. Crack, crack. The surrounding base guards and automatic defense machines reacted immediately. They raised their weapons and aimed at the figure who fell from the sky. However, no matter who it was, they did not dare to act rashly because at this moment, Anklo had already recognized the figure in Chu Nan's hand. Don't move. He has Zealer. Everyone could only stop what they were doing and watch Chu Nan slowly float down warily. There are quite a lot of people. Chu Nan glanced around and his gaze landed on Jiggs and Anklo. His hand casually shook and he threw the Zealer in his hand at them. Although Anklo wished that Zealer could die, he could only carefully pick him up and immediately use his internal breath to investigate. The result of the investigation shocked him and he raised his head to look at Chu Nan in shock. Don't be nervous, he's not dead. Chu Nan waved his hand. I'm only temporarily crippling him. He should recover after a few months. Morrowier and Jiggs looked at Anklo in unison, looking more or less nervous. It would be fine if what Chu Nan said was true, but if there was a slight mistake and something happened to Zealer, they did not know how to face the anger of the two supremacies. Fortunately, after carefully investigating Zealer's situation, he nodded at the two of them and revealed an affirmative expression. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at Chu Nan again. Chu Nan, what do you want? Jiggs asked in a low voice. What do I want? Chu Nan smiled and asked, Director Jiggs, I should be the one asking you this, right? What do you want? I finally came to planet Eden, but you can't wait to capture me again. Could it be that you really think I'm easy to bully? Jiggs's expression sank. I've long told you that as long as you're willing to cooperate, there won't be such a problem between us. However, if you're unwilling, don't blame us for using violence. Oh, why do I remember that when I was on planet Tomrel, you didn't even ask me and directly used a trap to deal with me? The smile on Chu Nan's face was filled with mockery. Now, you think I'm not that easy to capture, so you said to cooperate well? Go to hell. Morrowier frowned and glanced at Ankla, gesturing for him to take down Chu Nan. However, Ankla smiled bitterly and shook his head. What a joke. Back then, he and Ro could not take down Chu Nan even if they joined forces, so how could he do it alone now? If Zealer was not so arrogant as to insist on coming alone to deal with Chu Nan and instead spun until he joined forces, with the cooperation of his quicksand cultivation method, there was a trace of hope. As for now, it was naturally impossible. The reason why Chu Nan dared to appear so boldly in front of them was that he was fearless. Seeing Ankle's reaction, Morowier raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had always thought that the report submitted by Ro and Ankle was too exaggerated about Chu Nan's strength. However, now that he saw Zealer in this state and Ankle's reaction, the true strength of this extremely young kid in front of him was probably quite shocking. When he thought of this, Morowier thought for a moment and raised his hand to plan for Jigs, who wanted to speak. He said to Chu Nan, the misunderstanding between our Chamber of Commerce and you has been resolved. I don't understand why you still want to find trouble with us. Is it really removed? Chu Nan first pointed at Jigs, then tell me, why did he join forces with the Eta Chamber of Commerce to capture me as soon as I arrived on planet Eden? Then, he pointed at Ankle, tell me again, why can this guy stand here safely now? Shouldn't he stay in the prison of the Kasha Kingdom? Jigs and Ankle's expressions changed. Morowier's expression sank and he said in a low voice, this is our Chamber of Commerce's matter. I don't need to explain it to you. Then, why should I explain what I did to you? Chu Nan grinned and shrugged. He pointed at the unconscious Zealer who was still in Ankle's arms and said, I heard from this guy that his parents are star-grade martial artists? I hope the anger of the 2 star grades won't be directed at you. Goodbye. After saying that, spatial energy surged around Chu Nan and he disappeared in front of everyone in the next second. Everyone was immediately stunned, then turned to look at Ankle. Ankle shrugged and smiled bitterly. Previously, Chu Nan had run away in front of him and Ro time and time again. Now, he was still helpless. Chapter 980. Late at night, the experiment base of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce became very quiet. The commotion caused by Chu Nan's sudden appearance in the day had long faded. In order to treat Zealer as soon as possible, although there were good treatment facilities in this base, the branch president Morowier still decided to send him to the best hospital on planet Eden and also the best hospital in the Kasha Kingdom for the most perfect treatment. Of course, in order to ensure his safety, the third stage heaven control expert, Anklo, clearly had to leave with him. Since Morowier and Anklo had already left, Jigs naturally would not continue to stay here. Therefore, when night fell, the group of higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce who had come during the day had long left. Even several important leaders of the experiment base left with them. Now, more than half of the defense forces of the entire base had been pulled away by Morowier before he left. It could be said that they were at their weakest period. Of course, to ordinary people, the defense of this base could still be said to be extremely tight. It was definitely not something that could be easily broken in. To those extraordinary people, as long as experts like Anklo and Zealer were not around, the defense of the base was equivalent to nothing. Tonight, the night sky was dense with clouds, blocking the starlight reflected by the 3 satellites of planet Eden from the atmosphere. The night sky was dark. Due to the fact that it was late at night in the base, only a few places were still lit. The other places had fallen into dense darkness like the outside. In this darkness, in a remote corner outside the base, the thick soil on the ground suddenly loosened strangely. A moment later, the soil flipped open and a figure quietly crawled out. After the figure stood up, he revealed himself. It was Chu Nan. In fact, Chu Nan did not run far. He did not even leave the experiment base of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce. After opening the spatial wall and entering the alternate space, he only moved a very small distance before passing through it and returning to the positive space universe. Just like the results in his budget, the distance he moved in the alternate space had an extremely small exchange relationship with the positive space universe. When the distance moved in the alternate space was especially short, the corresponding distance in the positive space universe could not be long. Of course, the distance in the alternate space was still a huge scale compared to the positive space universe. He had not even moved a centimeter in the alternate space. When he returned to the positive space universe, he had almost flown out of this experiment base. Next, he took advantage of the fact that Morowier and the others were focused on Zealer and used the high-level Earth elemental power cultivation method to hide in the soil and wait for late at night to appear. Chu Nan first looked around and confirmed that he should not have been discovered by the testing equipment in the base before opening the personal terminal on his wrist. A faint blue light emitted from his personal terminal and enveloped Chu Nan. This was the anti-detection device that the Science Security Company was the proudest of. When Dongfang gave Chu Nan this special personal terminal, he implanted this program. As long as he opened it, he could form a special area in the range of the blue light and distort all the detection signals to form a detection vacuum. Using this thing was enough to avoid almost all the known scientific detection methods. It could be said to be one of the trump cards of the Science Security Company. After releasing the anti-detection barrier, Chu Nan carefully observed and listened to the surrounding situation for a while. Then, he took the opportunity to quickly flash out of his hiding place and pass through a large space in the base in a few moves. He arrived at the base's data center again and entered. At this moment, there were 2 staff members on duty in the base's data center. However, before they discovered Chu Nan, they had already fainted. What Chu Nan needed to do next was much simpler. He opened the mainframe AI of the base's data center on his personal terminal and opened the special program to wait calmly. Soon, the virtual screen of the base's mainframe AI displayed the results of the test. The AI's database was completely open to Chu Nan. Chu Nan was immediately overjoyed. That trash is not completely useless. His original plan was to use the special program Dongfang had implanted in this personal terminal to forcefully crack the mainframe AI of the base's data center and obtain some information he wanted. He was not too confident in this method, because Dongfang had only told him before that this program was the proud work of the Science Security Company. Although it could crack the defense program of many AIs, it could not guarantee 100% success. However, after Chu Nan captured Zealer alive, not only did he obtain some precious information from him, but he also obtained another very important benefit, which was to steal his high-level authority in the system of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Now that he had the help of this high-level authority, at the very least, the mainframe AI of this experiment base was equivalent to being completely defenseless against Chu Nan. Among the vast amount of information that the mainframe AI was completely open, Chu Nan used his powerful data ability to quickly browse and quickly noticed a special piece of information. This information was defined as high authority in the database, proving its confidentiality. Most importantly, the name of this information made Chu Nan very concerned. Genius Gene Project. Chu Nan thought for a moment and chose to open this information and read it carefully. After looking at it for a while, Chu Nan frowned. It turned out that this plan was actually a research plan of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. The goal was to nurture a special gene that was most suitable for martial arts cultivation through in-depth research on human genes. According to the plan, once the nurturing was successful, the active cells produced according to this gene would nurture a suitable human embryo. The final human body would be naturally extremely suitable to cultivate most martial techniques. After such a person was specially nurtured from a young age, because of their unique powerful talent, it would be much smoother for them to cultivate martial techniques than ordinary martial artists. Their progress would definitely be abnormally fast. Be it learning or using martial arts techniques, the effect would be extremely strong. If everything went smoothly, such a person would undoubtedly become a top martial artist. In fact, every one of them had the ability to break through to the star-grade martial artist realm. If this plan was successful, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce could even plan to nurture powerful star-grade martial artists one after another. These star grades had been nurtured by the Tag Life Science Chamber since they were young and were brainwashed by the Chamber of Commerce. Every one of them would be loyal to the Chamber of Commerce and could definitely become their strongest combat strength. When the star-grade martial artists nurtured like this and the slightly weaker martial artists reached a certain scale, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce would definitely become the strongest trading company in the entire Milky Way, even surpassing the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 981. When he first read this plan, Chu Nan's heart was filled with absurdity. If star-grade martial artists could be nurtured so easily and even mass-produced, the entire Milky Way would have long been filled with star-grade martial artists. Star-grade martial artists would not be like now, where every one of them was the most precious and revered top figure in their respective countries. Therefore, Chu Nan felt that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was simply daydreaming. However, after reading this plan carefully, Chu Nan became more and more surprised. This was because this plan was extremely tight and the entire plan was extremely complicated. Moreover, although Chu Nan could not understand many professional terms, from the perspective of the entire plan, it was definitely not nonsense. Clearly, there was a perfect theoretical basis to support it. Most importantly, this plan was so confidential in the database. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look like the nonsense of a certain person. When he recalled the fact that he, Tiago, and the others had been captured, it was enough to show that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was not joking, but was really implementing this plan. The reason why he and the young genius martial artists like Tiago were captured was probably to study the genes of these geniuses as a reference. Seeing this, Chu Nan could not help but shiver. If not for the fact that his strength far exceeded ordinary young martial artists and the cultivation method he had was very special, coupled with the most special brain that was equivalent to an AI, he would definitely not have been able to escape midway. Then, he would have long fallen into the hands of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. As for the outcome, from the brainwashing mentioned in the plan, it was a problem for Chu Nan to guarantee his will. When he thought of this, Chu Nan could not help but worry. In fact, Angie Prairie could also be considered a standard genius martial artist. The reason why the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce did not target her was probably that she was in seclusion and did not perform well in the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition like Chu Nan, so she did not attract the attention of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. However, now that Angie Prairie had run to the Perseus Arm to find the whereabouts of Chu Nan and Supremacy Ovally, if she attracted the attention of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce in the process of finding him, it would really be dangerous. I hope Angie Prairie can react quickly. Chu Nan prayed in his mind and continued to read. He discovered that there was actually an additional list at the end of the information. His name was included. Apart from Chu Nan, there were also the names of Tiago, Okiya, Sangshan, and others. Moreover, he could open every name and see a very detailed analysis report. However, different from the other names, after Tiago, Okiya, and the others who were saved by Chu Nan, they were specially labeled with a special symbol. It seemed that they were specially distinguished from the others. Among the other names, Chu Nan also saw an equally familiar name, Willen. Chu Nan opened this name and confirmed from the report that this Willen was indeed the Willen he had guessed. He was the Willen from the Fig Republic who had defeated Chu Nan by accident in the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. This guy has also been captured. Chu Nan frowned and his gaze swept past nearly 100 other names. His heart sank. If the names on it were all young genius martial artists captured by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, then their plan this time was really not small. The plan was extremely huge. They really did not know who gave them the courage to do this. Even if it was really possible to successfully develop this plan and produce star-grade martial artists, was this Chamber of Commerce not afraid that the plan would fail and be shattered? However, on second thought, Zealer's annoying face flashed past Chu Nan's eyes. This guy was now one of the higher-ups of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. His parents were both star-grade martial artists. From this point alone, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce definitely had extremely powerful martial arts support. Or rather, the strength of this Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was much stronger than Chu Nan had imagined. They were not afraid of the revenge of the faction behind these young genius martial artists, including him. When he thought of this, Chu Nan casually opened the analysis report attached to a few names. Not only did these reports analyze the martial techniques of these genius martial artists and make deep reports on their personal characteristics, but they also introduced their identities in detail. From these reports, it could be seen that although these young martial artists were all genius martial artists from the various small countries on the Orion Arm, their masters could not be considered especially outstanding. No one's master was related to a star-grade martial artist. In terms of status, Tiago was the highest. This was because Tiago was an extremely famous academy in the Green Academy of the United States of Meleda. The United States of Meleda could be considered a large country in the Orion Arm, and its status was much higher than Chu Nan, a martial artist from the Earth Federation. However, Tiago's master was still unrelated to star-grade martial artists. It seems that this Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce knows a lot. Chu Nan nodded and felt slightly relieved. No wonder after he and Supremacy Ovally appeared, they successfully returned from the Perseus Arm without any resistance. Moreover, Tiago and the others had safely returned to the Orion Arm under the care of Supremacy Melanie. The reason was that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was more or less wary of star-grade martial artists and was unwilling to have a direct conflict with them. From this, it could be seen that Angie Prairie was much less dangerous. After all, she was the only personal disciple of Supremacy Ovally. If she really could not reveal her identity, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce would more or less be wary. Although Angie Prairie is a little carefree, she's not a fool after all. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Chu Nan touched his chin and pondered. On the other hand, what's going on with Supremacy Ovally? The Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce is clearly unwilling to take the initiative to provoke star-grade martial artists. Moreover, even if Supremacy Ovally takes the initiative to provoke them, they shouldn't be able to do anything to her. Then, why is there still no news of her? Chu Nan thought for a moment and could only make a decision. It seems that I have to make a trip to the Sparian Federation in the end. Chapter 982. A medium-sized spaceship slowly stopped at the space station of Planet Zydom. As soon as the cabin door opened, a group of fully armed guards suddenly rushed in and instantly forced the other tourists to retreat, leaving a small group of people surrounded in the middle. If one looked carefully, one would discover that a sealed life support cabin was surrounded by that small group of people and looked tightly guarded. Through the transparent cabin, one could see a middle-aged man lying inside. From his pale face and the fact that he had to lie in the cabin, he was probably in a very dangerous situation. Although these tourists and the guards who rushed up were very arrogant and despotic, no one in the cabin expressed any objections, not only because of the cold weapons on the guards but also because they recognized the obvious symbol on these guards, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Everyone watched as the guards surrounded the group of people and the life support cabin in the middle quickly left the spaceship. Only then did they start to disembark in an orderly manner according to the arrangements. In the crowd, an ordinary-looking young man who would definitely not be looked at twice in a crowd glanced in the direction of the cabin door, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Heh, there's actually no need to be so anxious. That trash won't die. This young man was naturally Chu Nan. The group of people who had left in a hurry previously were the people of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, including Anklu and Jigs. As for the middle-aged man in the life support cabin that they carefully protected in the middle, he was naturally Zealer, who had all his meridians and Dantian crippled by Chu Nan. As for why Chu Nan said that Zealer would not die. In fact, when Chu Nan crippled all the meridians and Dantian in Zealer's body, he had already undergone extremely precise control, allowing him to maintain the most basic flow of his blood vessels and Dantian. This state was naturally not enough for him to continue preserving his powerful martial strength, but because of his powerful body as a heaven control martial artist, he did not have to worry about dying like this. Moreover, before Chu Nan threw him to Anklo, he had been using the goddess song cultivation method to maintain enough life force in his body. Next, unless Anklo and the other fellows from the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce completely ignored his life, it was impossible for him to die if he immediately began to treat him. There was another benefit to doing this, and that was to make Anklo, Jigs, and the others have to be wary of saving Zealer. Therefore, they could not focus on Chu Nan, allowing him to easily sneak into the base and obtain the precious information he wanted. Now that Chu Nan had actually arrived at Planet Zydom on the same spaceship as them, it was purely an accident. After knowing the genius genetic plan of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce through the information, in order to confirm Angie Prairie's news and investigate further, Chu Nan decided to rush to the Sparian Federation and come to the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce to investigate. However, when he arrived at the Planet Eaton space station, he happened to encounter Anklo and the others. If not for Chu Nan's fast reaction and using the Purple Cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique to temporarily change his appearance and size, he might have been recognized by Anklo and Jigs. At first, Chu Nan was a little strange as to why Anklo and the others had left Planet Eaton. However, when he saw Zealer lying in the life support cabin, he roughly understood. It seemed that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was not at ease with Planet Eaton treating Zealer and planned to bring him back to the Sparian Federation. From the arrogant and despotic expression of the Tag Life Science Chamber after arriving on Planet Zydom, it had to be said that their choice was not wrong. After the crowd got out of the spaceship and entered the space station, Chu Nan did not have to spend much effort to discover that the entrance of a spatial orbit station that led to the surface of Planet Zydom had been sealed by a group of guards from the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that they did not give other tourists any chance to approach. Gathering the situation just now, Chu Nan was even more willing to believe that Zealer said that his parents were star-grade martial artists. If not for this, even if Zealer's strength was not bad and he held a high position in the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, it was impossible for him to obtain such importance. From this point, the status of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce and the Sparian Federation was indeed as special as some of the civilian evaluations Chu Nan had found on the Milky Way network. It could even influence the decisions of the Sparian Federation in many things. Chu Nan chose another spatial orbit station that led to the surface and obediently took the train to the surface with the other tourists. He obediently accepted the entry test before officially landing on the surface of Planet Zidum with the crowd like an ordinary tourist. Looking at the endless grassland outside the surface space station, Chu Nan narrowed his eyes. Alright, we've finally arrived at the territory of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. I hope we can find news of Angie Prairie here. Just as Chu Nan was about to take the bus like an ordinary tourist outside the surface space station, Anklo and the others had already escorted Zealer into a huge building complex 600 kilometers southwest of the space station. As soon as he carried the life support cabin loaded with Zealer out of the Chamber of Commerce's exclusive high-speed shuttle, Anklo felt two extremely terrifying and material auras pounce over. He could not help but feel a trace of fear, but he forcefully made himself still stand on the spot. He even forcefully squeezed out a smile and looked at the two figures rushing over at high speed. Supremacy Mal. As soon as he spoke, the two huge auras had completely suppressed him and forced him to swallow his words. Then, two figures had already appeared by the life support cabin. They were a man and a woman. The middle-aged man glanced at the life support cabin, then turned around and asked Anklo with a gloomy expression, "Anklo, what's going on?" Just as he was about to answer, he suddenly felt the spatial energy around him surge wildly. An extremely terrifying aura attacked him. He was shocked, but he forcefully resisted the thought of resisting himself and allowed the aura to pounce forward. Bang! Anklo's body flew out quickly like a ball. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown hundreds of meters, completely collapsing the nearest building. Then, he smashed through the solid metal wall of the other building behind him and barely stopped. The eyelids of everyone around him, including Jigs, twitched, but no one dared to show any expression. They only lowered their heads tacitly and remained silent. After a while, Anklo dragged his body out of the house he had broken through crookedly. He spat out blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly moved over. The middle-aged man and woman looked at him coldly without any pity in their eyes. Even that woman still had a hateful expression. Seeing him approach, she first pointed at him and circled her arm before pointing at the surrounding people. She raised her voice and screamed, "If anything happens to Zealer, all of you will be buried with him." Chapter 983. The group of people around him could not help but shiver. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Even the expression on Jigs's face became unnatural. Only Anklo still maintained his normal expression and even forcefully maintained a smile. Supremacy Mal, you don't have to worry. Although Zealer's current situation is not very good, his life is not in danger. His life is not in danger. The middle-aged woman called Supremacy Mal raised her voice again and shouted angrily, "How did it become like this if his life is not in danger? Do you want me to beat you up like this so that your life is not in danger?" Anklo immediately shivered and waved his hand. "About that. Supremacy Mal, there's no need. I feel that. We shouldn't waste time here. Hurry up and bring Zealer in and do a full checkup first." He looked at the middle-aged woman sincerely and looked like he was completely thinking for Zealer. In fact, he had long cursed him in his mind. Damn, this guy was clearly arrogant and wanted to deal with Chu Nan alone, but he was beaten up. He had asked for it. In the end, they were the ones being scolded together and even threatened in person. It was really annoying. However, he did not dare to show any true thoughts. Even a powerful third-stage heaven control martial artist like him did not dare. The reason was very simple. The middle-aged man and woman opposite him were both star-grade martial artists. Yes, these two were Zealer's biological parents, Supremacy Autoford and Supremacy Mal. Supremacy Mal wanted to continue cursing, but he was stopped by Supremacy Autoford. "Let's see the situation first." After saying that, Supremacy Autoford gestured for Anklo to open the life support cabin and stretched out his hand to enter. He injected a trace of internal breath into the still unconscious Zealer. A moment later, he retracted his hand, his face filled with confusion. "How is it?" Supremacy Mal asked. "Will Zealer die?" Supremacy Autoford shook his head and did not answer this question. Instead, he pondered for a moment and asked, "The kid who injured Zealer is called Chu Nan." Anklo was a little surprised. Although Supremacy Autoford had a close relationship with the Chamber of Commerce, he had always ignored their matters. He did not expect him to know the name Chu Nan. "Yes, Supremacy, you. Show me that kid's information." Anklo looked at Supremacy Autoford in confusion, but he could only nod in agreement. "Yes." Chu Nan got off the bus and raised his head to look at the inconspicuous four-story building in front of him. Then, he opened his personal terminal and compared it. After confirming that he had not found the wrong place, he nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the side door behind the building. "Sir, unrelated people are forbidden to enter. Please stop." A man who looked like a security guard at the door looked at Chu Nan warily and reached out to stop him. However, just as he raised his hand, he discovered that his vision blurred and the person in front of him disappeared. The security guard blinked hard, not understanding. Is this a ghost?" Behind him, Chu Nan glanced at the security guard standing at the door in a daze and smiled before turning around to touch the interior of the building. The structure of the building was not complicated. Chu Nan easily found a huge room at the core. Although the room was large, other than the two guard robots, only one person was responsible for guarding it. Chu Nan easily removed the resistance of the two guard robots and gently knocked out the other person before easily sneaking into the room. If it was the first time he suddenly entered this huge room, he would definitely be dazzled by the situation in the room, because such a huge room was densely filled with virtual screens that displayed countless different images. From the time and progress displayed on the virtual screen, it was clearly a real-time image. The reason for this situation was that this building was one of the monitoring centers of this city, and this room was the real-time monitoring center. Chu Nan ignored the ear-piercing alarm in the room and obtained the authorization of the mainframe AI on his personal terminal. Then, he pulled out the image information of Angie Prairie from his personal terminal and transmitted it before starting to search in the mainframe AI. The city he was in now was the closest to the surface space station and the largest city not far from the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. If Angie Prairie had ever come to this planet, she must have come for the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Since she wanted to investigate the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, there was a high chance that she would stop in this city. At the very least, she would pass by. As long as he left traces in this city, the monitoring center here should leave a record. As expected, after Chu Nan patiently waited for a while, 3 scenes suddenly appeared on the largest virtual screen controlled by the mainframe AI. The background of the event displayed in these 3 scenes was clearly different. The only similarity was that there was an identical figure in the 3 scenes. Angie Prairie. Chu Nan could not help but take a deep breath. Looking at the familiar face in the 3 paintings, for the first time, Chu Nan discovered that he missed her so much. Although he had thought of it many times because of his worry, every time he thought of Chu Nan, he would only calmly think about how to find her and not think about anything else. Now that Chu Nan had really discovered Angie Prairie through these monitoring scenes, he discovered that he could not suppress his excitement. That was great. This fellow was still alive. Although it was only some monitoring scenes, since she could be captured by the monitoring, it proved that at the very least, she was still alive and well when she was captured. Chu Nan hurriedly pulled out the specific confidence of these 3 scenes and discovered that the time of these 3 monitoring scenes was not far apart. They were basically on the same planet day and night. As for the time between these 3 monitoring screens and now, after a simple conversion, Chu Nan quickly confirmed that it was only 37 Earth days ago. In other words, when Chu Nan decided to set off from the Earth Federation to the Perseus Arm to find Angie Prairie and Supremacy Ovally, she happened to be in this city. Chu Nan carefully observed these 3 monitoring scenes and discovered that Angie Prairie had just walked out of the bus in the first one with a curious expression. In the second painting, Angie Prairie walked out of a bar-like place. He could see 3 hooligans about to surround her. In the third painting, Angie Prairie had just walked out of a dark alley. There was still a trace of blood on her goddess-like beautiful face, but she still had the familiar and slightly proud smile on her face that made one's hair stand on end. From the scene, Angie Prairie seemed to have noticed the monitoring device. She glanced in the direction of the camera with a thoughtful expression. After this, there was no monitoring screen that completely matched. After seeing these 3 scenes, Chu Nan calmed his mood, which had fluctuated because he had just confirmed Angie Prairie's news and pondered. From the monitoring screen, Angie Prairie had undoubtedly come to Planet Zidam and this city. The reason why there was no monitoring scene of her later on was very likely because she had noticed that she needed to hide her identity and disguised herself. However, Chu Nan had no way of knowing where Angie Prairie had gone after this and what she had done in the past month. No matter what, being able to obtain definite news of Angie Prairie is already a huge improvement. Chu Nan clapped his hands and felt his mind become energetic. After operating his personal terminal to implant a program into the mainframe AI of the monitoring center, he quietly retreated. Chapter 984. As the largest chamber of commerce in the Sparian Federation and one of the most famous chamber of commerce in the entire Perseus Arm, since the name of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce carried the word life science, it naturally had extremely deep attainments in the field of life science. It showed that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce actually operated the top medical institutions in the Sparian Federation in several nearby countries. The internal exclusive hospital at the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce was reputed to be one of the 3 best hospitals in the entire Perseus Arm. Under normal circumstances, other than being mainly responsible for a large pile of research work by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, this hospital was only open to internal members of the Chamber of Commerce. If people outside the Chamber of Commerce wanted to enter this hospital for treatment, they had to be top figures of the various countries on the Perseus Arm. The price they paid was definitely not small. Now, in the best top-notch ward in this hospital, there was a person who occupied the entire ward alone. At the same time, there were several gorgeous and professional young female nurses specially responsible for serving him. There was also an entire team waiting outside the ward at any time. If anything unexpected happened, they would react immediately. Apart from that, in the huge conference room of the hospital, there was a meeting specially to discuss the condition of the patients in the ward. Apart from a few top experts from the hospital and the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, even the hospital dean and the deputy president of the Chamber of Commerce, who was specially responsible for dealing with internal signals, attended the meeting. Even if the president of the Sparian Federation had serious physical problems, it would probably be very difficult to enjoy such a lineup. Now, they were all sitting here obediently. All of them had deep frowns and put on serious expressions. There was only one reason for these higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce to appear here, and that was Supremacy Overlord, who was sitting in the first seat below the chief of the conference room. The person lying in the ward was naturally Zealer. Cough. I believe everyone knows about Zealer's current situation. The conference room was silent for a moment. Seeing that no one still spoke, the deputy president, Doppler, who had specially come to preside over this discussion, had no choice but to cough lightly and take the initiative to start the topic. I hope everyone can actively comment on how to treat Sealer. The other experts looked at each other, but no one was willing to speak. Seeing this situation, Vice President Doppler was a little awkward. He turned to look at Supremacy Autoford sitting on his left and was a little worried. Supremacy Autoford and Supremacy Mel had always doted on their only son. Now that Sealer had been beaten into such a state that his life and death were unknown, the two Supremacies were naturally furious. Previously, he had heard that Supremacy Mel had even flipped out on the spot and taught Anklo a lesson. If Sealer was really dead, he did not dare to imagine how the two of them would react. No matter what reaction it would not be a good result for the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Supremacy Autoford did not react much. He still looked ahead expressionlessly. His gaze was not focused, as if he was not focused on this meeting at all. Seeing that he was also like this, Deputy President Doppler could only turn around and call someone's name. Markulov, tell me, how's Sealer's current situation? The person called out by Doppler was an old man with white hair on his head. From his appearance, he was probably past his 60s. Hearing Doppler call his name, he smiled bitterly and shook his head lightly. He did not want to answer, but he knew that with his status as the dean of this internal hospital, it was impossible for him to dodge. After a pause, he deliberated over his words and replied, In fact, from the various test data, Sealer's life characteristics are still very stable. For the time being, his life is not in danger. Then why hasn't he woken up? Doppler asked with a frown. This involves a problem with the life characteristics, Markulov said seriously. Although the various life characteristics of Sealer are very stable, proving that he's still alive before there are any changes, this is only survival. It doesn't mean that his breathing, heart, blood circulation, and so on are enough to support him in a completely awake state. Or more accurately, he doesn't have the ability to wake up now. No ability? What ability? Doppler frowned even more. Although he was the deputy president of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce, he was mainly responsible for administrative work. He did not know much about these aspects, so he did not quite understand what Markulov was saying. If we use you as an example, you're completely normal now. You can stand up if you want to and sit down if you want to. However, when your legs lose the strength to support you, you clearly don't have the ability to complete these actions. You mean, Sealer has gone to the power to wake him up now? Doppler looked puzzled. Then what's the reason? What caused him to become like this? Could it be that with our Chamber of Commerce's ability, we can't let him recover this power? Markulov smiled bitterly again. We've tried many methods, but no matter what method we use to stimulate Sealer, his body will only recover for a short period of time. Then, he was quickly affected by a very strange force and reprogrammed to his current state. A very strange force. Doppler frowned even more. Could it be that you can't check what's going on with this force? Markulov looked at his other colleagues at the conference table and they looked at each other with bitter smiles. I'm very sorry, but this is the first time we've discovered this strange force. According to my observations, this force can even directly affect the essence of life. It's not something that the technical methods we know now can affect. Yes, this force is very strange. I originally thought that our Chamber of Commerce's research in the field of life science had already reached a very profound level, and it might even be slightly stronger than the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Even if we can't safely break through the mysteries of life, we've already reached a sufficiently deep understanding. However, after discovering this strange force, I discovered that our research is far from enough. If we define our current research progress as 10, I feel that this mysterious force can at least be defined as 20, or even higher. I feel that we should focus our research and study this. Alright, stop. Siri. Doppler had no choice but to raise his hand and interrupt him. What we're discussing now is whether there's a way to wake Sealer up and recover to his original state. As for the research, we'll talk about it in the future. How can we talk about it in the future? How can we miss such a good research opportunity? I suggest. Siri. Doppler suddenly shouted in a low voice and forcefully stopped the famous expert from the Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, he glared at him fiercely, then turned to look at Supremacy Autoford with an apologetic expression. Supremacy, I'm afraid we don't have the ability to let Sealer recover for the time being. If you're really worried, I think there's no need. This time, it was Supremacy Autoford who raised his hand to interrupt Doppler. Your hospital is already the best. If you can't do it, I don't think there's any other way. Doppler immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Supremacy Autoford did not have the intention to blame them. Fortunately, Supremacy Mal was busy taking care of Sealer and did not participate in this meeting. Otherwise, it would definitely not be so easy. I originally did not expect you to really help. Supremacy Autoford continued. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of everyone in the conference room changed, but no one dared to refute. In fact, I already knew when I first checked Sealer's internal breath. I'm afraid this is not something ordinary people like you can understand. Chapter 985. Everyone was stunned. Supremacy Autoford, what do you mean? Markulov could not help but ask. It's very simple because the force in Sealer's body is actually a strange turbulence mixed with internal breath and spatial energy. This is something that only powerful martial artists can understand. Ordinary scientific methods naturally can't deal with it, Supremacy Autoford said again. I originally thought that you might have a way, but from the looks of it, you still can't. Everyone could not care less about the contempt for them in Supremacy Autoford's words. Siri could not help but immediately ask, Supremacy, what's this turbulence mixed with internal breath and spatial energy you're talking about? I feel that since the equipment can observe it, it can definitely be solved by scientific methods. Is that so? Supremacy Autoford sneered, I'm sitting here properly now and can completely measure it with scientific equipment, but what scientific method can you use to deal with me? Everyone was immediately speechless. Supremacy Autoford was completely unreasonable. He was the strongest star-grade martial artist. If they wanted to use scientific methods to deal with him, they had to use the top interstellar battleship. Apart from that, it was almost impossible for anything to deal with him. However, even if he was really unreasonable, everyone could only obediently shut up. His favorite only son was currently in a very dangerous situation. No one dared to provoke him at this moment. Cough. Then, Supremacy Autoford, what do you mean? Doppler asked in confusion. Of course, we have to use martial arts to deal with martial arts problems. Since you can't let Zealer recover, you have to at least protect his life and not let him die, Supremacy Autoford said in a low voice. Doppler quickly glanced at Markulov. Seeing him nod lightly, he hurriedly replied, no problem, we'll definitely do our best to protect Zealer's life. However, Supremacy, do you plan to? If you want to resolve the problem brought about by a martial artist, you naturally need to use the method of a martial artist. Supremacy Autoford knocked on the table and looked straight at Doppler. I request you to search for that kid called Chu Nan with all your might and find him. Then, inform me immediately. You don't have to pay attention to what happens next. Doppler was overjoyed, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He only nodded heavily. No problem. Supremacy Autoford nodded and waved at everyone, gesturing for them not to follow. Then, he left the meeting room. After walking out of the meeting room, Supremacy Autoford quickly arrived at the ward not far away. When he walked in, he discovered that the beautiful nurses in the ward had all been chased to the corner of the ward and squeezed together. Beside the huge bed, only Supremacy Mal was sitting there alone and pressing a hand on Zealer's stomach. Hearing Supremacy Autoford walk in, Supremacy Mal turned to look at him and nodded at him without saying anything. Supremacy Autoford walked to the bed and lowered his head to look at Zealer, who still had his eyes closed. However, on the surface, he looked normal and only seemed to have fallen asleep. Then, he asked Supremacy Mal in a low voice, how is it? At this moment, Supremacy Mal no longer had the tyranny he had when facing Enkla. When she heard this, she sighed softly and retracted her hand. There's still no choice. The characteristics of that internal breath are very strange. I've never seen an internal breath that can be preserved in another person's body like this. It can even be mixed with spatial energy to regenerate together. It's as if this internal breath itself is a star cloud. It's a star cloud. Supremacy Autoford was stunned. The situation when he investigated the situation in Zealer's body quickly flashed through his mind. He thought carefully and could not help but nod lightly. It's indeed a little similar. However, what cultivation method is this? It's actually so strange. Supremacy Mal also frowned and thought for a moment before saying fiercely, who cares what cultivation method it is? That kid called Chu Nan is actually so bold and reckless to dare to use such a vicious cultivation method on Zealer. When I capture him, I'll definitely make him die a horrible death. Plop, plop, plop. A few muffled sounds sounded. The dense killing intent flowing out of Supremacy Mal's body affected the spatial energy in the space around her, causing a terrifying pressure to the entire space as if it was material. Supremacy Autoford naturally did not think it was affected, but the few beautiful nurses hiding in the corner were all ordinary people. They could not endure such terrifying pressure at all. All of them bled from their 7 orifices and fainted. Supremacy Autoford glanced at it and did not take the lives of the nurses to heart. He only touched his chin and frowned. I'm afraid even if we capture this kid, we can't easily cripple him. His cultivation method is so strange. I think it's very difficult for others to easily remove the effect it left on Zealer. If we want him to completely recover, we might have to let this kid do it himself. Humph, his life will be in my hands at that time. He has no choice but to be obedient. The smile on Supremacy Mal's face became extremely sinister. When Zealer completely recovers, I'll use all my methods to torture this damned kid and make him regret daring to attack him even if he dies. Hearing Supremacy Mal's words, Supremacy Autoford frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. Instead, he thought for a moment and reached out to press on Zealer's stomach. A trace of internal breath entered. The situation was the same every time he investigated these few days. As soon as his internal breath entered Zealer's meridians, a strange energy fluctuation mixed with internal breath and spatial energy quickly condensed from the depths of his meridians, instantly scattering the trace of internal breath he sent. The frequency of this special strange fluctuation vibration was abnormally high. The internal breath and spatial energy inside were extremely strange. It was completely unlike any internal breath that Supremacy Autoford had come into contact with, nor was it like any cultivation method to use spatial energy that he had mentioned. Logically speaking, it was impossible for these two things to be mixed like this, but now, they were perfectly mixed together and continuously transformed each other, maintaining a stable circulation in Zealer's meridians. This strange fluctuation even seemed to have replaced the flow of Zealer's internal breath. It circulated in his meridians and dantian, preventing his body from getting better. At the same time, it extremely cleverly allowed his meridians and dantian to always be in a subtle active state and not completely collapse. Therefore, he could continue to live. However, Zealer was clearly not intact. Just as Markulov had said, he did not even have the ability to wake up. If Sealer was troubled by the special internal breath left in his body by ordinary martial artists, with the powerful strength of a star-grade martial artist, he could naturally easily help him resolve it. However, the strange fluctuation Chu Nan had left in Sealer's body was extremely ingenious. If Supremacy Autoford used a forceful method, it would definitely cause great damage to the meridians and dantian in his body. He might not be able to recover completely in the future, so he naturally could not recover his strength. If he used gentle methods, he would be unable to shake this strange energy fluctuation like now. After talking for a while, Supremacy Autoford sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to retract his hand, his heart suddenly stirred. He turned to ask Supremacy Mal, "Right, do you still remember the crazy woman called Ovally?" Chapter 986. Night fell, but the commotion in the city did not weaken at all. Instead, because of the colorful light shining everywhere, it became even more lively. As the city closest to the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce on planet Zydom, although Ontario was not the largest city on the planet, it was one of the most prosperous cities. To this city nicknamed Life Shining City, entering the night was the true moment of life. This was because only at night would countless flames of life continuously jump out. Bogner staggered out of a building that did not look very eye-catching from the outside. Behind him, a beautifully dressed woman with a beautiful appearance who could definitely be called a top beauty sent him out. She did not forget to give him a deep kiss. When she opened her mouth, her voice was charming and sweet, almost causing Bogner's feet to soften, and he was almost unwilling to take another step. "Heh, Lord Bogner, stay tonight. I'm not done yet." Bogner laughed and bluntly reached out to grab the woman's chest. "Stupid bitch, I've shot my load for a week at you. Isn't it enough? Just you wait. The next time I take some medicine from the Chamber of Commerce, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days." "Oh, really?" The woman still smiled beautifully, and her eyes were even more charming. "Then why don't you go bring it over now? Wouldn't it be better for us to fight properly tonight?" "Humph, I want to have a good time, but that damn supervisor arranged for me to be on duty tonight. I'm only sneaking out now." At this point, Bogner suddenly sighed, "It's all the damned kid's fault. I probably won't be able to live in peace for the next week." After saying that, he grabbed the woman's chest again and waved his hand. He rejected the woman's help and continued to walk unsteadily towards the parking lot. The building he walked out of looked inconspicuous, but it was actually one of the top nightclubs in Ontario. The reason why he dressed up inconspicuously was to maintain a certain degree of secrecy and provide convenience to certain figures. Naturally, the parking lot was also hidden. Bogner swayed and slowly arrived at the parking lot underground. He opened his private low-altitude shuttle with familiarity and was about to start it and leave when he suddenly felt something amiss. A hand touched his neck. Bogner's entire body immediately stiffened. "You don't ask. Drive out first." A very young voice sounded from behind. At this moment, Bogner was so shocked that his drunkenness instantly dissipated. He did not have the time to think about how the person behind him touched this private shuttle that had clearly been locked. He could only start the shuttle according to his instructions and slowly drive towards the exit of the parking lot. Just as he drove to the exit, Bogner suddenly moved his feet and the shuttle instantly accelerated. At the same time, his subordinate quietly pressed a button and activated the custom personal security facilities in the private shuttle. After doing this, the shuttle would immediately lower a complete energy shield with the driver's seat as the center, completely isolating it and forming a private safe space. Although the guy behind him was currently pinching his neck, Bogner believed that when the energy shield was produced, it could even cut through the hardest metal. Then, one of this guy's arms was naturally not a problem. Moreover, his sudden activation just now must have exceeded the other party's expectations. The other party could not react at all. Hearing the energy shield notification from the mainframe AI of the shuttle, Bogner heaved a sigh of relief. He slowed down the shuttle and turned around, planning to see who the person behind him was. Now that this shuttle had already been locked by his custom-made personal security facility, the other party could not threaten him at all and could not escape at all. He wanted to see who was so bold as to attack him, a senior researcher of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, on planet Zydom. However, as soon as his neck turned, it touched a few fingers. Then, these fingers shrunk and instantly pinched his neck again. Although these fingers did not exert any strength, Bogner was very certain that as long as the other party was willing, these fingers could definitely easily break his neck. Bogner did not dare to move anymore. The fear in his heart was only deeper than before. This guy's arm was actually not cut off by the energy shield. Oh god. He must be an extremely powerful martial artist. Listen carefully, I don't have time to play any tricks with you. The young voice behind him spoke again. Answer my question properly, or you should understand the consequences. Bogner's heart trembled, but a moment later, he was furious for no reason. What do you want? I'm warning you, this is Planet Zydom. I'm a senior researcher at the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. If you dare to do anything to me, you definitely can't escape. The person behind ignored Bogner. Instead, the finger holding his neck suddenly slid down and landed on his right shoulder, then gently squeezed. Bogner clearly heard the sound of bones breaking on his right shoulder. A terrifying pain was instantly transmitted to his mind, causing him to involuntarily scream. Cold sweat the size of beans immediately slid down his forehead. Do you understand the consequences now? The voice behind asked. Bogner barely adapted to the intense pain in his shoulder and barely replied, I understand. Very good. Then answer my first question. Half an hour later, Bogner's private shuttle appeared outside the door of the headquarters of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce. After a series of complicated certification procedures, the shuttle successfully entered the door and headed straight for the Research Institute deep in the headquarters. The shuttle stopped in the special parking space of the Research Institute. Bogner got out first, but he did not leave directly. Instead, he waited. The back door of the shuttle opened quietly, but no one got out. Then, the door was closed. "Lead the way." A voice sounded out of thin air. Bogner's eyes narrowed. Optical camouflage invisibility was not a particularly profound technology. Even the guards of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce had 100 sets of individual optical camouflage invisibility equipment. Bogner had even personally seen the guards wear this for practice. However, he had never heard of optical camouflage invisibility technology that could really make people disappear completely. Even at such a close distance, he actually could not see anything. What was even more outrageous was that although there were clearly many lights shining over, they did not leave any shadows in front of him, as if there was really nothing in front of him. This guy dares to attack our Chamber of Commerce. He's indeed not an ordinary person. After this thought flashed through his mind, Bogner could only temporarily suppress the thought of doing anything. He touched his right shoulder, which had completely recovered, and pretended to walk into the Research Institute as if nothing had happened. Chapter 987. The deeper he walked into the Research Institute, the more shocked he was. As a senior researcher at the Research Institute, Bogner naturally knew very well how many tight monitoring facilities were hidden inside. Even he, a senior researcher with high authority in the Research Institute, had to pass several extremely strict certification tests to enter the Research Institute. However, along the way, the guy behind him did not trigger any detection device at all and could not trigger any alarm. There were a few times when Bogner suspected that guy was following behind him, but once he had this thought, he would immediately feel a terrifying pressure surging from all directions, causing his bones to involuntarily creak. Clearly, the mysterious person behind him was warning him. After a few times, Bogner could only give up on all unnecessary thoughts and pretend that the person behind him did not exist. He went deep into the Research Institute and finally entered an extremely huge room. As soon as he walked in, two senior researchers in the same style as Bogner greeted him. One of them smiled and patted Bogner's shoulder. "Heh, you're finally here, kid. I thought you were going to lie on that bitch Maria's but today and not come back." The other person also smiled. "I say, Bogner, look at your pale face and weak feet. Could it be that you've been emptied by Maria? I say, do you want me to find a few life potential stimulation pills for you from the medicine department and let you show off in front of Maria next time? Ha ha." At this moment, how could Bogner have the energy to joke with the two of them? He could only wave at them weakly and could not even be bothered to refute them. Instead, it confirmed their guesses about him. The two of them laughed and patted Bogner's shoulder before leaving. Seeing the door close automatically after the two of them left, Bogner could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although the facts along the way had proven that the mysterious person following him was too powerful and would not be easily discovered, when he came into contact with others like this, Bogner would always be worried that person would be discovered. That would be bad. Although he would probably still be unable to escape responsibility if that person caused any trouble, it was better to be held accountable than be caught red-handed. After the two colleagues left, the room returned to silence. Bogner held back his desire to ask. Just like when he was usually responsible for duty, he sat obediently in front of the mainframe AI in the room and began to perform the data test that he was already a little tired of. Gradually, the night deepened, and the people working overtime in the Research Institute gradually got off work and left, leaving only the researchers on duty like Bogner. The huge Research Institute became even quieter. Only silence was left in the data monitoring experiment center where Bogner was. Occasionally, the soft sound of him moving his chair and pouring tea could be heard. After a period of time, even Bogner had almost forgotten the existence of that mysterious person and focused on his work. "Hey, pull out the information of those people for me to see." A voice suddenly sounded out of thin air, scaring Bogner. He stood up from his chair in surprise and realized that the mysterious person had not left. Moreover, he looked in the direction of the voice and was surprised to discover that person had actually revealed his figure. This was the first time Bogner had truly seen that person's existence. Before this, the only direct contact he had with the other party was those few fingers. After seeing that person with his own eyes, Bogner was surprised to discover that this person sounded very young. He actually looked younger than his voice. However, this person's appearance was ordinary. At a glance, there was nothing worth paying attention to. He belonged to the type that would not be looked at twice if thrown into a crowd. Even if Bogner saw it now, he did not dare to guarantee that he could accurately describe him in the future. However, he understood on second thought. People like this guy who did such a job naturally had to look as ordinary as possible. What information are you talking about?" Bogner asked. "It's their information." The man pointed behind Bogner. Bogner turned around and discovered that the largest virtual screen of the mainframe AI behind him was displaying a row of names. These names were the list of subjects in the genius genetic plan that the Chamber of Commerce valued the most recently. So this guy came because of them. Could it be that the Chamber of Commerce's plan has been leaked? Bogner had doubts in his mind, but he did not dare to violate them. He could only operate the mainframe AI and pull out all the information stored on it. That person read very quickly. He only glanced at it and nodded lightly. "Yes, that's right. It's indeed them. Help me check if your Chamber of Commerce has any information about this person." That person opened the personal terminal on his wrist and pulled out the virtual screen. On it was a beautiful and dazzling young girl who looked like a goddess. Bogner only glanced at it and immediately shook his head. No, really. I'm sure. If I did, it's impossible for me to not remember a beautiful girl like her. Very good. It was unknown if it was an illusion, but Bogner felt that after hearing his answer, the mysterious person clearly heaved a sigh of relief. His entire body seemed to have relaxed greatly. This mysterious person was naturally Chu Nan. Although he had previously discovered from the city's monitoring video that Angie Prairie had indeed appeared here and was very likely to track her all the way to the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, Chu Nan was not in a hurry to succeed. Instead, he patiently hid outside the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce and waited for an opportunity. After lying low for 4 days, he finally had an opportunity. When he saw Bogner driving the private shuttle out of the headquarters, Chu Nan immediately recognized him. In the information he had found about the genius genetic plan in the data center, the image information of Bogner had appeared. Moreover, according to the information, this Bogner was one of the executors of this plan and one of the senior researchers in charge of this research in the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, Chu Nan decisively followed him and found a chance to coerce him to sneak into the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Now, it was equivalent to Chu Nan personally coming into contact with this plan. Moreover, he had confirmed from the person in charge that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce did not have any information about Angie Prairie, which proved that she had not fallen into the hands of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Although he was still not 100% certain that Angie Prairie was safe now, at the very least, she did not fall into the hands of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, causing Chu Nan to feel much more at ease. With the huge burden in his heart lifted, Chu Nan looked at the people displayed in the information with an even more relaxed attitude. His gaze finally landed on the only person he was familiar with. Willen, Chapter 988. It's here. Chu Nan glanced at the tightly sealed door in front of him and turned to look at Bogner. Open it. Bogner smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I don't have the authority. Apart from the supervisor and the dean, no one else has the authority to open this door. Is that so? Chu Nan stretched out his hand and pressed on the door, but he clearly felt a transparent and gentle force bounce his hand back. Not to mention pushing open the door, it would take some effort to approach. He glanced at Bogner again and confirmed that he did not dare to go against his wishes at this moment. Since he said that he did not have authority, the true situation must be like this. After seeing Willen's name on the list, Chu Nan considered for a moment and got Bogner to bring him to the place where the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce imprisoned Willen and the others. According to Bogner, this was the data collection room of the Genius Gene Project. Those young genius martial artists captured from all over the world were participating in all kinds of experiments in this collection room, and Willen was among them. Originally, after failing to inquire about Angie Prairie here, Chu Nan could directly leave. However, after seeing Willen's name, he was unwilling to slip away alone. He could ignore the others on the list because he did not know those people at all. He was not a saint to take the risk for these people he did not know. However, Willen was an opponent he had fought in the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. The two of them naturally knew each other. Most importantly, after Chu Nan was judged by the organizing committee to have failed the competition, Willen's performance at that time had left a deep impression on him, causing him to have a good impression of this young martial artist who was about his age. Now that he was in trouble, Chu Nan could not bear to abandon him. However, now that Bogner said that he did not have the authority to open this door, Chu Nan frowned in thought for a moment before suddenly raising his hand and slapping Bogner. Bogner was immediately shocked. However, he was an ordinary person who did not know martial techniques, so how could he block Chu Nan's attack? He could only watch helplessly as Chu Nan's palm landed on his chest. It's over. This guy still wants to kill me. Bogner spat out a mouthful of blood and his vision darkened. He only had time to think before he fainted. Chu Nan gently kicked away the unconscious Bogner. Then, he turned around and slapped the door. This palm strike was completely different from the palm strike that had slapped Bogner's chest just now. When it struck, the internal breath in his palm erupted. At the same time, it brought about an extremely terrifying spatial energy to surge wildly and instantly broke through the special energy shield that enveloped the outside of the door. His palm firmly landed on the door. The door buzzed and completely resolved the terrifying force of Chu Nan's palm. Then, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. A few small windows suddenly opened on the wall beside the door. A few unknown weapons that were clearly powerful were aimed at Chu Nan. A few rays that were clearly used to locate him had already focused on him. At the same time, an alarm also sounded in the passageway behind him. More than 10 guard robots rushed over. Ha, the guards are really tight. Chu Nan smiled and ignored the weapons aimed at him before slapping the door again. Through the feedback of the palm just now, he had already understood that the metal material on this door was actually basically the same as the cold room that Jiggs had used to lock him, Tiago, and the others on the spaceship. Therefore, when this palm landed, the internal breath and spatial energy brought about by the palm had been specially adjusted. After another buzz, the door turned into fragments that filled the sky and fell. The weapons aimed at Chu Nan and the guard robots chasing after him immediately attacked. However, while they attacked, his figure had already flashed and he entered the room. The room inside was even larger than the data monitoring experiment center where Bogner was just now. Looking over, starting from the entrance, transparent life support cabins were lined up on both sides. At this moment, a naked person was lying inside every life support cabin. His expression was peaceful, and his chest could be seen rising and falling. He looked like he was sleeping peacefully inside. Chu Nan looked over one by one. Before long, he discovered Willen's traces in one of the life support cabins. After observing the life support cabin, Chu Nan confirmed that he did not know the exact function of it and did not know how to save Willen normally. However, this was not a problem for him. He simply slapped the transparent cover outside the life support cabin again and immediately shattered it. Seeing that Willen was exposed, Chu Nan could not care less. He tore off the tube that was connected to Willen's body and pulled him out of the life support cabin. As soon as he left the life support cabin, Willen's body immediately seemed much more exhausted. Clearly, his current survival depended on the life support cabin. Now that he suddenly left, he was immediately in danger. Of course, this was not a problem for Chu Nan. He pressed his palm on Willen's stomach and activated the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song cultivation method at the same time. A continuous stream of life force entered Willen's body, and his body immediately improved at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. His originally pale and withered face quickly became rosy and plump. However, Chu Nan did not have that much time to slowly recover Willen. Just as he activated the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song cultivation method, countless guard robots had already rushed in. Behind them were a few fully armed people who looked like true guards. Seeing that Chu Nan was holding Willen in his hand, the guards were shocked. However, perhaps because they were wary of the other life support cabins in the room, they did not attack him immediately. Instead, they only blocked the door and assumed a posture of not letting him escape. Chu Nan frowned and glanced at Willen, who was in his arms. He confirmed that it would definitely take some time for him to completely recover, and there was no condition here for him to slowly help Willen recover. This was the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Since they had third-stage heaven control experts like Enklu and Ro as their subordinates, it was not impossible for them to have stronger subordinates. Most importantly, if nothing unexpected happened, that Geisler should have been sent here now. If he was not bragging, his parents, who were star-grade martial artists, might be here now. No matter how arrogant Chu Nan was, it was impossible for him to think that he could contend with a star-grade martial artist with his current strength. If he did not escape before the other party could react, he might not be able to escape. These thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Chu Nan did not hesitate to retract the Flame of Life and only continued to maintain the Goddess Song cultivation method to maintain the most basic life force for Willen. Then, he circulated the star cloud with all his might and the spatial energy around him circulated wildly. The spatial wall that connected to the alternate space was instantly opened. The guards at the door only felt their vision blur. Chu Nan and Willen, who were clearly still in front of them, had actually disappeared. In the alternate space, Chu Nan still hugged Willen. As he continued to inject life force into his body, he mobilized the spatial energy hidden in his body with all his might and formed an energy shield around his body to protect him from being torn to pieces by the violent energy in the alternate space. Of course, this could not last long. Chu Nan only planned to move a little distance in the alternate space and escape the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. However, just as he moved with Willen and was about to break through the spatial wall and return to the positive spatial universe, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the alternate space and blocked him. Chu Nan's heart immediately sank. Apart from him, there was only one other possibility why this person could break through the spatial wall and enter the alternate space. Star-grade martial artist. Chapter 989. As soon as he saw the figure, Chu Nan did not hesitate to give up his previous plan. He directly broke through the spatial wall and returned to the positive space universe with Willen. Although he had only moved a very short distance in the alternate space, he had already moved more than 300 kilometers in the positive space universe and had long left the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce far behind. Chu Nan did not have the time to see where he was now. As soon as he returned to the positive space universe, he immediately mobilized the Goddess Song cultivation method with all his might. A large amount of life force surged into Willen's body, causing his expression to quickly improve. However, Chu Nan did not last long before he sensed an abnormal spatial energy fluctuation not far away. It was a sign of the crazy spatial energy surging from the alternate space after opening the spatial wall. Chu Nan quickly stopped the Goddess Song cultivation method and opened the spatial wall again before bringing Willen into the alternate space. This time, he did not immediately leave the alternate space. Instead, he moved a little further until he sensed that another spatial wall not far away had been opened again. Only then did he return to the positive space universe. This time, he paid a little attention to the surrounding environment. With a glance, he saw a lake shining nearby. Chu Nan was overjoyed and hurriedly flew over with Willen. He entered the lake and dived deeply. After entering the bottom of the lake, Chu Nan pressed a hand on Willen's chest and first used the high-level water elemental power cultivation method to condense a small water shield at the bottom of the lake that enveloped him and Willen and separated them from the lake water around his body. Then, he mobilized the Goddess Song cultivation method again and continued to inject life force into Willen's body. Unlike before, Chu Nan did not urge the Goddess Song cultivation method with all his might this time. He only slowly injected it bit by bit and could only barely maintain Willen's physical condition. The reason why he did this was because the spatial energy transformed by the Goddess Song cultivation method was not the original spatial energy in the surrounding space, but the spatial energy contained in his body. In fact, the spatial energy mobilized by his high-level water elemental power cultivation method was also directly extracted from his body and did not use any of the surrounding space. Unlike many martial artists who rarely had the chance to come into contact with star-grade martial artists, although Chu Nan had not reached the realm of a star-grade martial artist, he had a considerable understanding of them. He knew very well how powerful a star-grade martial artist's use and perception of spatial energy was and how shocking the range he could sense was. Therefore, he did not dare to have any obvious mobilization effect on the spatial energy in the surrounding space. He even had to rely on his powerful data ability to completely maintain this spatial energy in an ordinary state and ensure that no abnormalities were sensed. After making these preparations, Chu Nan completely sank his internal breath into his dantian. Most of his attention was focused on investigating and maintaining Willen's body, leaving only a small portion of his mind to sense the outside world. However, he only focused his perception in a small area at the bottom of the lake and did not dare to probe too much. With the super strength of a star-grade martial artist, even if Chu Nan only released his perception, he would be discovered if it had the slightest effect on spatial energy. He could not take this risk. Now that everything was ready, Chu Nan was not confident that he could really dodge the star-grade martial artist's pursuit. In fact, what he was doing now was a very bold action, but he had no choice. Facing a star-grade martial artist, it was impossible to face him head-on. It was basically impossible to bury his head and escape. His only hope was to test the other party's mind and use the complicated terrain of the positive space universe to avoid the other party's direct facial senses and find the only possibility of dodging. A moment later, in the sky above the lake, a spatial vortex that seemed to be able to devour everything suddenly appeared. Supremacy Autoford appeared and turned to look around with a slight frown. Although he and Supremacy Mal had clearly sensed Chu Nan's sudden attack and shattering of the door in the headquarters research institute, they did not mind at that time. They only thought that a little thief had broken in somehow. With the defense power of the Tag Life Science Chamber's headquarters, they could definitely easily deal with him. However, immediately after, they felt a special energy fluctuation flash through the alternate space. This feeling made the two of them unable to sit still anymore. Someone had clearly forcefully opened the spatial wall. Although they sensed that this person's ability to open the spatial wall did not seem to be very strong and the overall feeling was very strange, they still did not dare to lower their guard. Only star-grade martial artists had the ability to forcefully open the spatial wall. In other words, the guy who suddenly appeared at the headquarters was not a thief, but a star-grade martial artist. Feeling this, Supremacy Autoford could no longer sit still. He got Supremacy Mal to guard Zealer and chased after him. However, what happened next puzzled him even more. The other party's star-grade martial artist seemed to be quite afraid of him. When he saw him, he did not hesitate to turn around and escape, not having any intention of fighting him. Moreover, after 2 consecutive spatial travels, the other party had actually disappeared. Supremacy Autoford frowned and looked around. He opened his senses completely and absorbed all the space in a huge area with him as the center. With his powerful strength, any weak and small spatial energy fluctuation in this space would definitely not escape his senses. Be it the other party choosing to forcefully open the spatial wall again or fly away, it would definitely cause spatial energy fluctuations and leave traces of spatial energy fluctuations. However, now, Supremacy Autoford could not sense any fluctuations in the spatial energy in the surrounding space. The entire positive space universe was as calm and stable as usual, as if no one had ever disturbed it. Could it be that that guy is using the most primitive walking method? Or is he hiding somewhere? Supremacy Autoford rose a little and relied on his extremely powerful vision to look in all directions, but he could not see any special movements, so he naturally could not discover any figures. Moreover, this environment was complicated and there were too many places to hide. Of course, it was impossible for him to completely see through it with his vision. After listening intently for a while and failing to hear any movement, Supremacy Autoford frowned and thought for a moment. He suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and raised his voice. "Friend, you're a powerful star-grade martial artist. Why do you have to hide like a thief? Don't you think this is shameful?" The voice easily spread to every place in the surrounding space through spatial energy fluctuation. Naturally, it penetrated the lake and directly entered the bottom of the lake. Chapter 990. Feeling the weak spatial energy fluctuation coming from the lake, Chu Nan did not dare to underestimate it. He immediately used his full strength to calculate all the relevant data the moment he sensed the spatial energy fluctuation brought about by these sounds. Then, he allowed these spatial energy fluctuations to pass through the lake. When the fluctuation approached the water ball that enveloped him and Willen, Chu Nan retracted the goddess song cultivation method and focused on controlling the spatial energy in the space around him. Under his AI-like powerful brain calculations and extremely precise control of spatial energy, the spatial energy around him perfectly replicated the spatial energy fluctuation brought about by this vibration. It actually directly penetrated his and Willen's bodies and entered the deep mud at the bottom of the lake. Therefore, in Supremacy Autoford's perception, there was still nothing abnormal in the surrounding space. Not to mention a powerful martial artist hiding, he could not even sense a normal human body. Supremacy Autoford's expression sank. "Friend, if you're still unwilling to come out, don't blame me for being ruthless." The spatial energy vibration brought about by this sound wave vibration was deceived by Chu Nan again, but he still did not sense it. Supremacy Autoford sneered and was slightly angry. This guy was simply baffling. Since he was already a powerful star-grade martial artist who could forcefully open the spatial wall and was qualified to avoid his detection, why did he do things so secretly? Not only did he sneak into the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce to do something sneaky, but he actually had to hide like a detestable mouse now. How did he have the demeanor of a star-grade martial artist? After waiting for a while and seeing that there was still no movement, Supremacy Autoford lost his patience. He raised his right hand and casually pressed down. Boom! The entire space seemed to have collapsed. First, the entire sky shattered, and countless spatial cracks appeared, emitting terrifying spatial energy that wreaked havoc wildly. Then, the tallest mountain below was the first to suffer. It began to collapse from the top of the mountain, and all the vegetation, soil, and even the deep stone layer turned to dust. The entire mountaintop was instantly flattened. Then, the ground at the foot of the mountain flipped open layer by layer. All the vegetation mixed with the soil and completely sank. The originally calm lake seemed to have suddenly boiled. All the lake water instantly rose and turned into steam, revealing the deepest mud at the bottom of the lake. The mud also rolled violently. The water inside turned into steam, and the mud turned into soil. Then, it was pressed extremely hard, simply no different from a rock. In the blink of an eye, all the objects in a large area suffered the deepest destruction. The original small mountain, green trees, grass, small lake, and so on were all crushed into the tiniest particles. Then, they were randomly mixed together. After rolling countless times, they finally turned into a layer of unknown things that covered the ground. Outside this area, the mountains were still mountains, trees were still trees, the grass was still grass, and water was still water. Supremacy Autoford looked down for a moment and shook his head. He tore through the spatial wall again and fled. After he left, no one disturbed this area. The stars were still circulating. After the stars circulated in the sky for 3 cycles, the flat soil that had been condensed suddenly moved slightly and a human head crawled out. Chu Nan raised his head and looked at the bright starry sky above before letting out a long breath. Damn, star-grade martial artists are too terrifying. When Supremacy Autoford attacked, Chu Nan immediately sensed an intense danger. However, at this moment, not only was he unable to dodge, but he also did not dare to make any abnormal movements that Supremacy Autoford would discover. Therefore, he could only forcefully wait until the attack affected the bottom of the lake before taking the opportunity to sneak into the mud at the bottom of the lake. Then, he followed the powerful shock wave caused by the attack and entered the soil under the mud. If not for the fact that he had grasped a special high-level earth elemental power cultivation method, if not for his powerful AI-like brain being able to completely master the tiniest change in the surrounding space, if not for his extremely precise control of spatial energy, not to mention being able to protect Willen under such circumstances, he would probably not even be able to dodge. Fortunately, Supremacy Autoford did not confirm that Chu Nan and the others were hiding here at that time. This strike was mostly used to test and intimidate. After the strike, he did not discover any special traces and only thought that this inexplicable star-grade martial artist had really used a special cultivation method to escape, so he simply retreated. Otherwise, if he attacked a few more times, even if Chu Nan hid deep in the soil, he would definitely not be able to dodge in the end. After listening to the surrounding environment for a while and seriously sensing the situation in the surrounding space, after confirming that there was no one else in this area, Chu Nan exerted a little strength and pulled Willen out of the soil. Willen was still not awake. In order to avoid being discovered, even when he was buried underground these few days, Chu Nan had only used the goddess song cultivation method to barely maintain Willen's most basic life force. Therefore, he was not much better than when he was saved by Chu Nan. However, Chu Nan was not too anxious. In any case, as long as Willen was not dead, he was confident that he could be saved. After carefully pulling Willen away from the soil, Chu Nan thought for a moment and slapped down. He filled the pit caused by the two of them escaping and made the surface completely return to its original state. It was impossible to see anything before he carried Willen and flew into the distance. After flying more than 200 kilometers, Chu Nan landed in a forest. He first chose a river in the forest to wash himself and Willen clean before starting to treat them again. Now that no one was disturbing him, Chu Nan could focus on healing. He activated the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song cultivation method and Willen's situation immediately improved. After a while, Willen's face returned to normal rosy spirit. His lips moved, and he opened his eyes and woke up. Chu Nan was overjoyed. After confirming that Willen's body had returned to normal, he retracted his hand and looked at him, waiting for him to recover his consciousness. Willen, who had just woken up, clearly did not understand the situation and looked confused. He looked at the night sky above his head for a while before turning to look around. Only then did he notice Chu Nan squatting in front of him. Seeing his gaze turn around, Chu Nan immediately smiled. "Heh, Willen, you're finally awake. How is it? What do you know about your current situation? Do you still remember how you were captured?" Willen blankly looked at Chu Nan and his eyes gradually focused. He frowned slightly as if he was recalling something. Seeing his situation, Chu Nan was a little worried. Perhaps Willen was the same as him, Tiago, and the others when they were captured back then. During this period, he did not know anything and was directly captured by the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce and sent to the life support cabin to be locked. If that was the case, it was probably wishful thinking to obtain some valuable information from him. Willen suddenly moved and his eyes focused. Seeing that his eyes had recovered, Chu Nan asked happily, "Heh, Willen, do you remember anything?" Willen focused his gaze on Chu Nan and suddenly threw a punch. Chapter 991. What are you doing? Chu Nan was shocked and hurriedly stretched out his hand to block. However, he was surprised to discover that although Willen's punch did not seem very orderly because he had just woken up, the force coming from his fist was clearly much stronger than when he faced him in the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. If the standard Willen had displayed in the competition was about the level of a 4th stage void break martial artist, then this punch was already close to the level of a 5th stage void break martial artist. "Hey, I'm Chu Nan. Don't you recognize me?" Chu Nan received Willen's attack and asked loudly. Although more than 8 months had passed since the battle with Willen in the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition, Chu Nan did not believe that Willen would forget him so quickly. That battle had left a deep impression on him. To him, Chu Nan should naturally have left a deep impression on him. However, Willen ignored Chu Nan's question and continued to punch him. After blocking a few more punches, Chu Nan discovered that not only had the power of Willen's fist clearly become stronger, but his punches were also heavier than before. In the beginning, that punch was already close to the standard of a 5th stage void break martial artist. Later on, the power soared all the way and vaguely surpassed the scope of a void break martial artist. What surprised Chu Nan, even more, was that Willen seemed to not care about his life. Not only did he ignore Chu Nan's possible counterattack, but he was also full of flaws. Every punch seemed to want to squeeze out all his potential and desperately unleash all his abilities. This made the power of his fists stronger, but it actually caused a huge burden to him. Chu Nan could even clearly see that every part of Willen's skin had cracked slightly and blood vessels stretched out all over his body. It could be seen that his crazy ability to urge his body to the limit had already caused his meridians to show signs of being unable to hold on. Could this guy have been driven crazy by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce? Chu Nan was puzzled. After dealing with Willen for a while, his body suddenly swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood before falling back. Plop! Chu Nan allowed Willen to fall to the ground. After waiting for a while, he saw that Willen still did not get up. He frowned and squatted down to reach out to probe a trace of internal breath into his body. He's really crazy. The situation in Willen's body shocked Chu Nan. Not only was it visible to the naked eye that the capillaries under the surface of his skin had ruptured, but all the meridians in his body had already been severely damaged in the desperate battle just now. What was even more shocking was that even his dantian was also extremely heavily injured. It looked like it was in imminent danger, as if it would collapse at any moment. After Chu Nan saved him from the life support cabin, although his physical condition seemed to be a little weak, his entire body did not seem to have been destroyed like now. Coupled with Willen's actions just now, this situation was simply as if he had gone berserk and lost his mind. What kind of damned experiment did this Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce capture these people for? Chu Nan muttered in his mind and squatted down to place his hand on Willen's chest again. He activated the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song technique. If the serious injuries in Willen's body were not treated, he would probably not survive more than a few minutes. However, it was naturally not a big problem for Chu Nan. Before long, the injuries in Willen's body had completely healed. However, this time, after his injuries recovered and he woke up, he began to attack Chu Nan wildly without a word. Due to the fact that Chu Nan was afraid that his counterattack would worsen his injuries, he could only helplessly let Willen vent his anger. In the end, he fell to the ground with serious injuries. This time, Chu Nan was not in a hurry to help him immediately recover. Instead, as he deliberately slowed down to help Willen recover, he carefully checked the situation in his body. Willen was clearly in an extremely abnormal situation now. If he could not find the reason, saving him would probably be in vain. However, the first time he helped Willen treat and recover, Chu Nan did not pay much attention to it, so he could not observe the difference from before. Therefore, he could only record the data of all the small places in Willen's body and help him completely recover. As expected, Willen, who had woken up after recovering, directly attacked Chu Nan again. Chu Nan still allowed Willen to attack this time until he fainted again because his body could not endure the exhaustion and began to carefully examine him again. This time, Chu Nan finally discovered something. When Chu Nan used the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song cultivation method to help Willen recover and treat him, he could clearly sense that as his body gradually recovered, a very strange energy fluctuation began to automatically appear from every part of his body. This energy fluctuation was not produced by external influence, but simply like an automatic production of Willen's body. Moreover, as Willen's physical condition gradually recovered under Chu Nan's treatment, this energy fluctuation that was originally extremely weak gradually became stronger. In the beginning, it was very subtle. After a while, this energy fluctuation had already swept through every cell in Willen's body. Then, like internal breath, it automatically circulated in his body. A portion even flowed into his brain and directly affected it. Perhaps this is the reason why Willen went crazy. Chu Nan's heart stirred as he carefully calculated the situation of this special energy fluctuation. Then, he injected an internal breath into Willen's body and mixed in a little spatial energy to follow this special energy fluctuation. Through the feedback data obtained by his internal breath and spatial energy continuously touching this special energy fluctuation, Chu Nan roughly grasped its characteristics. If internal breath was a special energy produced from the depths of the dantian by a martial artist stimulating themselves through a cultivation method, and spatial energy was omnipresent in the entire universe, then the special energy in Willen's body seemed to mind the two. Although it was naturally produced in Willen's body, it was closer to spatial energy in terms of energy pattern. Or to be more precise, it was as if an incomplete star cloud had naturally appeared in Willen's body and forcefully transformed his internal breath into spatial energy. Perhaps this is the experiment that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce did on Willen. Chu Nan guessed in his mind, but his hands did not stop. He continued to strengthen the injection of internal breath and spatial energy into Willen's body and planned to directly suppress the special energy fluctuation in his body and return him to his original state. However, after trying for a while, Chu Nan discovered a problem. This special energy fluctuation was completely naturally produced by Willen's body. The source was every cell in his body. Although Chu Nan could forcefully eliminate the energy that had already been produced, it could always be produced again and could not be completely eliminated in one go. If Chu Nan wanted to completely eliminate this special energy fluctuation, he had to cripple Willen's entire body. Damn, this damn Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce actually dares to do such a thing. They're clearly giving me a problem. After Chu Nan cursed, his eyes darted around and he sneered. Humph, do you really think I can't do anything? If there's really no other way, I'll reconstruct Willen's body. Chapter 992. He did as he said. Chu Nan checked the surrounding environment again. After confirming that there was no danger, he placed Willen on the river bed and pressed his palm on Willen's left arm. The high-frequency vibration internal breath in his palm seeped out and immediately destroyed his entire arm. However, under the protection of the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song Cultivation method, Willen's arm did not disappear just like that. Instead, it was wrapped in a milky white light and green aura and regenerated bit by bit. After this arm recovered, Chu Nan could clearly sense that the mysterious energy fluctuation in it had completely disappeared. However, this only lasted for a moment before that mysterious energy fluctuation transmitted from other parts of Willen's body and instantly corroded this arm. Then, it quickly became identical to before. Chu Nan frowned and changed to Willen's right arm to try. The result was the same. In other words, unless I reconstruct Willen's entire body in a row, I can eliminate this special energy fluctuation in his body. Chu Nan frowned. Although he had rich experience in reconstructing his body, the last time he helped that mysterious girl reconstruct her body, he had only reconstructed it bit by bit. As for reconstructing his entire body in a row, Chu Nan did not need to experiment to calculate how difficult it was. This was because not only did this have an extremely shocking requirement for Chu Nan's ability to use the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song Cultivation method, it meant that his control of his internal breath and spatial energy had to reach an extremely exquisite level. At the same time, it also had an extremely high requirement for his internal breath to control spatial energy. Apart from that, if he wanted to reconstruct the entire body at the same time, it meant that Chu Nan had to have the most precise, detailed, and complete understanding of Willen's entire body from the beginning to the end. The various data involved were extremely huge. Even with his powerful brain that was equivalent to an AI, he did not have enough confidence in doing this. Of course, the most important problem that prevented Chu Nan from trying was that he was not Willen after all and could not make this important decision for him. If anything happened during this process and caused Willen to lose his life, Chu Nan did not have the ability to let people die. It was equivalent to him personally killing Willen. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and sent a message to Elvie. After the call was sent, it was picked up a while later. Elvie appeared on the virtual screen with a drowsy expression and slightly disheveled hair. "Brother Chu Nan, why are you sending me a message so late? I'm already asleep." Only then did Chu Nan notice that the local time displayed at the bottom of the virtual screen should be 3 p.m. in the time zone where Star Cloud Academy was. Elvie was sleeping soundly. Elvie, I'm sorry to wake you up at this time, but I have a very important question to ask you now. Is it convenient for you now? After staring at Chu Nan in a daze for a while, Elvie suddenly cried out in surprise as if she had just woken up from a dream and her eyes recovered. However, she did not answer Chu Nan's question immediately. Instead, she gestured for him to wait and left the camera. A moment later, Chu Nan heard a series of clangs. After a while, Elvie returned to the camera. Compared to before, Elvie had clearly gone to wash her face and tidy her slightly messy hair. She had also changed out of her pajamas and turned into normal casual clothes, and her entire body had recovered. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. This girl did not forget her image at a time like this. "Brother Chu Nan, tell me, what's the problem? Didn't you say that you wanted to leave the academy for a period of time to find Sister Angie Prairie? What about now? Did you find her?" "Oh, no, you definitely didn't find her. Otherwise, Sister Angie Prairie should be beside you now." Elvie asked a pile of questions. "I haven't found it yet. I'm in a little trouble now and need an expert in human genetic engineering like you to take a look." "Look." Chu Nan turned the camera to Willen and introduced his current situation to Elvie. "What do you think is wrong with Willen now? Is there any way to let him recover?" In the end, Chu Nan asked. At first, Elvie only looked a little curious, but when she heard the latter part, her expression could not help but turn to shock. After Chu Nan finished speaking, she frowned deeply and pondered for a moment. She gestured for him to open Willen's eyes and open his nostrils, mouth, and ears. After these initial checks, Elvie's expression became extremely serious. "Brother Chu Nan, if I'm not wrong, the last thing you mentioned, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, has already injected the EYAG871 biological genetic virus into Willen. This is a special virus that can directly affect the genetic chain and affect the host's actions through the genetic program. From your description just now, the goal of this Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce injecting the EYAG871 biological genetic virus into Willen's body should be to keep him in a state of excessive potential stimulation. In other words, it's actually a berserk state. That's why he directly attacked you after waking up." Although Chu Nan did not completely understand what Elvie meant, the last two sentences reminded him. From the situation of Willen and the other young martial artists being loaded into the life support cabin, as well as the goal of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce that he knew of to capture them, the goal of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce injecting this biological genetic virus into Willen's body was probably to carry out a test and complete the genius genetic plan. "Is there any way to help Willen come into contact with this damned virus?" Chu Nan asked again. "Yes." Elvie's answer only surprised Chu Nan because she smiled bitterly. "However, if you want to remove this biological genetic virus, you have to know the genetic chain program that was rewritten when you injected the virus. Clearly, only the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce knows this. If you don't know this, it's impossible to completely eliminate this virus. If you rashly try, it's very likely to cause irreversible damage to Willen's genetic chain. Then, the consequences will be that his body will undergo an unpredictable change and he might even die directly." Chu Nan frowned. In other words, other than the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, no one else can save him. Elvie nodded seriously. "Yes." Seeing Elvie's straightforward answer, Chu Nan smiled bitterly. Elvie was an expert in this aspect, so he naturally did not doubt her judgment. However, when he said this, it made him even more afraid to directly try to reconstruct Willen's entire body. Could it be that I have to find the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce and ask them to hand over this damned virus program? Chu Nan scratched his chin and pondered for a moment before sighing. Fortunately, I left a trick up my sleeve on Zealer. If I exchange that with him, there should be hope. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Chu Nan's expression suddenly changed and he looked up in shock. Chapter 993. Above him should have been a night sky covered in starlight, causing the forest to not seem so dark. However, at this moment, countless cracks that were darker and deeper than the night suddenly appeared in the space above his head, as if they had cut open the entire night sky. With the naked eye, one could see that the space around these cracks had clearly distorted strangely, causing people to feel as if the sky had been illuminated by a laughing mirror and lost its original appearance. Through his perception, he could clearly sense that extremely terrifying and violent spatial energy was crazily spat out from these cracks. It was as if these cracks had torn open the spatial wall, allowing the violent and terrifying spatial energy in the alternate space to be liberated and surge out desperately. It was not only the night sky that was torn apart but all the space around Chu Nan. With Chu Nan as the center, in the forest with a radius of 200 meters, a large number of towering trees had already been cut into shattered branches. The entire area was instantly emptied, causing the starlight above their heads to no longer be blocked by the leaves of the forest and completely land on Chu Nan and Willen. A voice sounded from the sky. "Kid, you're Chu Nan, the guy who dares to attack my son." In fact, long before the voice sounded, Chu Nan had already determined through the abnormal spatial energy vibration frequency characteristics in the surrounding space that this super expert who could hide from his senses and suddenly appear here and cause such shocking destruction in an instant and even treat the spatial wall as nothing should be the star-grade martial artist who had chased after him and Willen 3 days ago. Now that he heard the voice, he confirmed this fact further. Chu Nan raised his head to look at the night sky and discovered a tall figure floating in midair. The surrounding spatial energy naturally surged and completely distorted the space around him, causing Chu Nan to be unable to see his face. When he saw this person, Chu Nan immediately understood that the other party had taken him by surprise and sealed the space around him as soon as he attacked. He did not even hesitate to break the spatial wall and create so many spatial cracks because he planned to not give him any chance to escape through it. "Senior, I don't understand what you're saying." Chu Nan thought for a moment and replied loudly. A cold snort sounded in midair. "Humph, kid, you still dare to act stupid in front of me? Zealer is still lying on the bed with serious injuries. Tell me honestly, what did you do to him?" "Zealer." Chu Nan pretended to try his best to remember and thought for a moment before nodding. "I remember now. You're talking about the heaven control martial artist I fought on planet Eden? He's your son? This is really surprising. You're a star-grade martial artist. How can you have such a weak son?" Hearing the mockery in Chu Nan's words, Supremacy Autoford raised his eyebrows and was furious. However, he could not refute Chu Nan's words. Zealer had been carefully nurtured by him and Supremacy Mel since he was young and had used all kinds of methods to increase his strength. Moreover, he had grasped countless powerful cultivation methods. With his current strength, he could barely be evaluated as a 5th-stage heaven control expert. However, this was only on the surface. In fact, because Zealer had too little combat experience and had never suffered any setbacks under the care of the two of them since he was young, in terms of true combat strength, he was far inferior to a true 5th-stage heaven control martial artist. If he encountered a life-and-death battle that required him to risk his life, Zealer would definitely perform even worse. Supremacy Autoford knew this and naturally could not refute Chu Nan. However, even so, he was still very surprised when he knew that Zealer was actually heavily injured by Chu Nan. This was because according to the information of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, Chu Nan was at most at the initial stage heaven control realm. Although his cultivation method was special and allowed him to fight the 2/3 stage heaven control martial artists, Ro and Enklo, because the difference in strength was too great, he should not be a match for Zealer. However, the truth was that Zealer confidently ran to fight Chu Nan one-on-one but was heavily injured by him in the end. He was even captured alive in extreme humiliation. When he thought of this, Supremacy Autoford slowly landed and stood in front of Chu Nan. "Kid, stop talking nonsense. Where's your master?" "Master?" Chu Nan was stunned. "Wasn't it your master who snatched this kid from the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce previously?" Supremacy Otov pointed at Willen who was still lying unconscious beside him. Chu Nan looked at Willen and reacted. Previously, when he invaded the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, he used the Purple Cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique to change his face and figure. Even if he had exposed himself later on to save Willen, he had definitely seen another person. The star-grade martial artist in front of him had chased after him at that time probably because he had the ability to casually open the spatial wall and shuttle through the positive spatial universe and alternate space and treated him as a star-grade martial artist, causing a misunderstanding. The master he spoke of, naturally did not exist. However, Chu Nan thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Master is not here now." "Senior, are you here to find him?" "Not here." Supremacy Autoford narrowed his eyes as a ferocious glint flashed through them. "Humph, could it be that this guy sensed that I was coming and ran away in advance? I really don't understand why your master is always so timid since he's a star-grade martial artist. Alright, kid, since your master is not here, there's no need for me to waste any time. Come with me." "Follow you? Where to?" Chu Nan pretended to be surprised. Supremacy Autoford's expression sank. "I've said it before. Don't pretend to be stupid. You know best what you did to Zealer. Come back with me and undo the things you did to him. If anything happens to him, not only will you have to die with him, I guarantee you that the two of us will definitely fight your master to death." Chu Nan shrugged. Of course, he did not take Supremacy Autoford's threat to heart. He sensed the situation in the surrounding space again and confirmed that it was extremely difficult to escape alone. It was impossible to escape with Willen. When he recalled his conversation with Elvie, Chu Nan made up his mind. He secretly touched his personal terminal and closed the communication with her that he had hidden. Then, he pointed at Willen and asked Supremacy Autoford, "Senior, can I make a condition?" Chapter 994. Seeing Chu Nan walk in behind Supremacy Autoford, all the staff in the Tag Life Science headquarters opened their mouths in surprise. Especially when they saw the person on Chu Nan's back, everyone was even more shocked. Wasn't this the guy who had been forcefully snatched from the research institute 3 days ago? Look, this guy clearly had the experimental biological mark of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce on one arm. Facing everyone's surprise, Chu Nan even smiled at them as if he did not feel that he was trapped in the enemy's formation. Supremacy Autoford ignored the surrounding people and directly led Chu Nan to the headquarters hospital. Chu Nan followed closely behind with Willen on his back. The surrounding people looked at the special combination of these three people, but they did not dare to stop them. Due to Zealer, many people in the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce were actually very familiar with Supremacy Autoford and Supremacy Mel, coupled with the fact that Zealer had been lying on the bed and could not move these few days. The two Supremacies had always been in a bad mood. At this moment, who dared to rashly provoke Supremacy Autoford? Supremacy Autoford and Chu Nan were very fast. Before long, they entered the hospital and arrived at Zealer's exclusive ward. Autoford, where are you running to? Hearing the voice, Supremacy Mel turned around and had just asked when she saw Chu Nan. After being stunned, she immediately frowned, and dense anger and killing intent appeared on her face. Without a word, she slapped out. Bang! The terrifying palm force accompanied by the crazy spatial energy turned invisible before it collided with Chu Nan, but it was completely resolved by Supremacy Autoford standing in front of him. Supremacy Mel looked at Supremacy Autoford in surprise. What are you doing? This kid clearly injured that B** starred, Zealer. Let me kill him. Supremacy Autoford frowned and shook his head. If we kill him, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for Zealer to wake up. Supremacy Mel was stunned again before she reacted and stared at Chu Nan. Kid, it's indeed you who did this to Zealer. Facing the terrifying aura emitted by Supremacy Mel, Chu Nan still maintained his smile. Senior, at the very least, I didn't kill him, right? You dare. Supremacy Mel was furious. She took a step forward and slapped Chu Nan again. However, this one was still stopped by Supremacy Autoford. Don't attack first. Supremacy Autoford instructed Supremacy Mel and turned to Chu Nan. Alright, kid, you can help Zealer recover now. Chu Nan glanced at Zealer, who was lying motionless on the bed with his eyes closed, and shook his head. No, Senior, have you forgotten the conditions you agreed to? Supremacy Autoford sneered and shouted at a trembling nurse in the corner of the ward. Call that kid, Doppler, over. The nurse hurriedly nodded and rushed out. As soon as she went out, Doppler had already rushed in with a group of people. He had already received the news. Doppler glanced at Chu Nan and looked at Supremacy Autoford with a surprised expression. Clearly, he did not understand why Chu Nan was here and heard from the report that it was Supremacy Autoford who brought him in. Doppler, bring the guy on this kid's back over and treat him before sending him over. Supremacy Autoford did not think about anything. He pointed at Willen on Chu Nan's back and ordered. Doppler looked at Willen. Although he could not recognize him, he quickly determined his identity from the symbol on Willen's arm. He recalled what had happened in the past few days and immediately guessed the situation. Supremacy, why must we do this? This kid is a very important experiment subject of our Chamber of Commerce. If we lose him, I'm afraid it will cause a very serious loss to our Chamber of Commerce. Shut up. Supremacy Autoford interrupted him bluntly. No matter how important he is, can he compare to Zealer? Doppler glanced at Willen again and then at Chu Nan. After a moment of silence, he sighed and slowly nodded. Alright, we'll do as you say. After saying that, he looked at Chu Nan deeply but did not say anything. He waved his hand and summoned his two subordinates. Leave it to us. Since you've already convinced Supremacy Autoford, I don't think you have to worry about anything, Doppler said. Chu Nan was indeed not worried. He threw Willen to the two of them and clapped his hands with a very relaxed expression. Bring him over when he wakes up. After saying that, Chu Nan ignored them and walked to the bed before lowering his head to look at Zealer. Although Supremacy Mel wished she could immediately slap this detestable kid to death when she saw Chu Nan, when she saw him lowering his head and seemingly observing Zealer's situation, she could not help but become nervous. In the past few days, regardless of whether it was her, Supremacy Autoford, or the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, they had thought of all ways to treat Zealer, but they had never been able to resolve the problem in his body, causing her to always be in a state of worry. Ever since she became a star-grade martial artist, this was the first time she had experienced this state. Now that this kid had finally been captured by her husband, if Zealer still could not be saved, she could not guarantee what she would do. Hey, kid, if Zealer doesn't recover, I guarantee that you won't die a good death. Supremacy Mel threatened Chu Nan fiercely. Chu Nan ignored her and stretched out a hand to press on Zealer's chest before extending a trace of internal breath. After using this trace of internal breath to circulate in Zealer's body, Chu Nan could not help but chuckle. Supremacy Autoford raised his eyebrows, but Supremacy Mel was immediately furious. What are you laughing at? No, don't misunderstand. It's nothing. I guarantee that his situation hasn't become worse. I have all the confidence to make him recover. Chu Nan waved his hand. Hearing Chu Nan's words, Supremacy Autoford and Supremacy Mel's expressions immediately eased. Supremacy Mel even revealed a happy expression. Really? Zealer is really fine? Kid, I'm warning you, don't lie to me. Chu Nan glanced at Supremacy Mal and sighed in his mind. Although star-grade martial artists were called the strongest martial artists, they were still human in the end. No matter how powerful they were, it was impossible for them to transcend emotions. When he thought of this, Chu Nan shook his head. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Zealer's chest. Slap. Hearing this crisp sound, Supremacy Mal's eyes widened. Just as she was about to berate Chu Nan, she suddenly saw Zealer open his mouth and spit out a breath. Then, his eyes widened and he sat up straight. He was actually woken up by Chu Nan's palm. Chapter 995. Seeing that Zealer had woken up, Supremacy Mal immediately rushed up in surprise and joy and hugged him. Ha, my dear Zealer, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling unwell? You've worried me to death these few days, my little darling. Oh. Chu Nan felt a chill in his heart. Just from his appearance, people would believe that he was 50 years old. Now, he was being hugged and called darling. It really made people's hair stand on end. Supremacy Overlord was not surprised by this. He walked over and pressed his hand on Zealer's chest, reaching into his internal breath. Soon, he confirmed that the strange fluctuation mixed with internal breath and spatial energy that had been circling in his body had completely disappeared. At the very least, from the results of his internal breath investigation, he had already returned to normal. After confirming this, Supremacy Overlord's gaze suddenly focused and he pressed his palm on Chu Nan. This palm strike instantly locked the space around Chu Nan, preventing him from dodging. Chu Nan did not have the intention to dodge. He only looked straight at Supremacy Overlord and sneered. Senior, don't you want your son's life anymore? Supremacy Overlord's palm forcefully stopped in front of Chu Nan and he glared at him. What do you mean? Chu Nan pointed at Zealer who had already woken up. Do you think he's really completely fine now? Hearing Chu Nan's words, Supremacy Overlord and Supremacy Mal were shocked. The two of them seriously looked at Zealer and discovered that although he had opened his eyes and sat up straight, looking like he had indeed woken up, his eyes were lifeless and his eyes were not focused. He did not react to Supremacy Mal's call and looked like he had suddenly become stupid. Supremacy Mal turned around and glared at Chu Nan. Kid, what did you do to him again? Chu Nan shrugged. I didn't do anything, but he's been lying down for so long. Don't tell me you think I can completely heal him instantly. With a thought, Supremacy Overlord injected another internal breath into Zealer's body and immediately discovered that another strange fluctuation mixed with internal breath and spatial energy had been produced in his body. It was exactly the same as the strange fluctuation in his body previously. Kid, what's going on? Supremacy Overlord shouted at Chu Nan angrily. Senior, do you still remember the conditions I mentioned to you just now? Chu Nan did not answer and asked. Supremacy Overlord was stunned before his gaze toward Chu Nan became even more ferocious. Kid, you actually dare to negotiate with me? Don't you know the consequences of doing this? I don't know. Chu Nan shook his head. However, I know that if you don't agree to my conditions, your son will probably not recover in his life. Are you threatening me? Supremacy Overlord was even angrier. Yes, I'm threatening you, Chu Nan replied with a smile. Supremacy Overlord held his breath and coughed violently. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Chu Nan. The anger in his heart could not be suppressed. Ever since he broke through to the star-grade martial artist realm, no one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him, let alone threaten him so nakedly. Kid, do you know the consequences of angering me? Supremacy Overlord gritted his teeth and spat out this sentence. I've said it before. I don't know, and I'm not concerned about this problem. Chu Nan shook his head and sighed. Senior, I'm seriously negotiating conditions with you. Earlier, you clearly turned hostile and attacked, so how can you still blame me now? I felt that you're a star-grade martial artist and would probably respect your status and not go back on your words, so I was willing to follow you here. I didn't expect you to turn hostile like this. It's really disappointing. Supremacy Overlord's expression froze. Chu Nan was right. In fact, the reason why he followed him to the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce behind Willen's back was that he had agreed to the conditions Chu Nan had proposed. At that time, he was still mocking Chu Nan for being stupid for believing him so easily. Now, it seemed that this kid was not stupid at all. When he thought of this, Supremacy Overlord took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger he had aroused because of Chu Nan. At the same time, he raised his hand to stop Supremacy Mal's question and nodded at him. Alright, I, Overlord Taran, swear in the name of a star-grade martial artist that as long as you completely treat Zealer, I definitely won't pursue this matter and will ask the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce to let go of your friend. Chu Nan pointed at Supremacy Mal, and her. Supremacy Mal raised her eyebrows and was about to flare up when she was forcefully suppressed by Supremacy Overlord. Swear with me. Supremacy Overlord looked straight at Supremacy Mal and said seriously, for the safety of Zealer, we can temporarily put down our dignity. Supremacy Mal immediately gave in as if she was discouraged. She turned to look at Zealer and faced Chu Nan again. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, I, Mal Taran, swear in the name of a star-grade martial artist that as long as you completely treat Zealer, I definitely won't pursue this matter and will ask the Tag Life Science Chamber to let your friend go. Very good. Chu Nan smiled and clapped his hands, but he opened his personal terminal. After operating it for a while, he pulled out a document. Come, seniors, please sign this document. Supremacy Overlord and Supremacy Mal were stunned. Their gazes landed on the document on the virtual screen and they discovered that it was actually a three-way contract. One of the sides of the contract was naturally Chu Nan, and the other two were Supremacy Overlord, Supremacy Mal, and the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. As for the content of the contract, what was related to the two of them was naturally the content of their oath. As for the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, they were asked to guarantee that Willen would completely recover to his original state and that there would be no side effects in the future. Regarding Chu Nan, he naturally ensured that he would let Zealer return to normal and there would be no side effects. After looking at the complete contract, Supremacy Autoford did not discover what punishment he would receive if he violated it. Kid, then do you think this contract has any binding effect on us? Supremacy Autoford sneered, you believe this meaningless contract, but you don't believe the oath we make as star-grade martial artists. Your stupidity has really broadened my horizons. It's better to have a contract than nothing, right? Chu Nan did not mind. As for your oath, from your performance just now, I don't think it's more effective than a real contract. Supremacy Autoford blushed in an extremely rare manner. He sneered and stretched out his hand to leave his personal mark on the contract on the electronic screen. Chapter 996. Another 6 planets passed day and night. Early this morning, Chu Nan finally received the good news that he had been waiting for 3 days. Willen, who had returned to normal in 3 days and embarked on the return journey, finally boarded the spaceflight to the Orion Arm and sent him a message as usual. According to their arrangements, I'll enter the Orion Arm in 15 Earth days in your Earth Federation. Then, I can successfully return home. Oh, that's great. Willen, I can't send you off, so I wish you a safe journey. Chu Nan smiled and waved at Willen as he bade him farewell. In fact, when Willen left PlanetSide 3 days ago, Chu Nan had specially sent him off. Now that the two of them were more than 300 light-years apart, it was naturally impossible for Chu Nan to run over and send him off again. Have a safe journey. Although Willen's face on the virtual screen revealed an obvious irrepressible smile because he was about to return home, he was also worried about Chu Nan. He looked at Chu Nan deeply and suddenly sighed. Chu Nan, to be honest, I'm very worried about you. What are you worried about? Chu Nan smiled and asked. You. Willen glanced at the situation displayed on the virtual screen. There was clearly a group of people from the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce beside Chu Nan. Most importantly, Supremacy Autoford was standing behind him, so he could only swallow the words in his mind. Chu Nan, be careful. Don't worry. Chu Nan gestured at Willen to be at ease. Before he could make any expression, he directly closed the communication. Then, he turned to look at Supremacy Autoford and spread out his hands with a smile. Alright, since you've already fulfilled your promise, I naturally won't go back on my words. Let's go and wake that guy up. He's already slept long enough. Supremacy Autoford sneered and locked his gaze on Chu Nan. It was obvious that he would not give him any chance to escape. Now that kid called Willen had been sent away, the greatest restriction on Chu Nan had disappeared. If this kid did not fulfill his promise and found a chance to slip away, Zealer's situation would not be optimistic. Perhaps sensing the intense vigilance in Supremacy Autoford's heart, Chu Nan suddenly turned around and revealed a very bright smile. Heh, Supremacy Autoford, there's actually no need for you to be so wary of me. Think about it, I actually have no grudges with Zealer, so there's no need to kill him, right? Moreover, he has you and Supremacy Mal as his parents. Why should I kill him to form a personal grudge with two extremely powerful star-grade martial artists? This is not beneficial to me at all, right? Supremacy Autoford sneered again. Although he was extremely unhappy with Chu Nan, he had to admit that what he said made sense. That's right, no one liked to offend two star-grade martial artists. There was no need for Chu Nan to kill Zealer. The main reason for his conflict with him was only the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce because they had captured his friend. Now that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce had let Willen go according to the conditions proposed by Chu Nan, he naturally had no reason to continue going against Supremacy Autoford. However, from his contact with Chu Nan these few days, Supremacy Autoford had long believed that this kid was a lunatic and could not be judged by common sense. To ordinary people and martial artists, star-grade martial artists were naturally unattainable, let alone someone they did not dare to offend. However, in front of this kid, star-grade martial artists were not threatening at all, as if they were not taken seriously. Supremacy Autoford could not understand Chu Nan's thoughts at all, but this did not stop him from being wary of him. Before confirming that Zealer had completely returned to normal, he would definitely not let himself relax at all. Alright, cut the crap. Zealer is still lying on the bed. If you can't let him recover, I guarantee that you won't be willing to see your outcome. Supremacy Autoford threatened Chu Nan in a sinister tone, but he acted as usual and did not mind. He laughed and walked towards the ward. Before long, Chu Nan and Supremacy Autoford returned to the ward where Zealer was. The people of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce following behind were stopped outside. When she saw Chu Nan walk in, Supremacy Mal's eagle-like gaze instantly stared at him as if she was afraid that he would escape. Kid, your friend has already left. Supremacy Mal asked. Yes, he went back. Alright, I don't have to remind you what you should do now, right? Chu Nan smiled and did not answer this question. Instead, he went to the bed. After being woken up by Chu Nan's palm 6 days ago, Zealer fell into a daze and fell unconscious again. If not for the various tests of the headquarters hospital of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce proving that Zealer's life had not been in danger, Supremacy Autoford and Supremacy Mal would have long lost their patience and would definitely force Chu Nan to immediately treat him. The current Zealer looked no different from before Chu Nan came. Chu Nan was not surprised by this scene. He did not look carefully and casually slapped Zealer's chest. A green aura instantly seeped out of his palm. Compared to the green life aura when Chu Nan normally used the goddess song cultivation method, the color of this green aura was slightly stronger and the life force contained in it was much stronger. However, this did not mean that the effect of the goddess song cultivation method Chu Nan was using was better and stronger than usual. On the contrary, he was actually using the high-level cultivation method of the goddess Song cultivation method and was not only injecting life force into Zealer. In fact, Chu Nan had indeed done something to Zealer previously, which was why he had simply thrown him to Enkla. At that time, the tricks he did were actually made by using the high-level cultivation method of the goddess Song cultivation method to control life force. The effect of doing this would maintain the life force in Zealer's body to an extreme standard. He would not die, but he would not be able to maintain a normal state and look half dead like now. At the same time, Chu Nan also used his control of his internal breath and spatial energy to affect the circulation of internal breath and spatial energy in Zealer's body. He deliberately condensed it into a fake star cloud and allowed the chaotic internal breath and spatial energy to naturally circulate and exchange in his body. If others investigated, this situation would seem extremely abnormal and strange, but in fact, this would not cause any substantial damage to Zealer's body. Moreover, this forcefully constructed star cloud was a fake star cloud after all. It was impossible to maintain it in Zealer's body. Even without Chu Nan, the others would not do anything. In about a month or two, the fake star cloud in Zealer's body would naturally dissipate and he would slowly return to normal without any future trouble. In the end, just as Chu Nan had told Supremacy Autoford, there was no need for him to form a death grudge against the 2-star grade martial artists. It was fine if he let Zealer suffer a little, but if he really killed him, it would not be beneficial to Chu Nan. Now, not only did he use Zealer's situation to let Chu Nan stay in the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce for a few days, but he also successfully saved Willen and returned him to normal. This was already a huge gain. Chapter 997. After Chu Nan mobilized the goddess Song cultivation method to remove the low life force state in Zealer's body, he immediately recovered at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Soon, Zealer's eyelids moved slightly and he finally woke up again. This time, he did not have the unconscious appearance he had when he woke up previously. As soon as he opened his eyes, he let out a strange scream. Then, he leaned forward and jumped up from the bed. Although his feet were a little soft when he landed on the ground and he almost fell, regardless of the expression on his face or his physical movements, he could tell that he was clearly much more normal now. Supremacy Mal pounced over in surprise and joy. She touched Zealer's body with both hands and probed his internal breath. Finally, she confirmed that there was no problem in his body and could not help but cry tears of joy. "Oh, my God. Zealer, my baby, you're finally awake. That's great. That's great." Although this was not the first time he had seen this situation, Chu Nan still felt a chill in his heart. He could not help but turn around and say to Supremacy Autoford, "Senior, Zealer has already returned to normal. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Supremacy Altofa looked at Chu Nan with a complicated expression and pondered in silence. Logically speaking, not only had this arrogant kid in front of him injured his precious son, he had also caused him and his wife to suffer extremely great humiliation. Even if he did not kill him, he had to teach him a lesson. However, because they were concerned about Zealer, they were forced to make an oath and even sign a contract. As a star-grade martial artist, it was very difficult for him to go back on his words. However, he was extremely unwilling to let Chu Nan go just like that. Just as Supremacy Autoford was thinking and hesitating, Supremacy Mal suddenly turned around and stared at Chu Nan. "Kid, do you really think you can leave?" Chu Nan blinked and was not too surprised. Instead, he sighed with a disappointed expression. "Sigh, I originally believed that the two of you would definitely keep your promise as star-grade martial artists. It seems that even star-grade martial artists can treat what they said as nonsense." Supremacy Autoford's face sank slightly, and his expression was a little ugly. However, Supremacy Mal raised her head and said proudly, "I don't care if what I said is nonsense. I only know that since you injured my son, you have to pay the price." After saying that, Supremacy Mal took a step forward and stretched out her hand to grab Chu Nan. From her posture, she did not plan to kill Chu Nan directly. Instead, she wanted to capture him alive. "Stop!" A shout suddenly sounded. Supremacy Mal forcefully stopped and turned to look at Zealer, who was protected by her in surprise. Supremacy Autoford and Chu Nan also looked over in surprise. The person who shouted to stop Supremacy Mal was not Supremacy Autoford, but Zealer. "Zealer, my baby, what did you say? What's wrong?" Supremacy Mal looked puzzled, not understanding why Zealer suddenly roared. I said stop." Earlier, when Chu Nan saved Zealer, he did not inject enough life force into his body, so he was still a little weak, but he stood firmly. He looked at Chu Nan with an extremely complicated expression. It was as if he was angry, ashamed, and mostly afraid. There was even a strange trace of gratitude. After looking at Chu Nan for a long time, he took a deep breath and said to him seriously, "Kid, your name is Chu Nan." Chu Nan also felt very strange about Zealer's reaction. "Yes, my name is Chu Nan. Speaking of which, don't you know?" "Alright, I'll remember this name." Zealer nodded. After saying this, he seemed to have lost interest in talking and pulled out all the connected tubes on his body before walking out of the ward. Supremacy Mal was stunned for a moment before hurriedly following. Soon, the two of them disappeared from the ward. The strange atmosphere in the ward lasted for a while before Supremacy Autoford broke the silence. "Kid, it seems that I might have to thank you." Chu Nan looked at Supremacy Autoford in surprise and discovered that the corners of his mouth were curled into a smile. "Senior, what do you mean?" Zealer has always been proud and arrogant. He always felt that he was Mayan Mal's child and was born to be much stronger than others, so he has always looked down on other martial artists. Now that he has encountered such a setback at your hands, from the looks of it, perhaps his perception has already changed. If he can calm down and seriously cultivate martial techniques, it's not impossible for him to take another step forward in the future. If that situation really happens, I naturally have to thank you. After saying that, before Chu Nan could react, Supremacy Autoford's expression suddenly sank. However, kid, I'll always remember this humiliation. Although it's not convenient for me to attack you directly because of the oath in our status, since your master is also a star-grade martial artist, there's no need to have any reservations. Go back and tell your master that if he's dissatisfied with us, feel free to come to Planet Sanchez to find us. After saying that, Supremacy Autofo quickly walked out of the ward. However, when he reached the door, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Chu Nan. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. We won't find trouble with you, but this has nothing to do with the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. We won't restrict them from doing anything. Take care. After saying this, Supremacy Autoford truly walked out of the ward. Hearing the footsteps outside the ward leave, Chu Nan grinned and did not know what expression to make. In fact, when he first proposed the conditions to Supremacy Autoford, he was already prepared for the worst. He would carry Willen away and try his best to escape the pursuit of a star-grade martial artist. He was even mentally prepared to abandon Willen and escape if he could not do it. In any case, as long as he was still alive, everything was fine. However, the development of the matter was completely beyond his expectations. He did not expect that Zealer's personality would seem to have changed greatly after he woke up and left so blatantly, causing Supremacy Autoford and Supremacy Mal to lose interest in continuing to find trouble with him. This made some of the preparations Chu Nan had made useless and actually made him feel a trace of disappointment. It can't be said to be useless. Chu Nan shook his head and threw away the emotions in his mind. He quickly entered the calmest thinking mode and instantly adjusted all his states to the best. As soon as he was done preparing, 4 extremely powerful auras had already risen from 4 directions at the same time. At the same time, he felt that the space in the entire ward had been completely locked, and all the spatial energy instantly stopped flowing. These guys really can't wait. Chapter 998. Boom. A moment later, the door of the ward was directly blasted open. An extremely cold frost that could be seen with the naked eye stretched in from the door. In the blink of an eye, it had completely frozen the space at the entire door. Apart from Ro, there was naturally no one else who had such a special cultivation method. Chu Nan ignored the extremely cold frost that was almost in front of him and slapped his right palm. Although the spatial energy in a large area of the ward was locked, after Chu Nan slapped out, high-frequency vibration spatial energy seeped out of his palm and instantly shook the spatial energy in a small area in the right space. The vibration stretched all the way out and instantly arrived at the corner of the ward before they could react. While the stunned beautiful nurses completely blasted open the wall behind them, they were also sent flying. Under Chu Nan's deliberate control, the few of them felt as if they had been gently pushed away by a gentle hand and were not injured. As they flew out, Chu Nan quickly retreated and forcefully knocked open the wall behind him before breaking into another connected room. Then, he tapped his feet and suddenly flew up. Boom, 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 boom. Chu Nan knocked open 3 floors above his head and his vision suddenly became clear. He flew out of the top floor of the building and entered the vast sky. However, this did not mean that he had successfully escaped danger. The frost summoned by Ro chased closely behind him. When he flew out of the roof, 3 terrifying auras behind him, above his head, and in front of him were used at the same time, completely sealing any path he could take. Feeling the spatial energy condensing in an extremely small area behind him, Chu Nan had a thought and his body collided back. While he was still in the air, he had already turned around and threw a punch. Putting everything else aside, just the posture of this punch could be treated as the standard second stance and first move of the Hong clan's long fist, shooting horse rush fist. However, before he threw this punch, Chu Nan had already completed the 4th revolution internal breath in the process of escaping. Now, under the stimulation of his high-level internal breath, the star cloud had also entered a high-level state. When he threw this punch, an extremely powerful spatial energy and powerful internal breath had already condensed on his fist. Chu Nan's speed also became extremely fast under the urging of his high circulation internal breath and star cloud. In the blink of an eye, he was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky and quickly retreated 200 meters behind him. This punch had already arrived in front of Ankla. Ankla, who was in charge of blocking Chu Nan in this direction, could not help but be shocked. He and Ro had fought with Chu Nan in the Merlin star system for more than 2 months and had fought more than 100 times. He felt that he was already very familiar with Chu Nan, but now that he was fighting him again, he discovered that he had clearly improved. Although the move of this punch was simple, the spatial energy fluctuation contained in it made even a 3rd-stage heaven control martial artist like him feel a terrifying feeling that was suffocating. The power was definitely extremely terrifying. However, the current situation was different from when he was in the Merlin star system. After the plan to capture Chu Nan was set, he was not allowed to have any chance to escape. If he chose to retreat at this moment, there might be a gap in the encirclement. With this kid's mysterious concealment cultivation method, if he was not careful, he might easily escape again. Therefore, he did not have any intention of dodging Chu Nan's punch. The star cloud in his body circulated with all his might and gave up on the thought of continuing to use the light feather arrow to attack him. Instead, he condensed all the spatial energy and threw a punch at Chu Nan's fist. Boom! A loud bang that seemed to shake the entire sky sounded. With Chu Nan and Ankla's fists as the center, spatial cracks stretched out densely like a spider web. It was as if the entire space had turned into glass and was directly shattered by their punch. Spatial cracks stretched down and easily cut open the entire building below. Countless gravel fragments fell with a bang, mixed with cries of surprise. At this moment, Chu Nan could not care less about the lives of the ordinary people below. Although he had used the effect of the high circulation star cloud urged by his fourth revolution internal breath to not lose in the head-on battle with Anklo and even had the upper hand, he was still a powerful third-stage heaven control martial artist. The power of his counterattack was also terrifying. This head-on collision not only caused Chu Nan's blood to surge, but his body also suffered a considerable shock and even injuries. Most importantly, it sealed off his possibility of escaping from behind and forcefully forced him back. The other three powerful auras, including Ro, instantly locked onto Chu Nan again. Three powerful heaven control experts attacked him from three directions at the same time. Before long, they forced him into a flurry. Soon, Chu Nan was heavily injured under the siege of the four of them, including Anklo. His ability to counterattack gradually weakened. In the end, he was firmly slapped in the chest by another person and spat out a mouthful of blood. He closed his eyes and the aura on his body quickly weakened. He could no longer dodge the attacks of the four of them and was struck by their attacks one after another. His entire body became tattered and he looked extremely miserable. "Stop!" Ro shouted and flew to Chu Nan's side. He grabbed his neck and picked him up. Under such circumstances, Chu Nan still did not resist. Ro frowned and looked carefully, but he discovered that Chu Nan's eyes were closed and his breathing was weak. He could not sense any aura on his body and looked like he was already heavily injured and unconscious. No way. This kid gave up just like that. Ankla flew over and glanced at Chu Nan, who was held by Ro with a puzzled expression. The impression Chu Nan had left on the two of them was too deep, so they could not believe that he had really been captured by them. On the other hand, the other two heaven control experts who cooperated with them to attack Chu Nan were even more puzzled by their reaction. "Hey, Ro, Ankla, the two of you keep saying how powerful this kid is." "I think that's all," one of them said. "That's right. Although he's definitely much stronger than most young martial artists his age, how can it be as exaggerated as you say?" The other person's tone was more or less mocking. Previously, when Ro and Ankla returned after their operation failed, they exaggerated Chu Nan's ability greatly, causing many people in the Chamber of Commerce to think that the two of them were simply shirking their responsibility. Even if Chu Nan defeated Zealer later on, no one took it seriously because his actual combat ability had always been despised by others. If Chu Nan could defeat him, he could not attract too much attention. In order to successfully capture Chu Nan this time, the Chamber of Commerce did not hesitate to send their four strongest martial artists under them to besiege him. It could be said that they valued him extremely, but the reality was that he did not cause them much trouble. This way, it further confirmed that Ro and Ankla were deliberately exaggerating Chu Nan's strength and shirking responsibility. It was fine for Ankla, but when Ro heard this, his expression could not help but sink. He tightened his grip on Chu Nan's neck, but it still did not cause much of a reaction. "Alright, stop talking nonsense. Bring this kid back. The Research Institute is still waiting for this most precious experimental subject." The two of them shrugged and did not say anything else. They accompanied Ro to the Research Institute. No one noticed that under Chu Nan's skin, an undetectable green aura slowly seeped in from every pore. Chapter 999. While Chu Nan was fighting with Ro and the others, a not-so-intense battle had just ended in a star field 637 light-years away from planet Zidum. Willen blankly looked at the two cosmic pirate battleships that still lit up with explosions from time to time outside the window of the spaceship, then turned to look at a slightly sloppy-looking man with a beard who was simply like an old beggar beside him. He did not understand what was going on at all. Just now, just as the civilian spaceship he was on was about to enter the Spiral Arm Stargate and begin a long journey across the Perseus Arm and the Orion Arm, he was suddenly stopped by two sudden cosmic pirate battleships. The goal of these cosmic pirates was not the other tourists on the ship, but Willen alone. What was most strange was that there were actually two powerful fifth-stage void break martial artists among these cosmic pirates. Just as Willen was about to be defeated and captured by the cosmic pirates, this old beggar-like man suddenly appeared beside him. No one saw how he appeared. The only thing they could see was that he had easily dealt with the two fifth-stage void break martial artists that Willen could not defeat as soon as he appeared. Then, he only waved his hand as if he was chasing away mosquitoes. The two cosmic pirate battleships that stopped the civilian spaceship began to explode like fireworks. Everything happened in a flash, so fast that Willen did not have the time to react. The cosmic pirates who had almost made him feel despair and thought that he would never have the chance to return to the Orion Arm had turned to dust and could no longer pose any threat. "About that, Senior. After being stunned for a long time, Willen swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said to the old beggar, Thank you for saving me. May I ask Senior's name?" The old beggar glanced at Willen with a casual expression and waved his hand. "It's useless for you to know my name. If you want to thank someone, thank that kid Chu Nan. He asked me to come. Speaking of which, how did this kid know that you would be in danger?" "Chu Nan." Willen thought for a moment and Chu Nan's figure flashed through his mind. When he looked at the old beggar in front of him, he suddenly felt that he was very familiar. He frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. His eyes widened and he almost jumped up from the ground. "I remember now. You're the star-grade martial artist who captured Chu Nan in the competition." "Oh." The old beggar was a little surprised. "You know me?" Willen nodded repeatedly. "Yes. I was beside you when you captured Chu Nan because I was his opponent in that competition. At that time, because you captured Chu Nan, you even caused him to be judged by the competition's organizing committee." "Is that so? There's such a thing." The old beggar laughed and scratched his head as if he was a little embarrassed. This old beggar was naturally Supremacy Quadiro. Willen looked at Supremacy Quadiro in even more surprise. "Senior, you just said that Chu Nan asked you to come? So your relationship with him is so good?" This really surprised Willen. Although the person in front of him looked a little sloppy and like an old beggar, he was undoubtedly an extremely powerful star-grade martial artist. Such a star-grade martial artist had actually run so far away to save Chu Nan at his request. This was too unbelievable. About that, I have something I want that kid's help with, and he agreed, so I naturally have to help him do something in return. Don't you think that makes sense? Supremacy Quadiro patted Willen and looked extremely straightforward. That's true. Willen could only nod, but then he was curious. What do you need Chu Nan's help with? You're a star-grade martial artist. Is there anything you can't do? Supremacy Quadiro's reaction was completely beyond Willen's expectations. Hearing this question, a trace of redness actually flashed across his face, and his expression seemed to be a little awkward. He coughed lightly and waved his hand. There's something I can't do. It's just suitable for this kid to go. Don't ask too much. Tell me, that kid asked me to come here to pick you up. Where's he? Willen was even more puzzled. Don't you know where Chu Nan is now? Nonsense, this kid didn't tell me. He only said that he wanted me to pick you up and give me a signal location to recognize you. He didn't say anything else. Willen lowered his head to look at the slightly tattered personal terminal on his left wrist. There were also some bloodstains on it. Only then did he understand. No wonder Chu Nan insisted that he bring this personal terminal when they parted. It turned out that it had this effect. Thinking of this, Willen became nervous. Senior, Chu Nan is in danger. Supremacy Quadiro raised his eyebrows and his expression became serious. Strictly speaking, Chu Nan was not in danger. This was because he was currently lying in a life support cabin with various tubes inserted into his body. Although his eyes had been closed, all his life characteristics were normal. Even the injuries he had suffered in the battle with Ro and the others had already healed. At first glance, he looked no different from a normal person. However, it was not right to say that he was not in danger. This was because he had already fallen into the hands of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce. This life support cabin was actually identical to the life support cabin he had seen Willen and the others lying in. The only difference was that this life support cabin was not densely placed with other life support cabins. Instead, it was placed in a room alone. Outside the room, dense data appeared on the virtual screens, completely reflecting the situation in Chu Nan's body. At this moment, a group of people was gathered in front of these virtual screens. Looking at the data on them, everyone frowned. Chu Nan had already been sent to the Research Institute for more than 3 days. As soon as he was sent over, he was injected with the EYAG871 biological genetic virus like every experimental creature in the past. They planned to include him in the sequence of the Genius genetic plan for research. However, after 3 days, Chu Nan's body still did not seem to be affected by the EYAG871 biological genetic virus. From the various data, it still maintained the same situation as before without any major fluctuations. Like other experimental creatures, after injecting EYAG871, the various data quickly soared because of the stimulation of potential. It did not show on Chu Nan at all. Although this would not affect the Research Institute's detailed research of Chu Nan's body, according to his previous performance, everyone in the Research Institute originally looked forward to obtaining more research results from him. Now, this performance disappointed them. Do you think this kid's potential has long been expended? A researcher suddenly said. Chapter 1000. The room fell into a strange silence. After a long time, another researcher hesitantly spoke. This can't be. How can a person's potential be used up so easily? Moreover, from the data of his physical cells, his physical age is still very young. He should be in a period where he still has great potential. Ever since Chu Nan was sent here, the Research Institute had conducted an extremely detailed physical test on his body and had naturally completely grasped these data. This was what puzzled the group of researchers. Logically speaking, Chu Nan was still so young and there were definitely many potentials in his body that had not been dug out. However, the EYAG871 biological genetic virus could not take effect on him at all and could not clearly increase under the influence of the EYAG871 genetic virus like other experimental creatures. I think it's possible. Another research institute pondered and said, think about it. This kid's physical age is so young, but he has such powerful strength. Even the 2 powerful heaven control martial artists under the Chamber of Commerce, Ro and Anklo, can't completely defeat him. This is simply abnormal. I feel that he's very likely a martial artist who has been specially nurtured since he was young. His potential has long been dug out through various methods, so he has such powerful strength that clearly surpasses his peers at such an age. Hearing this analysis, many researchers could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, the strength Chu Nan displayed exceeded common sense. One had to know that after the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce activated the Genius Gene Project, they had paid varying degrees of attention to the countless young genius martial artists of the 3 great spiral arms. However, among all the known young genius martial artists, this Chu Nan, who was not famous before and only stood out in the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition, was undoubtedly the most shocking. Moreover, even Chu Nan's initial performance in the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition was not as good as now. After successfully condensing a star cloud in front of countless people in the competition and breaking through to the heaven control realm, it was as if he had flipped a switch. His strength had even soared, so much so that he could even fight 2 alone and make the 2 third-stage heaven control martial artists, Ro and Anklo, helpless against him. Later on, he even heavily injured and defeated an expert like Zealer who was infinitely close to the 5th stage heaven control realm in a one-on-one battle. Not to mention how shocking his current strength was, just the speed at which his strength increased was extremely abnormal. To researchers like them who were already based on data research, nothing could experience the results better than comprehensive data. Now that such an abnormal problem appeared in Chu Nan's data, only this explanation could explain it. Thinking of this, the researchers fell silent again. If that was the case, did that not mean that the Chamber of Commerce had spent so much effort and did not even hesitate to offend Supremacy Autoford? After he left, they immediately attacked Chu Nan and even used the 4 strongest heaven control experts to attack him for nothing? This guy was simply a useless person whose potential had long been dug out. What was the point of their research? We can't jump to conclusions so early. After a long time, a relatively old researcher broke the silence again. After all, we know that there are many super genius martial artists in the Declan Empire and their strength might not be weaker than Chu Nan. There are also many powerful young martial artists in the 3 spiral arms that were temporarily not inferior to, so it can't be said that his potential has been completely dug out. Perhaps he's only too talented and has received very strong training since he was young, causing him to have such powerful strength now. The other researchers looked at each other, clearly not feeling that this statement was convincing. However, they also knew very well that they had finally captured Chu Nan, so they naturally could not come to a conclusion so quickly. In any case, this kid was in their hands now. They had time to slowly observe and study him. After the group of researchers discussed Chu Nan's data for a while, they dispersed. The room returned to silence, leaving only a few pieces of detection equipment emitting extremely soft sounds. However, those researchers did not know that an intense battle was happening in Chu Nan's body that they could not see, touch, or even observe with equipment. This battle happened between EYAG-871 and Chu Nan. In fact, even if Chu Nan could not fight the 4 powerful 3rd stage heaven control martial artists alone, it was not impossible for him to escape. With his powerful explosive force and the ability to pass through the spatial wall at any time, he only needed to open a gap and find a chance to open the spatial wall and directly escape into the alternate space. Ro and the others could not do anything to him. However, Chu Nan did not choose to do this. Instead, he deliberately pretended to be defeated and captured. After being grabbed by Ro and the others, what happened next was indeed as Chu Nan had expected. The Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce threw him into the Research Institute and began to study him similar to Willen. Most importantly, as he had expected, they injected EYAG-871 into his body. Of course, Chu Nan did not plan to become a guy who had lost his sense of self like Willen because he was absolutely confident that he would not be completely corroded by the virus. When he tried to help Willen recover previously, he had already come into contact with this virus and had a certain understanding. Therefore, before he was injected with this virus, Chu Nan had actually set up a defense in his body in advance. After shrinking the life force that was specially hidden in his body through the goddess Song cultivation method and the spatial energy contained in his body into the deepest part of his body, when the biological genetic virus EYAG-871 erupted in his body, he quickly reacted. Although this EYAG-871 biological genetic virus was a terrifying virus that could directly affect the human genetic chain, not only had Chu Nan grasped the flame of life and the goddess Song, 2 special cultivation methods that pointed to the essence of life, he also had an extremely powerful data ability. His understanding and control of his body were far from what ordinary martial artists could compare to. As soon as the virus entered his body, it was guided and compressed into the depths of his body by the internal breath fluctuations that he had long prepared. It would not really affect the circulation in his entire body. Here, he specially opened up a battlefield for himself and EYAG-871. In this battlefield, Chu Nan specially set aside a small cell to completely open to the EYAG-871 biological genetic virus and let it casually corrode this cell tissue. He also closely observed the change in this cell under the influence of the EYAG-871 biological genetic virus. In the beginning, the cell tissue was always easily corroded by the EYAG-871 biological genetic virus. Then, it produced the special energy fluctuation that Chu Nan had experienced on Willen from the depths of the cell. However, later on, after countless data collection and analysis, Chu Nan quickly grasped the characteristics of the EYAG-871 biological genetic virus. Although this special biological genetic virus was powerful, it was still useful in the human body and could still be affected by internal breath and spatial energy. As long as it was affected, it was not a problem for Chu Nan. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.